Israel to be an apartheid regime in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! About to give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay?
Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink?
Dissolve the apartheid regime.
So what would you like to
Allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this Thoughts, and I'm broadcast coming to you live from, earlier it was gloomy, but now it's starting to get partially sunny. California, Los Angeles, folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Tuesday. It's Newsday Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. It's 11:11. Make a wish. Oh, too late. It's 11:12 now. That's right. It's Tuesday, May 27, 2025, 11:12 a.m. And I am right on time, as always. Super timely. The most consistent streamer in the universe of streaming. Perhaps the greatest of all time is what people are saying. Maybe I also would say that. Who knows? But folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And yes, when Night Rain comes out, I will be playing it. Yes, I will, however, be in I will be in the wonderful city of Houston, Texas on Saturday, and perhaps maybe even Sunday, because I'll be at DreamCon, so I won't be able to play it on those days, and after that I will be able to. Whose pick is on the coffee cup? Great question. It's King Charles III, to commemorate the ascension to the throne of His Majesty, King Charles III, September 8th, 2022. This is a commemorative cup that I got from England when I went and visited in an effort to celebrate King Charles III. Yes, indeed. Yes. The world's most famous inbred royalty. King Charles, also known as Potato Fingers. Yes. King Charles, who's visiting Canada and part of the Commonwealth. Anyway, folks. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in my world. And honestly, there is not much going on in my world. I ended the broadcast last night and didn't really do too much. I was tired, but I just basically sat down and didn't do much at all. Really, just, TikTok, Andor, that sort of thing. I have such a coronation mug, but for the last Russian emperor. Nice. How are Fiona and Kaya? I can't speak on Fiona because she's back with her family, but Kaya is doing great. This morning, everyone on the last episode of Fear is on Cutie's side in the comments. Yeah, that's not surprising. We like to make drama such as that. What Andor episode are you on? They just stole stuff. The Gormans, they stole weapons and stuff, and now the Empire's doing like false flag attacks and stuff. And they're just about to invade. So it's like 5, 6, I don't know. Something like that. It's pretty good. I think people are so desperate for any kind of like anything that can even be marginally suggestive of what Israel is doing to the Palestinians. They're everyone gets super on board where they're like, this is exactly like what's going on. But yeah, that's it. It's good. It's a good show. I like it. It's a good show. In any case, what else is going on in the world, in my world, in the world of HasanAbi Piker? I woke up early as always. What did I do? I went and I bawled my freaking face off. I took Kai to the park, Kaya's made some great advancements, by the way, in her park game. I will explain it. So here's what it is. Normally, there was a period of time when Kaya was excellent at fetch. And she still is excellent in playing fetch inside of my house. But when it comes down to, oh no, what the fuck? Oh my God, there's this like fucking cat product that just like keeps sending me so many fucking packages. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind, dude. I gotta text the fucking Fearon group chat. Guys, this cat food thing, I can't keep getting these massive packages. I don't even have a fucking cat. They sent more. They just keep sending me so much cat stuff. I think they wanted to do a Fear End collab. Anyway, yeah, I know. It's just, I'm gonna donate it to a cat shelter. All right, I'm gonna give it to a shelter. Okay, listen to me. So Kaya used to be very good at fetch, but outdoors at the park, she randomly decided, I'm not fetching no more. Like, she just decided that she doesn't fuck with fetching. And I don't know what happened. Like, she is a very independent woman, right? And at a certain age, she decided, like, I don't want to do fetch anymore. I just want to smell stuff, and I want to, like, fight the other dogs, like play fight. I want to, like, chase after the other dogs. I want to smell everything, and I want to play with the other dogs. I'm like, okay, whatever. That's fine. I guess she doesn't want it, right? But I work with a trainer to try and get her to do fetch outside as well, and the trainer couldn't even accomplish it. But at a certain point, I found out she actually does play fetch, as long as at the end of the fetch, I am rewarding her with a tug of war game, right? I can get her to fetch as long as there is tug of war as a reward once she brings it back. Otherwise, she doesn't bring it back. So what I decided, I tried to do it with this with this ball that also has like a rope attached to it, so you can just like play a little tug of war with it. But she didn't fuck with that too much. She didn't like it too much. But she will actually chase frisbees like a demon and bring the frisbee back and play tug of war with the frisbee. So I have this like canvas frisbee that I bought. Or like it's like plastic canvas. I don't know what it is, but like it's like she can clamp onto it and actually play tug of war with the frisbee. And the frisbee's not lasting, but I don't really care. You know what I mean? I'll buy more of them. It's not a big deal. But yeah. So now I'm making her. I've art of the deal. Art of the deal, baby. She cooked me. She is my master. You know, she's the one who runs the show, obviously. And of course, you know, we get to do that, but that's good. Also, you know, still on that DreamCon journey, as you guys know, still balling. Let's take a look. The kid actually cooks. Okay, just wanted to say, look at that fake. Oh my God, look at that. Boom. Oh, you can't give me that much space. You can't do that. Oh, another quick fake step. Okay, coming in. All right. Nope, I'm gonna go right this time. Boom, easy. And then last but not least, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, just too much space, too much space, too much space. And then that's it. Is this gay basketball? Is two topless men doing it? Yeah. Mark said they want you in the key, big dog, no 3-pointers. I don't have to. I don't have to do 3-pointers. Can you show up for real this time? Last DreamCon, you were not that guy. Yeah, I saw this weird random thing that took place, and I think Kai handled it very well. I'll talk about it in a second. But yeah, fit pick, boom. Also commemorative. What shirt is that? I'm Yoji'd at the wazoo. Don't even play with me. Don't even play with me. It's Yoji time, King. What do you think? I don't know what the jacket is, but the shirt's Yoji. Yeah. King on your mug. Yeah. Have you always worked out fasted? Yes, for the past like 10 years. Not to be parasocial, but you should focus on your posts. Your friend would make you almost unguardable. Yeah. Stavy called you out. How do you respond to these allegations? What the fuck? Again? Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Stavy and PFT exposed us on Stavy's World 130. Oh no. Oh no. You could rock a designer tank top low key. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right. All right. Where were we? Let's continue. Workout fast. What is that? Fasted. As in, I work out without eating anything. Some people don't do that. A lot of people don't do that. All right, let's blast off. Hey Hasan, will you be in Rotterdam at TwitchCon? No, I will not be. I will not be in Rotterdam for TwitchCon. No pre-workout. The only thing I drink is a coffee before. I just saw this tweet on my timeline and I have to give it a fucking I have to give it a recognition. Hasan-Hasanmongold dichotomy is fascinating. The left's big streamer has a poli-sci degree and does real activism. Even then, he's pretty divisive on the left. The rights is a guy who played Warcraft and lives in rotten animal flesh who has something to say. Basically, Jesus to them. Genuinely floored how quickly Hasanmongold went from a guy they're unreasonably defensive of to a genuine political thought leader. They actually worship this man who gags at the taste of water and sulks about women in video games not turning him on. Get their ideas from him. Sorry, saying Hasan does real activism is giving the man too much credit, even if the rest is mostly correct. He factually does. He's shown his support in person at demonstrations as well as raising comfortably over millions of dollars towards nonprofits to support the causes he speaks on. Yeah. First reply proving the point. Exactly. I did see the GQ do a puff piece on my enemy, Adam Friedland. It's messed up. Cutie Cinderella interviewed Kehlani and didn't invite her on the pod. I mean, I could probably talk to Kehlani directly, either through Vic Mensa or directly. Does she follow me? We have plenty of mutuals. I should have Kehlani on. I don't know why I have not done that before. That's a good call. Because she literally got she got canceled for being pro-Palestine. It's crazy. I'm DMing her right now. I just followed her and I'm DMing her. Isn't she friends with Jabuki and them? Good chatter. Good reminder. Press 1 to get Kehlani on stream. It's already too late. I'm already working on it. Isn't she friends with CNN about to get canceled for being pro-Palestine too?
One had spit on
No, no, it's my favorite, dude. When Americans find out the number one weapon used by the Haredi population, oh my god, it's my favorite meme. That's not really a meme. It's something that happens, obviously, but oh no, oh I love this. No, her BD is Jabuki's brother and they're on and off. Okay, she's like, I'm pretty sure she's friends with a bunch of people that I know personally. And also, she's like posted videos of me in the past. She's amazing. She's great. We'll talk about the tactical spit in a moment. But yeah, I'm all over the place. Jesus Christ. Let me blast off real quick. Let me blast off real freaking quick. Okay, everybody calm down. Everybody cool it. I'm done. I'm done with your nonsense. Stop saying things. Stop telling me things. Okay? I don't want to hear things anymore. I don't want to read things anymore right now. Before I freaking blast it off. Okay? Anyway. All right. Israel starts American backed aid trap in Gaza fails day one. Trump says Vladdy Poo is playing with fire. Trump is denying federal contracts to Harvard. And so much more. Get in now. Adam Friedland GQ debut, yeah. Okay. There it is. Kehlani on Gaza yesterday. I saw. I'm gonna talk about that. Hold on.
Speak out about Gaza. Why is that?
Dude, what is so she covered it beautifully, okay? Like her take on it was so perfect. She's like, I shouldn't be the only person. This shouldn't even be like a commendable thing to say. Right? I'm gonna get to that in a second. Calm down. Go back to her video, damn it. Are you guys insane? I'm gonna do it. I'm just showing you the blast off meme for a second. God damn, dude. Freaking go like the blast off meme first. Don't nobody care about that tweet? I feel like something crazy just took place. Okay, you know what? Even if she DMs me back to come on the stream, I'm gonna be like, yeah, you know what? We're not gonna do it because you guys have been bad. Are you happy? You've been bad. Now I'm not going to have her on the stream. Yeah. I hope you guys are happy. I'm turning this car around. I'm turning this car around. Yep. You guys have been misbehaving. You have been misbehaving little children, and misbehaving little children don't get to have Kehlani on the stream. Yeah. Yep. It's called collective punishment, and some of you need to learn. You need to make sure your siblings in the chat are not misbehaving, okay? I told you I was going to turn this car around. I will turn this car around. Okay? Anyway, all right. Speaking of Kehlani, last night you got the AMAs. I guess it's the American Music Awards, right? And it was sparsely attended, surprisingly, from what I understand. Aside from like the top, aside from the, oh, by the way, shouts out to friends of the show, Billie Eilish, also tangential friend of the show, as a consequence of Phineas being a firm friend of the show. You know, we support Billie around these parts. This is a Billie Eilish household. This is a pro Billie Eilish household. Make no mistake. But yeah, from what I understand, 9 out of 10 people who were nominated for big awards weren't even there. And I don't even know what's happening. I don't know what's going on with that. Like, people just don't fuck with award shows anymore. Is that what it is? But yeah, that's a bit of a stretch. Come on, bud. Wait, what's the stretch? I don't think that's that much of a stretch. Is that a stretch? I feel like that's not a stretch. Name one song, chat. Don't ask me that. You know, gun to my head. You kill me. I listen to no music. I'm just saying. I still support. I support musicians. I support the process of music being made, and also people listening to it. Music, I mean. I support music conceptually as a part of people's lived experiences. I support music as a concept and artists that make it. This is my most like Mark Zuckerberg alien wearing a human skin suit moment. I know. It's weird. I know it's weird. There's something about... Here's the thing. Before we get to Kehlani, okay? There is something about music that, like, for my whole life, I don't know what it is, okay? I've never been able to, like... I guess I've never been able to, like, recall lyrics, and I have really bad recall when it comes to, like, popular culture in general. Like, if you were to gun to my head 5 songs, I can't do it. Like, I literally can't do it. And this is not like a post-COVID parts of my brain have holes in it type shit. Like, I have always been this person. I am like, I'm so, I don't know what it is. It might be because I'm like tone deaf or something. I don't know. It's just, I can never, like, I don't think I consume music in the same way that normal people do. And it's always been a gripe that I've had. Okay. It's always been an issue, but especially as I've gotten older, this thing that's like integral to so many people's lives, so many people's existence, is simply not a part of my life. I know it's weird. I know. It's messed up. Anyway, on that note, I do love artists. Like, artists are fantastic people. They're very cool people. And like, when I listen to a song, I can get hyped up. But it is very odd for me. And I know it's odd. I know I'm the weird one. I know I'm the weirdo here. But there's never a moment where I'm like, yo, let me put some music on, you know? Let me put some music on and listen to it. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy that is not something that I do. But I think because I've faked being into shit my whole life when I was younger in order to fit in order to like appear as a normal, cool person, I just don't entertain it anymore. I'm 33, you know what I mean? I have no reason to like lie about certain things. Yeah. But I did that my whole life. I lied about like enjoying soccer. I fucking can't watch it. I can't stand it. You know? So that's it. Having said that, I still do listen to music every now and then. I want to be like tapped in. Unc needs to be 33 and tapped in. Okay. So yeah, every now and then I'll just come out and I'll swing for the fences with something crazy. Like when Osama's son sent me his album and merchandise, you know? Bro, 33 is not old. I don't get why the internet acts like this. Brother, we got one foot in the grave. All right, big dog. Do you have veneers? No. Wait, what? Why? Have you ever done anything to your teeth? They look good. Do you have veneers? No. No. And they're, look, see? They're weird. I have crooked teeth in the bottom, but I've never actually gone and fixed up because they're not like super crooked. They're not crooked enough that like it needed intervention. It's a little crooked in the bottom. They look different in older vids. Wait, what? My teeth look different in... Wait, you think I got veneers? That's fucking sick. Nice. Teeth conspiracy? Yeah, it's true. It's like when people say I'm on steroids, you know? To be fair, I don't look like I'm on steroids. I'm not saying. Fake glasses, fake teeth. What else? I don't know. This screaming singer met Cutie? Wait. This screaming singer? Wait, is Benson Boone technically the screaming singer? I thought it was like the other guy that's like, you'll be out in the suburbs or whatever the fuck. Is Benson Boone the screaming singer? He's the biggest screamer. E thinks your hair is fake now too. Yeah, it's fake. He got me. What Zoomers see when they hear 30-year-olds go out? It's true. This is real though. This is how it is. This is how it be. This is how it really is, bro. Wait. Bernard is in Ireland right now? Bernard is in Ireland? The fuck? Bro, Zoomers call 28 old now? That's crazy. Bro, Zoomers are 28. You can't be calling 28 old if your generation is a part of that. Gen Alpha is probably calling Zoomers old now. That's what's going on. Your hair is so fake. That's why we've seen you get haircuts on stream multiple times and it always grows back. Yeah. Cancel the stream and get on the plane. All right, fuck it. Fuck it. I'm going to Ireland. I'm going to Ireland. Real. I saw some 30+ year olds at EDC and I was unironically grossed out. You mean Will Neff and March? Is that what you're talking about? March is in the chat. He said, what the fuck? I'm 29. Is this my future? Yes. Also, there's nothing wrong with being old, okay? I don't have any issues with this. I don't have any issues with my age. To be fair, I am a man. So I'm not only a man, but also a man who does political commentary. So like the more I age, the more, I guess, like it becomes age appropriate for me to do political commentary to begin with. But that's not the only reason. Like, I just, you know, there are issues with aging, but you should probably try and focus on aging gracefully. Like I have gray hairs coming from the sides of my head, you know, on the side of my beard. I think it's fine. You know, people should stop freaking out about it and enjoy life.
Serious note.
You know? I got grays at 23. You're not balding though, which is the worst. I mean, I was balding. I was balding when I was like 26, 27. And I started the process of medical intervention to stop it. And I am still I am still like insecure to a certain degree about the way my hairline looks, but it's not, you know, for most people, they don't consider it. Like, they don't think it's like bad. I'm personally insecure about it though. What are you using? Minoxidil, finasteride? All right. So American Music Awards, Kehlani's there. Let's take a look at this question. Now, for those of you who don't know, Kehlani has been a massive supporter of Palestinian emancipation, and as a consequence of being a massive supporter of Palestinian emancipation, she has literally had gigs stopped. Okay? In New York City, as a matter of fact. According to New York City Mayor Adams' office, the concert was canceled due to security concerns. Kehlani was scheduled to perform as a part of Summer Stage in Central Park during Pride festivities in June. And they basically created like false security concerns to cancel her concert. Okay? It's not the real reason. The real reason is because there was tremendous pressure. There was tremendous pressure on not letting her take the stage because she's a vocal critic of Israel, and Eric Adams, being the charlatan that he is, and being the number one defender of Israel and also Turkey. Istanbul, the Tel Aviv of America. Basically shut off her performance ahead of time, which is really fucked up. Anyway, that's just one example of like punishments that are dished out towards artists who are vocal on this issue. Having said that, this has not stopped Kehlani from still speaking out about the atrocities and being on the right side of history and being on the side of humanity. Let's take a look.
You speak out about Gaza. Why is that so important?
Because it shouldn't be a hard thing. It shouldn't be a hard thing. It shouldn't be something that I'm even looked at so massively for. It shouldn't be something I'm credited for. This should be second nature. If people are blowing up and being murdered at mass rates, it should be it should be as easy as breathing to just say, hey, I don't really think this should be happening. This shouldn't be happening. Maybe we should stop. And we're funding it, so we should stop.
Do you think more people in entertainment should be speaking out on the issue?
Yeah, I said it a bunch. I definitely think we have more power than we think, and everything's stronger in numbers. And I think that that's something that, you know, hopefully people understand at some point. But all I can say is free Palestine.
It's perfect. Like, that's the perfect statement. It's like, this is the bare minimum. Like, I can't believe I'm getting praise. I can't believe I'm getting praise for doing the bare minimum at a time when, like, most people can't even do the bare minimum, which is crazy. And yes, they should. They should. Everyone should be speaking out against this. People with platforms, people without platforms, obviously. Everyone should be speaking out against this. This is a world-changing global event that is incredibly consequential, that impacts all of us. Especially as like rich artists in particular, like that's definitely something that's got to sit with you a little bit, because like you're paying a lot in taxes, and those tax dollars are going directly to fund the baby murder machine over there. You know, at least that's how I think about it. Like that's a tremendous amount of moral culpability over these incredible crimes that I would never, if given the opportunity, would never be on board with. Like if they didn't ask me about this shit, you know? And I hate it. I hate that this is something that goes on. Anyway, but yeah, shouts out to Kehlani. Sorry. That's how you say her name. I apologize. I was saying it wrong. Bernie was in my town yesterday. He attended a local union meeting, and during the meeting, an organizer of the local weekly March for Palestine started asking him questions about some of his stances, and they took the microphone away from her. Yeah, Bernard is falling behind the average American. I mean, he has already fallen behind the average American on the issue of Israel, but he's fallen behind on like very strange people that are taking more hardline stances than he is even. Like I saw a speech. I saw someone point this out, but like the former Likud far-right prime minister coming out and being like, we are doing war crimes. We are doing war crimes and we have to stop, when he's talking about Israel, versus Bernie saying, this is Benjamin Netanyahu's war or whatever. And it's like, dog, you can't get outflanked by the former Likudnik prime minister of Israel, okay? He's saying this is Israel's crime. You're still being like, oh, it's Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. You can't be out here getting outflanked by motherfucking Piers Morgan, of all people. I mean, he is a hack. He is a charlatan. He is a fabulist. He is a person that has done horrible things. Okay. And Piers Morgan's out here being like, this is a genocide. I can't believe I'm saying this. Like, I was wrong. And Bernard's still not popping off. He should be leading this charge, not standing idly by on the side. You know? I don't know. Maybe I expect too much. He's just 800 years old. It is what it is. Yeah. Ehud Olmert is a war criminal himself, so I guess he knows what he's talking about. Yeah. The reason why a lot of this tide shift is happening is straightforwardly because, like, it's too much. It's gotten to a point where it's just undeniable. And there's another thing where Bernard and AOC are, falling short of, which is, again, incredibly, incredibly frustrating. And that is, Keith Olbermann has endorsed Zohran Mamdani before AOC and Bernard Sanders. Keith Olbermann said, let's go. Cannot have Andrew Cuomo as mayor. He'd get the job on name recognition for having so tarnished his father's name. A generation of Democratic leaders blew their chance. We need Mamdani. We need 100 Mamdanis. I'm sorry, dude. You got Keith freaking Olbermann. How is this happening? What is going on? Like, Keith Olbermann is the liberalism final boss, and not even like a Bill Maher liberal. Like, Keith Olbermann is a resistance liberal through and through. Like, he is the insane, like, dark woke guy. Keith Olbermann was dark woke before dark woke existed, okay? And I know this from, like, working at a company that Keith Olbermann also worked at. Like, I know how he was behind closed doors. He has always been a crazy person. I'm telling you right now. He is the most, like, Midas touch ass liberal out there, okay? Keith Olbermann has always been a crazy guy who is insanely invested in, like, resistance liberalism. So the fact that resistance liberalism's final boss, Keith Olbermann, IRL Aaron Sorkin, a real life Aaron Sorkin character, is out here saying, like, we need 1 million, let 1,000 Zohran Mamdanis bloom, is crazy. What does that mean? Midas touched ass. Midas Touch is the headquarters of Dark Woke, a group of Democrats that I've always been in support of because they remind me of like a early era Bush era liberalism where they would just like straight up be like Bush's Adolf Hitler. Like, libs used to be way more aggro on war. There was a anti-war contingency in the liberal movement, okay? A lot of people forget this. Liberals were not this fucking pathetic, okay? I mean, they were, time adjusted, they were still fairly pathetic, but like in comparison to where liberals are now, they used to go out. They used to go out and take it to the streets. They would be like, George W. Bush is Adolf Hitler. Like, they'd be like, George W. Bush is a fascist. We need to put an end to this nonsense. And these wars are illegal. They were anti-war. Barack Obama basically destroyed resistance liberalism and repackaged it as shut the fuck up and follow the party leader. As long as you have a charismatic guy leading the way, just shut up and listen to what I have to say and say, thank you. Please, sir, can I have some more? Know your place. You remember 2003 very differently than I remember liberals in 2003. In comparison to now, I think that there was definitely, in comparison to what it looks like now, I think that there was definitely a lot more liberals that were anti-intervention, anti-war on terror. It was reflected by Congress as well. Obviously, in the initial stages, it was like overwhelming support for this. Overwhelming support for obviously invading Afghanistan. Overwhelming support even for Iraq as well. But that quickly fell apart. And ultimately, there were still anti-war. There was still a lot of anti-war resistance from mainstream liberals. Okay, the media was firmly committed to the continuation of the war on terror. Politicians were overwhelmingly committed to the continuation of the war on terror. But there was still a lot of fucking like popular artists and a lot of people that were saying like this is unacceptable. Did you support invading Afghanistan? No, dog, I'm Turkish. Why the fuck would I ever support that? No, I am an anti-interventionist from the start. Automatically, I grew up in Turkey. Of course, from my perspective, I've always been America should immediately remove itself from Middle Eastern affairs, and American intervention in the Middle East is, and by the way, I was 10, but it doesn't even matter. Like, even as a fucking 10-year-old, if you grow up on that side of the world, you already have baked in resentment for American intervention. That's like the starting position. So if you want to understand my worldview, then yes, even as like, even when you're like 13, you already have this baked into your consciousness. Turks are interesting because they're NATO's strongest soldiers, but also hate American intervention in the region. Weirdly enough. But didn't you say that you were in a marabou, though? Not trying to refute, just trying to understand. Yes. You are coming to the conclusion that you're beginning to realize how cultural imperialism works. You're beginning to realize what this position is the most popular position on the planet. People who despise American foreign policy or despise the American government, but absolutely fucking love American culture is basically the norm. That's why so many of those, that's precisely the reason why so many of these polls that come out, wherever people ask like, what's your opinion on America? Everyone says like super popular. Like everyone says America is great. They're talking about American culture. They're talking about movies. They're talking about Hollywood. They're talking about burger, okay? They're not talking about American intervention. Most people, I would say, outside of the United States of America, absolutely despise the American government, despise American foreign policy, but they love, black culture. That's a huge one as well. They love burger. They love black culture. They love Hollywood. They love the music. You're talking to a dude who wore a fucking Nelly bandaid to school, man, in Turkey, in Ankara, okay? What do you mean? There's perhaps no better indication of like complete and utter dominance than a Turkish teenager wearing a fucking Nelly bandaid under his eye to school. Why the fuck was I doing that? Why did I do that? Why did I wear a Nelly Band-Aid under my eye to school? Why did I do that? I'm in fucking Turkey. Yeah, and also most other people didn't know what that was. So they looked at me and they were like, are you trying to cover a zit? So I had to take it off immediately in shame. And I never did it again. But just understand, like, that is a great example of how dominant a force American culture is, specifically black culture, around the globe. Anyway. When I studied abroad, the Australians were obsessed with American frat and sorority life. Yeah, that's another... Dude, I watched Greek, okay? The TV show. It was like a USA TV show. And I was like, Blue Mountain State. I love that shit, dude. I love that shit. Definitely wore a do-rag. I would have. There's just no do-rags in Turkey. If I... Dude. First of all, I wore Echo Unlimited, all right? So, yes. I was 100p. I was abso-fucking-lutely obsessed with black culture. Straight up. When I was growing up. Are you kidding me? Are you joking? I had like South Pole shit. Yes. We need you wearing the Nelly bandaid and Echo again for DreamCon, gang? No, I can't do that anymore. I'm 33 years old in the United States of America for the past 12 years. It would be... It would look strange. I was rocking M1s, yes. I have another funny story about my mom getting me a pair of Shaquille O'Neal shorts, and then everybody like me trying to sell it off as though it was Jordan, because Shaquille O'Neal, if you remember, Shaquille O'Neal released like shoes and also shorts as well. I remember because it had like Shaq dunking as the logo. So I tried to sell it off as though it was Jordan's, and no one believed it. Yeah, it was so embarrassing. I was never allowed to wear it ever again. Like, it's just not, it was really fucked up. I used to watch N1 hot sauce mixtapes and try to emulate the ball handling and fail spectacularly. These ones, bro, they were so long too. Yes, I had these shorts. I had these exact shorts, bro. They were so long. They were so long, dude. Oh my God. Yeah, I tried to pawn this off as though it was Jordan's. These are some of the longest goddamn shorts on the fucking planet, too. All right, what am I doing? All right, so we were talking about the AMAs, okay? There's some additional stuff I want to talk about with the AMAs. Obviously, Cutie Cinderella was doing the red carpet, which is awesome. From what I understand, a lot of the top celebrities that normally were supposed to be at the AMAs or like won awards weren't even there, which is weird, which is strange. But also, there was this like very gross moment that Kai, I think, handled very well. Okay, take a look. So Kai was live streaming the AMAs. He actually gave out some of the awards, I think, if I'm not mistaken. He was like live streaming the whole thing.
How you doing, bro? Nice to meet you. Good to see you. Hi.
So this guy rolls up with his daughter, using his daughter as a entry point into this conversation. Let's take a look.
Hi, Bob.
Hey,
how you doing?
Who let this guy in here?
Yeah.
Hey, where's Kanye? We want to say we love Ye. We love Ye for being outspoken regardless, because it's America, and I think it's a great thing to live in a free country. Don't you, Guy? I think it's a free country.
So you really,
opinions.
you really hopped on my screen, knowing my influence.
Yeah.
So come on here and say that.
I think he's a great guy that at the end of the day, you have a dialogue with him.
Hey, that's what I'm going to say. I think I want to protect my energy.
Yeah. Well, I think you letting him talk is a good thing.
But no, I'm going to politely ask you, Get out of here, guys.
Well, we think it's good to have free opinions.
I get
God
it,
bless you, Kai.
but I don't want that. Whatever you got going on, you deal with that. Thank you for your service.
Yes, he's a boy.
Man, look.
It is so crazy, bro. It is so crazy that this dude, a whole ass adult, okay, walks up to Cenat knowing full well that he's like live streaming and just uses that as an opportunity to be like, hey, can you have the Heil Hitler guy on your stream? Actually, that'd be sick. We love him, right? You love the Heil Hitler guy, right? Like with your child in tow. That is so wild, okay? And I will say, the way Kai dealt with this was perfect. Like, I think he is a full-blown media figure now, like 100%. But the way look at his face. The way he dealt with this was he neutralized it instantly. He neutralized it real well. And he also, like, how old is he? He's like, what, 23, 24 or something? Like, he's talking to an old-ass man. He's talking to reaction stylist. Yeah, his reaction stylist, absolutely. His reaction stylist was cooking with this one, okay? Respect to Kai and also his reaction stylist, because honestly, perfect way to deal with it. Perfect way to neutralize the conversation while also simultaneously just like returning the favor to the guy by being like, what are you doing? Like, this is embarrassing. Now I wonder, I mean, obviously he is a very popular figure, so I don't think he'll get the same ire, but I've had similar interactions as well with like fucking straight up neo-Nazis like rolling up and being like, oh, when did you fight Sam Hyde or whatever, right? Doesn't like Hitler. Kai is so brave. Give me a break. Wait, what? What do you want him to do? Assassinate the guy? Rip his fucking chrome hearts off his neck and just start stabbing him in the eye with it? Like, what do you want? He's a fucking 23-year-old content creator getting ambushed at a professional media event, and I think did a pretty solid job of dealing with this, like, all things considered. Anyway, these dumb fucking boomers think every streamer is Aiden Ross because of that one Trump stream. I don't think so. I think he knew who Kai is, and I think he deliberately rolled up to Kai. I don't know who the guy is. I have no idea who this dude is. No idea. But yeah, he just, again, it's so awkward.
Man, looking good over
How you
here.
doing, bro? Nice to meet you.
Man, good to see you.
Hi.
Hey, Sarah, it's
Hi. Hi, bye.
Hey,
How you
wait a
doing?
minute. Who let this guy in here?
Yeah.
Hey, where's Kanye at? We want to say we love Ye. We love Ye for being outspoken regardless, because it's America, and I think it's a great thing to live in a free.
We love Ye regardless. Come on, you and I, we both love Ye, right? Regardless. Come on, dude. Come on. Why are people like this? Why are they such fucking unadulterated clowns, dude? It's just, it's so weird. It's so strange. You also ruined this moment for your daughter too, which fucking doubly gross. Like using your child as a prop to come in and just be like, hey, don't you love Nazis, dude? Come on, have the guy who said Heil Hitler on your stream. Crazy stuff.
free country, don't you, Guy? I think it's a free country.
So
It's
you
good to have
really,
opinions.
you really hopped on my screen, knowing my influence.
Yeah.
So come on here and say that.
I think.
Like this, by the way, this is the reason why I said this is because the reason why I said he did a great job with this is not only because like he just didn't neutralize it by being like, hey man, don't do that. But he also literally is like cognizant of the hundreds of thousands of fucking people that kids that watch him. You know what I mean? That's great. Maybe I'm too like adjusted to the norm, which is like incredibly depraved in online discourse in online communities. But like that's great. Having the largest content creator on the platform straight up turn around and effectively neutralize this argument and just be like, dude, you should be embarrassed to fucking do it. You should be embarrassed for doing something like this, especially coming in here and like making it seem like I support that kind of stuff, while also simultaneously being like, I'm protecting my energy. That's great. He did a great job. Now, the last time I did something like that, of course, I got fucking... I got endlessly had all the fucking neo-Nazi supporters of that pedophile Nazi Sam Hyde freaking out, being like, dude, this guy, I can't believe he almost killed someone. He was trying to fight someone for telling an adult that they should be embarrassed for bringing that shit up. But obviously, considering like my experience with like similar drive-by clip farmers of this sort, I think he did a great job.
I think he's a great guy that at the end of the day, you having a dialogue with him.
Hey, that's what I'm gonna say. I think I want to protect my energy.
Yeah, well, I think you letting him talk is a good thing.
But no, I'm gonna politely ask you, get out of here, guys.
Well, we think it's good to have free opinions.
All right, I get
God
it.
bless you, Kai.
But
Anyway, it looks like that guy deleted his Insta. His name is Huey Vuitton Johnson. I don't know what it is. His name is Huey Johnson. He's an American boxer. So many lame ass motherfuckers out there, bro. It is what it is. All right, but you know, did a good job. I think that's a tricky situation to be in when you're live. But let's see, we got big drama. Stavy baby exposes alongside PFT HasanAbi Piker. Let's see what
Susan Snatch wants to know, is Hasan as beautiful in person as on screen?
Wait, what is this?
In person as on screen.
It's all smoke and mirrors. He's got a whole team of beauticians over there. He's disgusting in real life. He doesn't pay them. They're migrant workers that he threatens. He has all their passports, and if they talk back, he won't let them see their families for, you know.
It's true. I have a fucking I do the fucking Saudi what's the UAE style. What is it called? The system where they like grab the fucking passports. Kafala. Yeah, I got the Hasan Kafala system.
Ramadan. He's a real piece of shit, that guy.
I think his camera angle keeps getting like lower and lower so that his shoulders just look bigger and his head looks smaller.
Yeah. Okay, bro. Fucking okay. PFT. What is this? Hey, yo. What is this? What is this? Stop it. God, I love these guys. They're fucking hilarious.
Yeah. He's rocking like Kyle Kuzma sweaters now.
He does,
They're just massive shirts.
And he has that little ass head.
Yeah.
Oh, the Albacam overpowered.
Susan.
The fucking haters, dude. The goddamn haters, dude. Yo, chill with the Kyle Kuzma sweater. This is crazy. I had no way of responding to this too. What the fuck? That Huey Johnson guy, Lamau. Amazing. I mean, what can you say? Amazing. Amazing. This is the guy that rolled up to Kai. This is the funniest thing I saw. Off topic, but this is the funniest thing I saw from yesterday's stream. Oh.
Have to tell. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Abdullah Rasulullah. What do you have to say now? Be gone, atheist. That's right. I have said the Shahada. Allah is the greatest. And Muhammad, peace be upon him, is his prophet.
Yeah, he destroyed this atheist when he did that. He ulted. All right. What else was I going to show you? There was some other stuff that I was going to look at. We're going to talk about Zohran. We did already talk about Zohran getting endorsed by the liberal king, the liberal god king. Hashtag resistance liberalism, his very own. Right here.
Good morning, New York City. I know getting back on your feet after a long holiday weekend is tough, but here's some news that'll put some pep in your step. Like all campaigns, we hired a research firm to poll New Yorkers. What they just found? It's very exciting. Let's start with the headlines. We're now at 27% in the first round of ranked choice voting, firmly in second place behind Andrew Cuomo, with the next campaign in single digits. And in the final round, after every other candidate's been eliminated, it's us at 44% and Cuomo at 56%. That's a 12-point gap. In March, it was 40 points. And we've gotten here while a third of New Yorkers still haven't heard of us. That means we're nowhere near our ceiling. That's where you come in. Yes, we're gonna have more rallies, more TV ads, more videos like this, and that's all thanks to your contributions. Just this past weekend, our volunteers passed 600,000 doors knocked. No one else is even in the same galaxy, let alone the same neighborhoods. With less than a month to go, we're going to win a city that New Yorkers can actually afford and send Andrew Cuomo back to the suburbs.
My goat. I think Zohran's support is more firm than Cuomo's because his base is more politically engaged. Cuomo doesn't have a base. He's just trailing on name recognition and being a part of the Democratic Party machine that he designed in the state when he was the governor. He comes from a lineage of Cuomos that have dominated New York politics. His last name is incredibly recognizable. And a lot of boomers, okay, regardless of their background, regardless of demographics, like once they get to a certain age and they hear that, they go, all right, that's a trustworthy name. I know that name. I'll rank it 1. That's the problem. Zohran Mamdani, on the other hand, is not a name that they know. He needs that phantom endorsement, and Jay Schlatt needs to run anti-Cuomo ads if he's a real hater. Yeah, that's what we need to do. We're gonna phantom tax Andrew Cuomo. It just sucks. Are AOC and Bernie waiting for the final moments of their endorsement? They have to endorse him, right? I don't know what they're doing, man. I don't know what they're doing. I think AOC... I think one of the biggest problems with the Democratic Party politicians in this goddamn country is that they're so scared. They're so scared to lead, okay? And I can't believe I'm saying this for Bernie Sanders, who spent most of his career being pushed aside as a unique individual with politics that were far too radical for the average American. And then he literally was honest when he ran against the figurehead of establishment politics in 2016. And everyone was like, oh my God, what a breath of fresh air. There is a normal human being who speaks to our desires. And since then, he has just kept going back and taking way more restrained approaches over and over and over and over again. And I don't know why. They're just like scared to lead. Ironically enough, You're supposed to keep pushing. You're not supposed to, when you get to a position where your politics becomes more popular, okay, in the collective consciousness, when people start going, oh yeah, I do actually love that guy, you're not supposed to rein it in. You're not supposed to dial it back. You're supposed to keep pushing and push harder. What are you doing? Push harder. You know? It doesn't make any sense. And the same goes for AOC as well. I would say AOC was even more radical when she first ran. Like, she was way more aggressive with her messaging. And it wasn't a bad thing. It was a good thing. But I think now that she has, and this is not, again, although I do have a direct line of communication with at least people that work in these campaigns and stuff. Like, I'm not saying this off of like anything I know personally. This is simply my speculation as an outsider, just like you. I'm looking at this from the outside, and I feel like perhaps she is entertaining unseating Chuck Schumer, and she's actually destroying Chuck Schumer. By the way, there's polls that came out that show that AOC is more popular than Chuck Schumer amongst American Jews in New York, okay? Which is not even remotely surprising if you understand how American politics works. But it does kind of cut away at the stupid argument that Chuck Schumer makes all the time, which is like, oh, I'm protecting American Jews. I'm protecting Judaism by protecting Israel. Well, it turns out American Jews don't give a fuck about that, big dog. What happened? I thought you were the annihilator of anti-Semitism, and that was the primary function. That was the most important thing. Defending Israel was the most important thing for American Jews, I thought. Well, it turns out they don't give a fuck. Why would they? It's so stupid. AOC has like a 10-point lead amongst New York Jews against AOC, against Chuck Schumer, who is Jewish himself. He has the highest rank. He is the highest ranking Jewish politician in the country. Not the highest platform. Obviously, Bernie is more popular, but yeah, look at this. Look. Honest Strategy Group poll. New York City sampled. New York 2028 Democratic Senate primary. AOC at 54%. Chuck Schumer at 33%. Cooked. It's over. New York City Jewish Democrats sampled. AOC at 45%. Chuck Schumer at 38%. Chuck Schumer has officially become a less popular figure than even Nancy Pelosi. Okay. New Yorker comment, signing up to canvas right now. Do you know any neighborhoods that need more work? Since you know people working on the campaign, brother, why are you asking me? Ask the campaign. What? I don't know. That's crazy. You think I'm dialed in on like what areas of need look like for Zohran's campaign? I don't know. Anyway, look. Someone says South Brooklyn. I canvass for Zohran. Okay. So I don't know. Maybe it's because of stuff like this. Maybe it's because she wants to like unseat Chuck Schumer potentially and become a senator. And that's the reason why she's just like taking a softer approach. But like, that's stupid. Okay. I don't think that's smart. I don't think that's good instincts. Okay. I'm not saying, run around saying, death to Israel or whatever. Okay. But like showing support to someone like Zohran and building a momentum, building a movement, like having a little bit more courage and having a little bit more confidence in your power is good. It's a good thing. I think it's like, not the expectation here is not a crazy one. I don't think it's a crazy thing to expect AOC and Bernie to fucking endorse Zohran, especially when he is clearly the number one guy. Especially now with Cuomo getting a DOJ suit slapped on him for, annihilating boomers during COVID. which clearly is a political move, and it's identical to what happened with Eric Adams. It's identical to Eric Adams. Like, the Eric Adams situation is that there was a valid investigation from the DOJ under the Brandon leadership. And then when Trump came into office, he basically used that existing investigation, dropped the investigation using the DOJ powers that he has, to drop the investigation to control Eric Adams better. Okay? It's crazy. They're going to endorse Ladner because they know he has no chance of winning. Yeah, I'm going to lose my mind if that happens. Like, no disrespect to that guy either. If Zohran wasn't running and wasn't so popular, then he's a perfectly valid candidate to back. Okay? He is a progressive. He's definitely, I mean, look, he's a progressive. He's nowhere near as progressive as Zohran is, okay? But having said that, Brad Lander is the name that we're talking about. He's the person that actually fucking even head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Greg Kazar, endorsed as well, which I asked him directly why he did that. So Brad Lander is the current New York City comptroller, okay? And he's not a bad guy by any means, okay? As far as like running for New York mayor, he's not a bad guy by any means, all right? But right now, there is clearly a much more valid opponent to Cuomo. He's not, but not pro-Palestine. Yeah, he's a lib. He's a liberal Zionist. He's not, I'm saying like adjusted to normal circumstances. If Zohran wasn't running, if Zohran wasn't in the running, you wouldn't even entertain that. You would be like, there's no one on there aside from Zohran that's like a committed anti-Zionist, which is ironic because people are still saying that Zohran is not a committed anti-Zionist either. Zohran is a committed anti-Zionist. In any case, what? From the Breakfast Club interview yesterday? What? You want me to watch a 57-minute interview with David Hogg on the Breakfast Club? That's crazy. Didn't he say Israel has a right to defend itself? Who? Zohran? No, he did not say that. The fuck? No, they asked him if Israel has a right to exist, and he gave the classic, like, yes, Israel has a right to exist. No, he didn't say, I don't think he said Israel has a right to defend itself. What the fuck? No, he just said Israel has a right to exist, which is, again, not the best answer. Dude, stop. Why do we always do this? Oh my fucking Lord. Oh my Lord. Dude, you have to give more allowances to politicians that you know are on your side. Okay? That's it. That's it. Because you have to adjust it. Not to like what the audiences look like, not to what the actual voter base looks like, but instead what the average, like how American politics works. Okay, that's it. And as time allows, as opinions shift, you can be more open about your perspective if time permits, okay? If the environment permits. Like, you have to be normal. is being signal boosted by ops to get Zohran support down. That tweet went viral with it. Had posts a few days later, a protester yelling at him and then calling you anti-Semitic. Yeah, I know. Our leaders have to have a commitment to the truth, and they have to lead. They have to be unafraid of leading, okay? And a part of that is to sometimes say things that might come across as scary. But as long as you have the courage, as long as you say the truth, as long as you have the courage to say the truth, I think you will win more favors than you think. That's it. How is this any different than the lesser evil argument? Because this person is running for office, dude. A lot of people, I think, who despise bourgeois elections don't understand. They on the one hand will despise the duopoly within the bourgeois democratic process that exists in this country, while simultaneously expecting fucking politicians that are running in those races to not even remotely try to tailor their messaging to an audience. Like, I'm sorry. You have to adjust your expectations to the average, okay? The average. What is the average position? I said this back then when his response was, that Israel has a right to exist. I said, like, the correct response to this, and I think someone like Zohran should, someone like Zohran should have a better response for this, obviously, considering, where we are at this point. It was like 19 months into this genocide. Having said that, however, okay, he is a Muslim dude running for mayor of New York. Like, what are we fucking talking about? It's not everyone has the same allowances. Brad Lander, okay, who is Jewish, could literally scream from the mountaintops that the Zionist entity must be dismantled piece by piece if he wanted to. Bernie Sanders could say the same. Straight up. Okay? I'm going to be honest with you. This is an allowance that American Jews have that a fucking Muslim doesn't. Wake up. Okay? Jesus Christ. Some of y'all act like we don't live in the fucking real world, Politicians already have a different set of standards, but it's crazy. No, you can say, listen. If an American Jewish person says something like that, and then all of the Israel advocacy groups turn around and go, oh, this Jew is a Jew hater or whatever, right? He's anti-Semitic. No American is going to comprehend that. Americans are not smart enough to even understand that there can be anti-Semitic Jews, like Stephen Miller, for example. Okay? They don't understand that. So it's like using that stupidity to your advantage. Do you understand me? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, Americans don't look at that and go, a token Jew, I guess. Like, they don't think about it like that. That's why Candace Owens gets so much fucking play being a black woman who says the most white supremacist shit. Do you understand me? Her entire job is to be that person, to put a black face on white supremacist statements. My opinion on it at the time, my statement on it at the time was like, look, the real answer to this is that no state has a right to exist. This is no different than saying, does Nazi Germany have a right to exist? Or does apartheid South Africa have a right to exist? Does Rhodesia have a right to exist? No state has a right to exist. People have a right to exist. Israel already exists as a state. Okay? And no, Israel, in its current formation as a genocidal apartheid state, does not have a right to exist. It's a criminal enterprise. But I think in that moment, someone like Zohran as a visible Muslim brown socialist guy is making a calculation, a different calculation than someone like yourself or someone like myself. I am much more forgiving of people toning down their rhetoric, especially if they're running for office. That's my point. I said no state has a right to exist. People have a right to exist. Nazi Germany had no right to exist, neither did Rhodesia. Israel is an apartheid state doing a genocide, has no right to exist in its current formation. Wait, what the fuck? I actually replied to my own tweet, but where is it? Now do China and Russia? He's definitely paid. I actually replied to this post, but I can't even find it. But Twitter is so broken that it's like you can't even see anything correctly. I always defer to the Mohammed El Kurd tweet on this. Yeah, here. He said, just in case you didn't know, Israel has a right to exist as a racist anti-Palestinian dog whistle, which implies the extermination of the Palestinian people. It was crafted and popularized by the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and repeating it verbatim today as a genocide is waged is especially egregious and akin to saying Nazi Germany had a right to exist while it was carrying out the Holocaust. I cannot for the life of me figure out why any self-respecting Palestinian or Arab would let such a degrading remark slide without question, even if, and particularly when it is from an ally we have to put our support behind and trust in. And no, I am not allergic to power. I'm allergic to indignity. Though I thought it's implied, let me clarify. I do hope Zohran wins the mayoral race because that's in the best interest of the working class New Yorkers. Also, no progressive politician should be repeating Zionist talking points in 2025. Two things can be true. Critique does not equal cancellation. Yeah, I said, this was my response to my own tweet. I said, also, I like Zohran a lot. I don't think anyone has to play these games anymore, but maybe the boomer electorate of New York City is not equipped to hear that from a Muslim mayoral candidate. You know? It's insidiously vague because saying it has no right to exist is implied to mean that you want to end all the people that currently live there, which obviously has no nuance whatsoever. Exactly. Anyway, yeah, Mike from PA had a good take on this. Yes, exactly. When he was on Noah's stream the other day, I saw it as well. You can't expect people running for major office to say the right thing all the time. It's better to know if they're a sympathizer versus an opportunist, and Zohran is very much a sympathizer. Exactly. There are two different types of politicians. You have sympathizers and you have phonies, okay? Opportunists. Opportunists are people like Fetterman. Fetterman is an opportunist. Okay, an opportunist adorns or adopts the aesthetics of like revolutionary politics or socialist politics, or says that they actually care, but they actually don't care. And then you have sympathizers who the expectation is that they will moderate their tone when running for office. Okay, Richie Torres is an opportunist. Kirsten Sinema was an opportunist. Cory Booker used to be an opportunist back in the day. He doesn't even do that anymore. Obama, opportunist. Most politicians are opportunists. And then you have the unique politician that is a committed person, okay? I think Zohran is committed. He is, I guess, a sympathizer, if you want to call it that. Anyway, let's move on. I don't know why we're relitigating this every time I bring this shit up. Look, I'm as big as an AOC defender as they come, but it is worrying that there has not been even a mention of this campaign by her and Bernie, and even more problematic that her office is a black box where we don't know what the fuck's going on. Half of the QDs of the Olbermann Zohran endorsement aren't happy people. They're complaining about AOC. A lot of you aren't even into socialism or progressivism or whatever the richest field for negative complainers you were naturally drawn to. Listen, we need more party discipline, and her refusing to endorse in her city is just insane. I say this as someone who isn't as an AOC obsessive. Is she refusing? I don't know that. I think she's doing it on the same schedule she does any citywide endorsement for someone who is maxed out. The problem is Zohran is not maxed out. That's precisely the reason why she should be actually fucking endorsing him. And she has made other citywide endorsements already. Oh, he means fundraising. Oh, okay. Well, there are other... Okay. Oh, my bad. I misunderstood. Zohran is maxed out on fundraising. That's correct. Okay. Having said that, however, no. There's something much more important than fucking fundraising. That is name recognition. It's not. Zohran is maxed out on the fundraising, but he is not maxed out on the name recognition. AOC is a nationally recognized, very popular New York politician. Okay? Her word at this stage would be incredible. Okay? The most impact, the maximum impact that you could have to potentially even swing this fucking election in Zohran's favor would be to hold a goddamn New York rally, one of those like fight the oligarchy rallies, and then endorse Zohran and have Zohran speak at that New York rally. If there was a Bernie AOC rally in New York and then they endorsed Zohran and they had Zohran fucking speak, oh my Lord. The AOC #1 endorsement would absolutely close this gap. And unlike Wiley last time, who went from underwater to almost winning, Zohran already has run by far the strongest campaign and will be able to do much more to maximize his impact with voters. Conversely, a non-#1 endorsement will ensure the press focuses mainly on the fact that it wasn't a #1 endorsement, saying like rank Zohran as #1. That is the word. Those are the words that need to come out of AOC and Bernie Sanders' mouth, but especially AOC. I hate these fucking dipshits, by the way. This guy is like a massive fucking Israel dick rider. I see him constantly. I hate these goddamn liberals. Mamdani would make a bad mayor in the Brandon Johnson mold. If she endorses and he loses, she has the stink of his loss on her. If she endorses and he wins, she's tainted by association to his inevitably terrible tenure as mayor. I hate these guys, man. These guys just want to fucking lose, you know? Or not, they want to lose. They just don't want the left to win. I know she met in person with Lander and Mamdani. I know. A while back, like a couple weeks ago. AOC meetings with Lander and Mamdani spurred talk of possible mayoral endorsement. And considering the Congressional Progressive Caucus leader, Greg Kazar, early on endorsed Brad Lander, while simultaneously saying Zohran would be great, but like endorse Brad Lander, I am worried that AOC is going to do some fuck shit like this, which is, it's loser shit, okay? It is straight up loser shit. We don't ride the polar coaster, but oh my God, first round 27, last round 44%. And most importantly for organizers, that's with 33% not knowing who Zohran Mamdani is. The ceiling is so high. Oh, and this is the other side of the Zohran conversation. All of these yimbys, Zohran, much like many progressive figureheads, has a yimby sympathetic campaign. He is Mr. Dezoning, okay? He is an advocate for for building more housing. That is a pivotal part of his campaign promises. And yet, all of these abundance-aligned, political commentators are anti-Zohran. So much so that they are quite literally saying they might even endorse fucking Eric Adams. Once again, this kind of stuff is quite literally a perfect demonstration that these guys and their position is just anti-left. That's it. They're just anti-left charlatans, and that's the only thing they care about. Honestly, might pick Adams, and I do not like Adams much at all. The wire fraud, bribery accepting, witness tampering, evidence destroying guy who sold out to Trump to get charges dropped against him, resulting in his resignation of multiple U.S. attorneys in protest over the lefty who supports some rent control along with many YIMBY policies. I do not believe Zohran would support YIMBY policies in any meaningful way. You're right. I'm sure the bribery guy will be much more likely to take on NIMBYs than the socialist guy. A YIMBY is a yes in my backyard. A NIMBY is not in my backyard. It's the people that want to deregulate housing and engage in, like, some of the aspects of YIMBYism are correct in terms of like the necessity for more housing that needs to be built. A lot of that movement, unfortunately, is also libertarian adjacent. If you are a YIMBY, but you're also pro real estate developers, pro capital, then you are an unserious person. If you are NIMBYs, on the other hand, can be conservatives that don't want, black and brown people or poor people in their neighborhood, and also people who are anti-gentrification initiatives. Both YIMBYs can be of the leftist variety or hyper right wing, and NIMBYs are the same as well. You can have leftist NIMBYs or you can have incredibly right wing NIMBYs. It just means, like, do you want more building? In the most basic ways to explain it. In the most reductive terms, do you want to build more housing or not? Okay? So, but a lot of these guys, the abundance faction, Mamdani triangulates a bunch of YIMBY policy, but they don't care about that and decide to back a felonious, unregistered foreign agent crook who's being extorted by the Trump admin to crack down on immigrants. And that's because they actually are going to vote for Andrew Cuomo. They just don't want to say it out loud. Okay? Because there is functionally no difference between Andrew Cuomo and Eric Adams. They are both incredibly right-wing, incredibly crooked figures of New York politics at this point, and there is no difference between them. They are both literally, like, Andrew Cuomo already is open to the same exact line of attack and the same exact line of control that Trump implemented against Eric Adams. He already has a DOJ court case that was announced. So it is identical, okay? So when I see people go, I don't know about this. Here's where I'm at on the New York City race more broadly, says Matthew Iglesias. It's not just that one guy from the Center for New Liberalism. It's this guy speaking at the Welcome Pack conference too. Given a choice between a leader on the left who supports a bunch of YIMBY policies or stuffing the left, they pick a bribe-taking, Trump-extorted puppet mayor. Here's where I'm at on the New York City mayor more broadly, says Matthew Iglesias, egg boy himself. Polling right now suggests the final round of RCV in the New York City mayoral election will come down to Andrew Cuomo or Zohran Mamdani, two deeply flawed options for abundance-focused moderates. After ranking better top-line options like Zellner Myrie, who would you rank fifth between Cuomo and Mamdani to ensure your vote has meaning in the final round? Among the top two, I think Cuomo is a bad choice and Mamdani is a disastrous choice. I would support Eric Adams in the general election. Like, he thinks Mamdani is worse than Andrew Cuomo. Egg boy will be Republican in 8 years or less. He already is, man. He already is. Just weird how the red line for libs when it comes to voting always comes down to left-wing policies. I know. I'm sorry, but if you don't like fucking Zohran Mamdani and you're like one of these guys who's like, I want to build more housing, then you're not a fucking serious person at all. Just look at the difference in favorability here. What the fuck? What is this goddamn link that you sent me, dude? The YouGov poll. I couldn't even fucking... It's getting blocked automatically by... Just send me the normal YouGov link instead of sending it to me through a tiny URL. Yeah, what Americans think of 120 political leaders. Wait, hold on. There was the difference in favorability. Cuomo -4, AOC and Bernie 61 and 75 among Dem voters. Andrew Cuomo, 69% awareness, minus 30 net favorability. Oh my Lord. Oh my fucking Lord. Democrats. Obama has a plus 86 net favorability. Kamala Harris, 84. Bernie Sanders, 75. Biden, 70. Ugh, gross. Tim Walz, 61. Walz is followed by AOC, plus 61, who is the only Democrat in the top 10 who hasn't run for president or vice president. Also in the top 10 after Ocasio-Cortez are Hillary Clinton. Oh, gross. God. Elizabeth Warren, 58. Cory Booker, 52. Pete Buttigieg, 51. The survey was conducted before Booker's 25-hour speech on the Senate floor. Further down in the ranking is the former Democratic House Leader Pelosi, plus 38. Schumer. Oh. Adams is minus 26 and Cuomo is minus 1 are the only two Democratic politicians in our survey who have a negative net favorability among Democrats. Great. The Obama propaganda is crazy. I genuinely didn't even realize he sucked until I became a fan of yours, and all my friends still think he's perfect. Yeah, I know. Anyway, it's just it is ridiculous. All right, let's see what David Hogg was saying at this Breakfast Club interview, talking to the largest advocate for resistance liberalism, woke activist, Charlamagne the God.
Of course, there are challenges with Democratic leadership, but what I would say is, especially in the case of somebody like Hakeem Jeffries, let's get him the majority so we can see what he can actually do with that majority in the first place.
He's not going to do anything. I can see. Here's the thing, and I treat it like anything else, right? Like, you know how they say money doesn't change you; it just multiplies whatever you already are. More power is not going to change these people. If you're a coward with no power, you're going to be a coward with power. We've seen plenty of Democrats who have power who are still cowards. Hakeem ain't going to do nothing different with power.
Well, I think if we have the right people elected that are out there, they're going to be able, ultimately, sometimes it's not.
I cannot believe this man endorsed both Mayor Michael Bloomberg for president and then Pete Buttigieg. He is so correct sometimes and so off the mark on other moments. It is shocking. Okay? Just remember, that man right there endorsed Michael Bloomberg and then Pete Buttigieg. He is, oh my Lord. I mean, it's kind of makes sense because he's such a fucking, he is like the perfect liberal.
Not a matter of what you want to do. When you have to get elected to those positions within the House, for example, if we get more people elected that are saying, no, this is not enough, we have to fight harder, that we're not just going to stick in our positions of power forever, and we're going to say to you, for example, that if we're going to vote for you, this is what we want to see, because obviously he has to be elected to be the majority speaker of the House. Yeah. By having some more of those young people that are on the front lines of these issues of addressing that, I know in those internal deliberations that it's not so much a matter of what he wants to do. It's more a matter of if he wants to get elected, he is going to have to be able to fight harder. And I know that those young people will push him to do that. And if they feel like he's not going to, then they won't vote for him.
Ugh. God, we're so cooked. Every time I look at the Democratic Party, I just feel like we're incredibly cooked. Oh, this was awesome. This tweet is going fucking crazy, by the way. Hasan-Mogold dichotomy is fascinating. The left's big streamer has a poli-sci degree and does real activism. Even then, he's pretty divisive on the left. The right's a guy who played Warcraft and lives in rotten animal flesh who has something to say, basically Jesus to them. This guy turns around and says, charisma, empathy, and self-reflection. You said it yourself. Hasan is divisive even on the left. Is it really hard to like us? It is really hard to like Hasan even for the left. Meanwhile, Hasanmongold is just a guy who keeps streaming for his audience. Just turns out most of his audience is a bunch of old people who play or used to play video games and end up leaning to the right in politics. Hasan does well when it comes to appear close to his audience. He's just one of them. His audience can self-reflect on some of his behavior. Of course, not many agree with. It's okay to be a filthy roach, but Hasan has effectively turned that into a meme and laughs about it. Hasan, on the other hand, gets called a rich millionaire living in a mansion and gets annoyed by it, and also is hard for people to see themselves close to that. Yeah. Just some like real truth, real criticism. Oh, never mind. Turns out career hater. is always like this. Famously, old people use Twitch. Yes, Hasanmongold's audience probably is either similar to mine in age or even older potentially. Also, no one lives in the same circumstances as Hasanmongold. Like, literally no one. He pulled it. It's much older than yours. Considering that all of the people that come in here from Hasanmongold's stream to shit on me are oftentimes accounts created in like 2013, I am confident in stating that, yes, most of his diehard fedayeen are 35 plus. His audience is brigading Fear and videos, by the way. Wait, what? The fuck is this? Am I going crazy, or the Fear and comment section is being brigaded by people pretending to be fans of the podcast? All the criticism of the episode is valid, but I was reading recent comments and people demanding that they kick Hasan out of the pod or that Cutie should leave. Y'all have to get Hasan off the cast. I love this show, but the things Hasan has been promoting and applauding is nothing short of hateful. I love this cast, but ignoring Hasan, how Hasan has been outside this episode, is unexcusable. I believe people can have their... These people are so stupid. That's how you know they're not real fans. Dude, people being like, I'm a big fan of the Fear End podcast, which is shot, of course, in a totally separate location and not the room next to this room where I'm streaming. But supporting blatant terrorism and denying the torture of women, children, and men with just pigs in habitats is morally fucked. If anything, I'm surprised Cutie's able to see past his behavior and attend the show, especially with how rude he is towards her. Guys, big fan. He's also a fucking Jake Weber subscriber, which is shocking because Jake also loves me. So I don't know. I think they're just going after all the Fear End crew because even Will's VOD channel is getting stupid comments now. Yeah. Kick Hasan off the podcast in his own house is giving the same energy as deport Hasan back to New Jersey. Yeah. Hasan, my 14 subscriber clip channel's even being brigaded. They have no life. Yeah, it is shocking how much these guys are jobless. I think I am partially an advocate for a federal jobs guarantee and a federal work program so that these guys have something to, busy themselves with instead of just like stalking and brigading all day, every day. It would be very beneficial for the economy. It would be beneficial for them. And it would be beneficial for me as well. It's a win-win-win-win-win, Righties are very persistent with their brigading. Is all they have because reality isn't on their side. I know. They're trying to do their own version of a cancel culture, but they don't realize the reason cancel culture was a thing was because most of them actually did bad stuff. Exactly. I don't think you can will a cancellation upon someone who hasn't done anything that is even remotely wrong. Like, you can try to massage the narrative to the best of your ability, and there are communities that will entertain it, communities that are already like right-wing adjacent, but most people are not going to, most people are not going to do that. Most people aren't going to be like, yeah, you know what, you're right. As a big Cutie fan and a perma watcher here, I'm pretty sure Cutie is more rude towards you than the opposite. Exactly. To be fair, I've never disliked you more than when you were being a cunt to Cutie. Yeah, it's called Make It Content, dumbass. I don't know if you know this is a 13-month subscriber, but we are good friends. That's... I don't know. Have you... Yeah, but onions are toxic. Oh my God, we're not having this. They are not my coworkers. They are my friends, okay? I don't know if you know this, but friction is a big part of making entertaining content and commentary. If there is no friction, then that clip, that hour-long episode that we just did, for the record, they're talking about the latest episode of the Fear On podcast. The episode was a banger. It was really fucking good. Okay? It was really, really, really good. And the reason why it was really good is because, one, Cutie is an insane person. Okay, here, let's take a look. Cutie Cinderella saves a life. Okay. Most of the episode, basically, most of the episode was around this Oniongate. Okay. And the reason why there was an hour, basically 45 minutes of it was just basically designated to talking about Oniongate was because there is friction. I could not stop laughing this episode. Yeah. There was one comment I saw that was brilliant, though. Prediction for the next episode. Will genuinely apologize. Hasan gives an ingenuine. No, that's not the one. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Where was it? Oh, this is it. This is the best comment that summarizes everything. Hasan and Will spending the entire episode thinking they know more about poisoning than poison control and more about cooking than a chef. I love this comment because it's so true. It's a great episode, and I think you guys will like it. People just need to subscribe to the Patreon and watch you two play with the toy that Will brought to understand the dynamic. In my honest opinion, you were wrong with your whole just walk it off take because we all know your ass will be rushing Kai to the vet even if you won't go to the hospital unless you literally rip an arm out. Good episode, though. No, not when it comes to like eating stuff. I have this opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but I have this very stupid opinion that I think. Wait, there's a Fear End podcast subreddit. Hope everyone's having a great weekend. Having a great extended weekend. I'm enjoying a nice bowl of Mongolian beef on my day off. Anyway, what I was gonna say is, I have this suspicion. Perhaps it's wrong, but I think like we have like this is my most like anti-science take, okay? But I think like animals can eat a lot more of the stuff that we think is toxic for them than we think they can without like serious health repercussions. Now, this doesn't mean like you can eat an entire chocolate bar as like a tiny dog. You know what I mean? Of course not. But I still think Swift would have been fine. You're right, but still go to the vet. It takes a lot of any food to hurt dogs, so a whole Hershey bar a day for them to die from chocolate. So a little piece of onion skin won't hurt her, but it will if she has a big quantity. L take, and this is coming from a vet. I am the RFK Jr. of veterinary science. It's true. Of course, this is, different dogs are different sizes. Like, I'm fairly certain Kai could just eat like an entire chocolate, like Belgian chocolate, and be perfectly fine. She's 120 pounds. She can eat like a 120-pound human. Like, she can eat as though she is a 120-pound human, I think. Not to say that I will ever give her anything but. Not to say I would ever give her anything but the sanctioned food. I'm not going to like test it ever. But I'm saying that I wouldn't panic as much. If she ate a Hershey's Kiss, you'd be sobbing. I mean, I don't listen. Like, Austin will sometimes like throw wrappers on the ground after eating chocolate on the podcast. And you've seen my reaction to that. I freak out because I don't want Kaya to even eat the fucking wrapper or the chocolate. So I'm obviously careful. I'm simply saying that, like, if an accident were to happen, I don't think I would panic as much. Yes. Why are people shocked that Austin is a fucking slob? Hello? Are you new here? Yes. He will eat food and then discard the wrappers that still have bits and pieces of chocolate on it on the fucking ground. Yes. Inside. In my house. He does it all the time. It's a big point of contention in our podcast dynamic. Anyway. Yeah, he's done it on camera on the podcast recently and still didn't pick it up. Yeah. He did live during a Fear End episode, even throwing stuff on the ground behind him. Yeah. And then he'll act like he did not discard the wrappers behind him like a week later when we're like, I wonder who might have left this wrapper here. And he'll be like, not me. Like, he does it on camera. All right. Billie Eilish wins big at the 2025 American Music Awards. Let's take a look.
Music Award took over Las Vegas yesterday. It was a triumphant comeback after a 2-year hiatus. Now, this is the largest fan-voted music award show, and it delivered on spectacle, including Janet Jackson's first TV performance in 7 years. It was great to see her on stage. Andres Gutierrez has the night's biggest moments.
Jennifer Lopez kicked off the AMAs with an epic 6-minute dance medley by this year's nominees. J-Lo turned heads with this spicy moment, kissing 3 of her dancers. SZA's Saturn earned favorite R&B song. Fans voted her favorite female.
Billie Eilish must have good God takes. Yes, she does.
R&B artist.
Mom, do I have makeup on my teeth? Okay. Thank you to my mom and to my dad.
Billie Eilish was the night's big winner, taking home Artist of the Year.
This is so crazy. I feel speechless.
Benson Boone was flipping out again. And Blake Shaw.
I saw a take about Benson Boone that is like etched into the back of my mind. I don't know anything about him, but there was this girl that basically read him to filth and said he... Did I say his name wrong? Fuck. I'm not the most in tune. Okay? Whatever. What is it? Alta Music? No. Benson Boone. Look. What's his name? How do you say it? Fuck. Everyone is just saying the wrong names now. Boo Boo Lemon. Stop. Beeba Doobie. See, I did it right. Oh my God. Everyone is saying the wrong names now. Fuck you. What is it? Benson. Oh, it's Benson Boone. Okay. I was so close. Y'all are fucking assholes. Okay. I said Benson Boone and I was wrong. It's Boone. Okay. It's Benson Boone. Okay. Shut up. Listen to me. I saw a tweet, or not a tweet. I saw a TikTok that was like, Benson Boone is inauthentic with all of this like tastemaker shit that he showcases himself as, because like, yeah, you see him when he's like performing, you see him in these like crazy outfits or whatever, but the way he, like, someone that is that stylish in his performance would at least have like an eye for aesthetics. And if you look at the way, like, if you look at his house, if you look at the way he dresses himself when he's not performing, you get you very quickly realize that like he has no eye for aesthetics whatsoever. Okay? Because and this person was, does anyone have the TikTok? I need to just
hot take, but the weird vibes or the ick that y'all are getting from Benson Boone isn't because he's a Mormon or used to be a Mormon. It's because he
This isn't it. I don't think this was it. There was another lady that was like straight up showing like photos of his house.
He's turned himself into a brand, or his label might have, either way. But he's trying to sell authenticity and relatability. And because he's not being his authentic self, it's falling flat and making people go, ugh. Now let's do a little exercise. Let's say this is y'all's first impression of me. Hi, I'm Nessie. I'm a theatrical costume designer. I created DashCon. I got the shit bit out of me by a raccoon last week. And also, more importantly, I'm a grad student studying critically endangered raccoon conservation. Do you believe me? I just said a bunch of weird ass shit. But do you believe me? If so, why? Right, now watch this.
Moonbeam ice cream, taking off your blue jeans, dancing at the movies.
And watch his other videos. Can you tell that he's trying to sell you something?
Yeah. Oh, this is it.
You know how I know that this is not authentic to Benson Boone? And like this vibe, and certainly this. I've never met a man committed to like creative expression and art with just like no.
Yeah, this is literally like all of the like the backdrops. Like this one-shotted me. Okay? This TikTok one-shotted me because as soon as I saw how this man was living and what type of like clothes he chooses to wear and how little care he has for aesthetics, it made me realize like everything about this is rich take. No, that person ain't rich. The person who's talking ain't rich. Benson Boone is rich on the other hand. Like, even when I wasn't fucking breaded up like I am now, okay, there were still little curios and mementos and things that I cared about that like gave a deeper insight into like who I am as a person and what I care about. This man lives in an Airbnb, brother.
No trace of like style or home decor or just like anything interesting around. Like not even some like cool, weird like shit from his grandparents.
Yeah, you know? Like that was again a great take.
Everything is new and curated generically in a very Airbnb core kind of way. It would work for anything and everyone. Like, you can't be 10 toes down that people are being like haters for no reason for hating the way you express yourself. and then have no trace of self-expression or like appreciation of art or even like color. A stylist picked out this outfit. I just don't believe you.
I'm not, this is giving. I've never moved before, let alone left my zip code. I wish I cared, to be honest. Maybe he moves a lot. Could be the case. Why are you hating on a young one? I mean, Cutie Cinderella is a great example of a former Mormon who obviously has like an eye for aesthetics. Like Cutie Cinderella is a perfect example of that. She not only has you know done a lot in her own home. Okay, like she has a specific style. Who cares? One of the photos said "New Home, LMFAO." I think ultimately I don't give a shit about how authentic Benson Boone is. As far as like you know, music goes, I don't know enough about music in general to give you an idea or give you an opinion on like his output. But as someone who knows very little, this TikTok was able to convince me about the inauthentic nature of Benson Boone. Why does everything sound like an audition song for The Voice? Alex Warren's Ordinary, Benson Boone's Beautiful Things, and more Hot 100 lists are leading a wave of pop releases that are perfect fit for contestants auditioning for television singing competitions. I mean, listen, it's Imagine Dragons, right? That's what it is. Radioactive. Like, it's gotta sound like haters for real. I think the queer baiting is more problematic. Stop. I'm gonna stop you right there. I'm just gonna say time out. Okay? Time out on hate. I'm gonna say, dude, I love dropping this. I love dropping this randomly. I was doing it earlier this morning. I was like, time out on hate. I think we need to do this more often. That Shaq timeout is like burned into my mind. Cease your hatred. Okay? Time out on hate. Say no to hate. It's so good. Anyway, can you watch Tim Dillon talk about Miss Rachel's Gaza video? It's a pretty great example of calling out the bullshit anti-Semitic propaganda on a decently big platform.
I wanted to talk about this. I don't know much about Miss Rachel. I haven't consumed much of her content. My godson, who is 4, I don't think is a Miss Rachel fan either. I don't know. I don't know what he watches.
Yo, put your godson on game, dude. What is this? What is this, bro? Your godson needs to be watching Miss Rachel.
But I don't think it's Miss Rachel. I don't know what's going on in that household, to be quite honest. But Miss Rachel has come under fire recently because she does content for children. Singing songs, things like that for kids. And Miss Rachel has come under fire because she's spoken out for the children of Gaza who are being starved to death and killed, bombed and stuff. And Miss Rachel, something's wrong with her, this woman. I think I don't know what's wrong with her. She's like mad at this. What? So Miss Rachel, yeah, I know. So this woman is like, doesn't understand like why all these kids in Gaza like do have to go, like all of them. She doesn't get it. She didn't get the memo that like these are not blameless children.
Right. Finally, someone is saying the truth that is so hard to come by. Finally, someone also, but guys, he's being sarcastic. It's a joke. He's a comedian. He's joking on his comedy podcast. Just going to let you know, he is, this is the Autistic Man Explains to Autistic Community the structure of a joke hour of this broadcast. Once again, I made the bro thought jokes would fly mistake, as I do all the time on this community. Okay. He is showcasing how fucking insane the counter narratives against Miss Rachel are by assuming their position and entertaining their position as though it is the truth. Okay, it's a little misdirection there. Do you understand? In an effort to like lean into what people say about Miss Rachel, he is showcasing that the people who hate Miss Rachel are in the wrong, and also insane people, as a matter of fact. Okay, at Grok, explain this joke.
They are part of a very, very dangerous terrorist organization. And they have to be, and I mean, there's people that are coming on saying this, by the way. Dr. Einat Wolf is out going, the Hamas represents the genuine desires of the Palestinian people. Another guy just came out, and we'll play him later, saying that, like, hey, there's not really anybody innocent over there. There's no such thing as innocent people. And so, and of course, so it's odd to me that Miss Rachel is not figuring this out. She's like, just.
Yeah, because she must be a deeply anti-Semitic person, because everybody knows if you want to be someone who is not an anti-Semite, you have to assume that all Jewish people, no matter where they live, love unlimited baby murder, okay? This is the least anti-Semitic position you can arrive at. The notion that Jewish people actually look at the current Holocaust going on in Gaza and go, please, I love that. This is for me, and I want more of it. This is somehow the least anti-Semitic position you can arrive at. And anyone that says, hey, I actually don't like that, maximum anti-Semitism. Maximum anti-Semitism.
Just looking at these kids and going, why do we keep killing these kids? And there's always a good reason for children being killed. Oh, literally always. And it bothers me when people make it simple. Like, people make it really simple, and it's like the world is not that simple. When I see a child being killed, the first thing I do is step back and take a moment. I take a moment and I think about history, and I think about the layers and the complexity, the ins and the outs, and that's what I do. Miss Rachel, this dumb bitch.
Don't say bless you. It's science you, okay? You can say Albert Einstein you. You can say facts, logic, and reasoning you. Do not say bless you, okay? I treat it as a microaggression. There is no blessing in this community, okay? Say Matthew or something, okay?
By the way, she sees a kid being killed and is like, stop it. Stop killing that kid. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why don't you read a book? How about some study? When I see a kid being killed, I immediately open a book. and I begin to read the book, and I'll find the answer. I don't know where, chapter 3.
This guy is saying what dumb guys say when they want to sound smart. I think about history and read a book. He's just, oh my God. Okay. Anyway, yeah, it's good. I'm glad that Tim Dillon is defending Miss Rachel. We have to do more defense of Miss Rachel.
Shelton raised some
There's never enough defense of Miss Rachel in my
country
book.
rock ruckus. But the biggest performance of the night went to Janet Jackson.
No, I wanted to watch it. Okay, fuck, fine.
I wanted to talk about what is happening. What is this? So she is, understandably ignorant of the need to, there's always a reason. We're not just running around killing kids unless it's a necessary thing to be done. Right? I mean, duh. So this whack job, okay, to make some political point, I don't want to see politics when I'm watching a children's show. Now, Miss Rachel is politicizing her children's show with Hamas propaganda. Let's take a look. And by the way, this is
Nice Bathroom is correct. This is called exposure therapy. A lot of you have never even encountered a joke in the wild, okay? Or at least like the only type of jokes that you have encountered in the wild are in the meme format. So when you actually hear someone like being sarcastic or whatever, you just like lose your mind. So this is important. This is exposure therapy. Hype trait incoming, by the way.
Is not for the faint of heart. I'm telling you right now, I watched this, I was in disbelief at how sick it is. I was in literal disbelief. This is one of the sickest and most...
Yeah, we're making comedy legal again. USA! Comedy legal again.
Insane things I've seen in my life. This is an American mother engaging in Hamas propaganda with a member of Hamas. She brought a member of Hamas on her show. Let's take a look. See if we can get a little volume there.
See the bunny sleeping till it's nearly noon. Shall we wake them with a merry tune? They're so still. Are they ill?
Disgusting.
Wake up soon. Let's pretend to sleep.
I mean, this is, I learned exactly what I needed to learn from this. I learned exactly what I needed to learn from this, which is she is communicating to me. She is telling me, dismantle the Zionist entity piece by piece. That's classic, dude. Oh, y'all thought this was just about a child that almost got assassinated by the Israeli state with American munitions? Think again. Yeah. The dangerous brainwashing continues. Miss Rachel doing material support to Hamas.
Wake up, little bunnies! Skip, little bunnies, skip, skip, skip. Skip, little bunnies, skip, skip, skip. Skip, little bunnies, skip, skip, skip. Skip, skip, can't stop. Let's hop again. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop. Hop, little bunnies, hop, hop, hop.
This is Hamas propaganda. Let's stop this for a minute because this is insane. It is propaganda. Miss Rachel with the a girl who lost both of her legs in Gaza. And again, you might think that's wrong. You might think that's wrong from the comfort of your house. You might not understand why it's right. Because, as Douglas Murray would say, you're in the comfort of your home. You're in the comfort of your home. People in the Western world, in your culture.
I think it is shocking how many people unironically believe this and repeat this. Like, there's definitely a real number of people that are actually firmly committed to this position. You've never been. Yeah, like 40% of our nation? No, fuck no. Dude, no. You're wrong about that. I will say, you are definitely wrong about that. Maybe 40% of like Washington, D.C., like 40% of politicians. Having said that, as far as like the average American's position goes on this, like it is maximum 30% of Americans, probably closer to like 20% to 25%. Straight up. There is no appetite for this level of death and destruction in the United States of America. Okay? It's certainly not 40% of Americans. What are they trying to imply when they say, have you ever been there? It's Douglas Murray and his like idiotic argument against Dave Smith on the Joe Rogan Experience that made the rounds, where Douglas Murray was allowed into the Gaza Strip with the IDF, of course, and he even posed in front of Yahya Sinwar's chair that he was assassinated in, that he was killed in, fighting till the very last moment. And Douglas Murray was trying to own Dave Smith, comedian Dave Smith, who is pro-Palestine, by claiming that you can't talk about Israel because you haven't been there, which is like a very common technique that Israel defenders apply when they go, oh, you just haven't seen Israel, or you haven't been to the Gaza Strip. It's like idiotic. One must ask the question why people are not allowed to go to the Gaza Strip. But of course, no one ever asked that fucking question. Also, Douglas Murray himself talks about Iran all the time, talks about North Korea all the time. That motherfucker's never been there. So, it's a stupid position. It is, ironically, the same exact position that Andrew Tate tried to use against me in our famous debate, where I was trying to explain to him the importance of empirical evidence, the importance of like observations, reading books, in an effort to better understand the world around us, and he there was that famous moment where I was like, hey, you don't think the earth is flat? He's like, no, it's not. Oh, well, how do you know? It feels flat. Have you been on a spaceship? Have you been on a rocket ship and flew outside of the atmosphere to take a look and see how not flat it actually is? No. So obviously, you rely on this stuff too. Have you seen how bloodthirsty the average American is? No shot is 20%. Yes, but Americans are also incredibly selfish. Americans also fancy themselves to be peaceful people. Debate that was a dog walk? Yeah. It was a dog walk, and it literally it was one of the most consequential debates of my career, because after that, the entirety of the blue checkmark like power farmers and meme accounts turned so aggressively. That caused me to get fucking...
Just proving your point.
Okay. Yeah, this is it. I made Andrew Tate run away in a debate. 2.8 million views 2 years ago. 3 years ago now. This also, in my opinion, was the beginning of the end. Up until this moment, everyone was just like glazing him. And no one who had been around him had actually like held his feet to the fire a little bit. It's also yet another great example. It's also yet another great example of the audience doesn't know better than me sometimes, because everyone overwhelmingly was telling me, don't talk to him, don't talk to him, don't talk to him. You're going to platform him. Meanwhile, he was on a fucking spaceship, okay? He was platforming me. Anyway,
cul-de-sacs and your suburbs don't understand why that girl's legs needed to be off her body. Do you understand that? Maybe you're confused. You better get the memo. You better get the program as to why that she needs to have no legs. But you'd understand that if you weren't so goddamn soft. See, everyone in the West is soft. And they can't understand why we got to kill children.
Speaking of killing children, we are going to talk about the U.S.-backed group and its aid distribution that started and basically was a spectacular failure. We have that on the docket as well. I think it's time to move on to that part. Here's Dylan Saba saying, U.S. bombs, U.S. hunger plan. This is our genocide. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The U.S. is as responsible for the Gaza genocide as Israel was for the Sabra and Shatila massacres. Abso-freaking-lutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Dylan is 100% correct. You might have seen some of the images on the timeline earlier if you're on Twitter or if you're on, I don't know, freaking Blue Sky or whatever you're on. But Dropsite News covered it extensively as well. I'm going to obviously talk about that. Here is my take on it, at least. Mohammed Shahada, thousands of starved Gazans stormed the dystopian Israeli-American aid complex in Rafah after being forced to stand in endless queues and bake in the sun in a fenced concentration camp while being subjected to biometric surveillance. U.S. mercenaries and Israeli troops are opening fire. Israel's Khan reports U.S. mercenaries were likely the ones opening fire at the starved crowds, while reports from Gaza indicate Israeli troops also fired at the crowds. People were told to stand in queue all day while the mercenaries pick and choose who gets aid and who starves. This comes a day after two key figures that were a part of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the GHF, a philanthropic NGO that is directly backed by the Israeli government and directly backed by the American government and American State Department officials, that was based out of Switzerland, was like the two key figures that actually resigned, including the main guy, Jake Wood, Marine sniper turned mercenary, U.S. mercenary, said, "This plan ain't gonna work. It's a bridge too far for me." He had resigned a day prior. Now, of course, I said it didn't take 100 years to get back to this stage of fascism, as you can see right here. Identical. Literally identical. Almost one-to-one comparison. What are we doing? What the hell is going on? How do people not see this? How? Instead of allowing aid to be let into the strip, we are doing this shit. Incredible. Israel's Khan reports the U.S. mercenaries were likely the ones opening fire. Israel's Channel 12 highlights and reports that an Israeli helicopter began firing at the starved crowd while the American mercenaries ran away. Palestinian report, chaos in the center of the division. Crowed. Palestinian report, chaos in the center of the division. Thousands of Gazans broke into the humanitarian aid complex. As the new aid distribution plan in Gaza Strip was launched, it was reported that the Palestinian mob broke through the fences of the compound in Tel al-Sultan, and attacked the humanitarian equipment. It was also reported that IDF helicopters opened fire and at the American company's employees withdrew from the scene. At this stage, there is no verification of the claim. Thousands of Gazans have already arrived to receive food packages, some of them Israeli made. That's the other side of the story, by the way. Never let a fucking crisis go to waste. You know what they're selling? or not selling, but you know who gets to make money off of this fucking genocide? Israeli companies. That's right. The aid that like we're spending money here in America to fundraise, and then these initiatives are going, they have to go through Israel. No other way to let aid in. Okay. And the food is still coming from Israeli producers. Thousands of Gazans have already arrived to receive food packages. Some of them Israeli made. Hamas has also begun distributing free food in order to sabotage the distribution. Hamas has begun distributing free food in order to sabotage the distribution. Villain shit. You're a villain for writing that. Gaza is the 2025 version of a concentration camp. Tens of thousands starved for 86 days. Then came aid, a chaotic, humiliating spectacle wrapped in barbed wire and guarded by American mercs. Even they fled when desperation breached the fence. This is also part of the reason why you can't have sterile zones where aid distribution is happening in one area. You can't package millions of people into 25% of the strip when Gaza already, before October 7, was an open-air prison that was one of the most densely populated areas on the fucking planet. And then having that densely populated area and all of the population that has been starved get forced into 2 specific aid zones is ridiculous. There is a reason why the United Nations was like, we don't want anything to do with this. This is ridiculous. Y'all are fucking insane. They are making a smaller concentration camp inside of a concentration camp. Thousands of people starving for months, crammed together and treated inhumanely. And do watch the American mercenary perched on high, waving like he's at a concert. The image is truly dystopian mix of cruelty and performance, unbelievable, but fully intentional. How's the crash out coming, bud? Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, look at this. If you see images like this, okay? If you see images like this and you go, wow, I can't believe this person is very frustrated watching the fucking literal Holocaust unfold in 2025 in a post-Holocaust universe, right? Where we know these things are completely unacceptable. If you look at this and go, wow, lol, you're crashing out, you're just a fucking Nazi, you know? You are no different. You are no different than a Nazi. It's shocking. And I'm not even being like, I'm not even like that excited, right? In my commentary here. I feel like it's very reasonable. And you still look at like any sort of disgust at this image as simply crashing out, you know, then you are not a human being, you know. You're just not like, you are not a human being at all. You are flexing your indifference to unlimited cruelty. It is ridiculous. Utterly depraved. This wasn't humanitarian relief. It was a military-backed PR stunt. No system. 15-kilometer walks. Yeah, that's the other side of this. They made them walk 15 kilometers. Zero transport. Detainees mid-distribution. 1 food parcel last 2 days. This is an aid. It's humiliation designed solely for optics, not survival. This is damning. It confirms what everyone already knows. This isn't humanitarian aid. It's humiliation theater, a staged performance to tick boxes, claim success, and justify continued siege, all under military protection. The Geneva Conventions obviously prohibit perfidy, a war crime that includes combatants impersonating aid workers. In Rafah, American mercenaries posed as humanitarians, luring starving civilians into a military control zone with no real aid system. That is not aid. It is a war crime. They made Palestinians, after bombing them, bombing their homes, and then bombing their tents, They made those Palestinians walk 15 kilometers, okay, 7.5 miles to get to this area where aid was distributed, aid in air quotes, was distributed by the very same factions that are bombing them. And in the process of quote unquote aid distribution, after starving them for 9 miles, after starving them for 86 days, they started detaining people on the line. And of course, predictably, chaos broke out. I've been covering this I've been covering the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation since we found out that this was the plan, talking about exactly what was going to happen. Okay? Talking about exactly what was going to happen. That what happened here is a more restrained version of what should have most likely happened. It is crazy. If the photos coming out of Gaza of Palestinians crammed into cages to get scraps and crumbs of food don't remind you of the Holocaust, that's because you haven't seen very many photos of the Nazi genocide during World War II. It is quite literally a 1-to-1. Yeah. As the Israeli aid scheme staffed by U.S. mercenaries begins in Gaza, there's already a report of a Palestinian being kidnapped when he went to get one of the small boxes of food. His family says he went to the Muraj Crossing Aid Distribution Center. To our shock, he called us under threat from Israeli intelligence officers demanding information about one of our relatives with whom we've had no contact since the beginning of the war. When we were unable to provide the information the army requested, communication was cut off, and we were later informed that he was transferred to a detention center. He is now considered missing. Every single person in Gaza is treated like an enemy combatant. Every single one. Okay? The Israeli military does not make an exception between like civilians. The Israeli military certainly does not make an exception for people who are even like politically involved with the civil governance and civil affairs. They're actively targeting people who are responsible for trash collection or responsible for policing, responsible for like they killed they're killing the agriculture ministers and stuff, and then saying we killed another high profile Hamas target. Okay. They're killing journalists and then saying, well, this person was photographed next to Yahya Sinwar. So obviously he is also Hamas. They're killing children. And they're not even hiding it. They're openly doing it in display of the rest of the planet. And understandably, this has created a lot of resentment towards Israel. Israel has become a pariah state in even the Western world. It was already a pariah state for the global South. Now, even Western countries, the populations of Western countries see this horrifying picture, okay? And they also develop unimaginable resentment, understandable resentment, because fuck Israel. Who wouldn't resent this? Like I say, Tim Dillon is defending it. No, dude, shut up. He was being sarcastic. Oh my God, you're so stupid. I'm not having this conversation any longer. What the fuck?
American and Israeli-backed aid supply group says it's started operations in Gaza, delivering truckloads of food to so-called secure distribution sites. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which uses armed American security contractors, aims to bypass the United Nations as the major aid supplier to Palestinians. It's already...
Oh, here, there's also this. UN experts express alarm at 2 new Israeli terrorism laws that permit life imprisonment for 12-year-olds and arbitrary suspension of child welfare payments, violating the human rights of Palestinian children. I mean, they already have a process where, like, if someone has done like a knife attack or something in the West Bank, okay, against a member of the Israeli military, or even like a citizen, civilian, settler, whatever, right? They will go back and they will destroy the homes. They will literally displace the entire family of the person that engaged. Like, they already do collective punishment with regular frequency. Okay? Which is, again, demonic. It's insane. Instead of like prosecuting the individual, which, by the way, ironically enough, the Palestinians have a right to resist in the West Bank, resist to the illegal occupation of the West Bank, for the record. But even within this like insane legal structure that they've designed for themselves with military tribunals and whatnot, the very fact that they punish the entire fucking lineage is psychotic. And now, on top of that, they've pushed this new law through where 12-year-olds can get life imprisonment. 12-year-olds. Yeah, only democracy in the Middle East.
Already seen its own executive director resign in protest amid mounting concerns over the project. The foundation says it delivered truckloads of food to its secure sites on Monday, where distribution began to people in Gaza, although it isn't saying how many trucks were involved. The project has been controversial, seen by critics as politicising and militarising aid and using food distribution to cattle Palestinians into diminishingly smaller areas, with selective distribution used to starve out Israel's adversaries. The foundation rejects the criticism, saying its operations conform to the humanitarian principle of neutrality. Let's go live now to our Middle East correspondent.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not. Aid to civilians in a theater of war cannot be given by enemy combatants. It cannot have any military use. It is illegal. That is literally illegal. Okay? The idea that you can use aid for military purpose is insane. But so is doing a genocide. Obviously, it is the worst crime that a state can commit. There is no crime worse than ethnic cleansing.
Correspondent Yolande Nell. And Yolande, this new aid operation is underway. Do we have any more information about how it's going?
We haven't heard any more today about aid reaching these new secure hubs, as the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation refers to them. There are 4. We're expecting initially 3 of them in the south of Gaza, 1 in the center. And the foundation is insisting that it's...
Bro, the U.S. got away with indigenous genocide, so Israel will do the exact same? Yeah, there's a difference, though. Okay? 1, that is, again, an unacceptable crime. It is the crime of all crimes. Okay? It's the worst crime of all time. Having said that, there was no internet. There was no global web of interconnected human beings. There was no like deep entanglement with this process. Okay? There is no comparison. Like, in most circumstances, you don't have, like, we have, until this very moment, we have never had a live streamed Holocaust where the belligerent party, the one doing the live streamed Holocaust, is only able to do so because of the unlimited support it gets from Western nations, but especially the United States of America. You are comparing a totally different time frame, not to justify that, which is still, again, unjustifiable. And there was plenty of horrible things that the Americans did at the time, the settlers did at the time, parading scalps and decapitated skulls of the indigenous population, just horrible, monstrous things. But once again, making comparisons to the past like this also, I think, is a dangerous predicament, because, like, we must do everything we possibly can to stop it from happening. Otherwise, What lessons did we learn from the genocides of the past? What lessons did we learn? Like, this is the reason why I always talk about, like, the entire field of Holocaust studies are there so that we understand exactly how a society can be moved to get to that point in an effort to never allow it to happen again. Okay, that's what that's the basis for never again. And many people now unironically say never again just means for Jews, no one else. Never again just means like no more Holocaust and nothing else. It's crazy. That was the Kahana's position. And now it's become a commonplace perspective in Israeli society.
Planning to reach more than 1 million Palestinians within the next week. So that would be half of the population of Gaza. All that we saw so far in a couple of official photographs that were put out, the most I could count was about a dozen men, apparently Palestinian, carrying away boxes. And we saw also some lorries with boxes on them from a small US based NGO that had been transported into the Gaza Strip. Now, the UN and most UN agencies that have been working on the Gaza humanitarian crisis have been refusing to work with this newly created foundation. They see it as both unethical and unworkable, and they've accused Israel of using food as a weapon and also using it as bait to try to fit in with the military strategy of forcing Palestinians in Gaza to move to the south. And, you know, it's not clear at the moment whether this will be effective. Israel says that a new system is urgently needed to stop Hamas from stealing supplies for its own benefit. And that's something that the UN has said is not happening in a meaningful way. At the same time, we've been hearing from the UN's humanitarian office some figures suggesting that despite Israel's easing of the blockade, the total blockade imposed on Gaza for 11 weeks, saying this was to pressure Hamas, all we've seen in the past week or so.
Also today, the occupation announced a seizure of approximately 7 million shekels in cash and the confiscation of gold worth 6.2 million shekels were seized, and 30 citizens were arrested during a raid on exchange and gold shops today in the West Bank. Yeah, they're just like, dude, again, Nazi shit. They're robbing the Palestinians blind with the limited means that the Palestinians already have in occupied territory. They're stealing their clothes. They're wearing their clothes. They're wearing the clothes of the women in the homes that they have fucking displaced the Palestinians from.
Of lorries being allowed to return back to Gaza is about 190 lorry loads, mainly of food, going in. And we're hearing, of course, that distribution is very difficult with people just so desperate on the ground.
And Yolande, in the meantime,
it's just such freak shit, dude. It is especially freak-like when, like, so close in your history do you have immediate relatives that were victim to this exact same design, like one-to-one, verbatim, identical design in the fucking Holocaust. To turn around and do it not 100 years after is psychotic. But then again, 1948 was immediately after World War II, was immediately after the Holocaust. The practice of destroying the houses of an attacker's family in the West Bank is so judicially infamous because it was challenged in the Supreme Court by Palestinian rights organizations. After all, the practice was only applied to Palestinians and never to Jewish murderers. Judge Solberg, a far-right settler on the court, wrote in the majority opinion, "It is permissible to expect ethnic enforcement because Jews don't need the deterrence." More so that, yeah, we don't want to deter the Jews from doing it. We only want the Palestinians to get this, like, extraordinary deterrence measure. Yeah. This is why people say the Nakba never ended, by the way. I mean, this is like 1948. This is the exact same shit. It has never stopped. It is also being reported the main picture going around with men carrying boxes are surprisingly linked to the criminal Yasser Abu Shabab gang. You in the chat may remember me bringing them up multiple times because they're the same gang that has been working with the occupation to steal aid. I know I covered that extensively yesterday when I was talking about like Israel's depraved starvation techniques and Israel's deliberate attempts of destabilizing aid delivery at the point of delivery as well. They have ISIS affiliate criminal gangs in the fucking Gaza Strip, literally protected by Israeli drones, go up to aid distribution and cause chaos with weapons that they got from the Israeli occupying force, with gear that they're wearing from the Israeli occupying force. The Israeli occupying force is allowing an ISIS affiliate gang leader to literally harass truck drivers and extort them after they enter the Gaza Strip in areas that are red zones, where if you are a Palestinian, Israel automatically kills you. Except for these ISIS affiliates that are allowed to operate in those red zones. With the exception of these ISIS affiliates, no Palestinian is allowed to enter these red zones. Otherwise, they will get fucking lasered by an Israeli drone. It is shocking.
And there's also been another development, a missile attack on Israel by the Houthis in Yemen.
That's right. Sirens went off earlier today, and that's the fourth time in 5 days that that's happened. The Israeli military saying that it shot down a missile and another projectile that were launched separately from Yemen. We've had the Houthis saying that they are acting in solidarity with the Palestinians, although they have agreed with the US to stop their attacks on ships passing in waters going close to Yemen. And, you know, Israel has acted, it's attacked Yemen repeatedly, but we have not seen these strikes stopping. It's 3 weeks ago that Israel hit the main airport in Sana'a, killing.
Yeah. Yemen is the only country in the region that is willing to apply pressure to Israel, military pressure to Israel, as it's doing a fucking genocide. Go ahead. Yell at me and say I'm, pro-terrorism all day, every day. That's it. That's what the Ansar Allah movement is doing. People will say, oh, it is because they were unpopular, or the Houthis were unpopular. They're doing this for popularity amongst the, amongst the region. Okay. A lesson that maybe other Arab leadership should take note of. Iran or Yemen? What? Iran or Yemen should clap Yasser Abu Shabab and his fellow traitorous scumfucks? They can't. There's nothing that they can do.
Israel had said it wanted to control the way aid got to Palestinians in Gaza from hubs like this one in the far south. Day one of that plan didn't survive contact with reality. The reality of a population Israel had denied aid since the start of March. Initially, there'd been reluctance to come here. The process included biometric measurement. Hamas had urged resistance against what it called.
Speaking of straight up Nazi shit, here's a statement from Benjamin Netanyahu. I know, I have it right here. I'm going to pull it up. Here's what he said. There's no famine in Gaza. We arrested thousands of civilians to ensure they are not fighters and photographed them naked and showed no signs of hunger. In fact, they don't even exercise. That's what he says here. Every part of this process is deliberately humiliating, for the record, okay? He says there's no famine in Gaza because we arrested thousands of civilians to ensure they are not fighters and photographed them naked, and they showed no signs of hunger. In fact, they don't even exercise. That is That is a deliberate attempt to ritualistically humiliate the fucking entire Palestinian population. I deleted my Gmail YouTube account and I go on YouTube to see league vids and up pops a video against you. It's just so weird. This is associated to gamer vids. Yes, gamers, at least like gamer-based content creators have horrifying politics. Gamers themselves might not have horrifying politics, but the content creators that are gamer adjacent, that don't even like video games in general, that actually despise video games in general, have horribly reactionary politics. Anyway, let's keep going.
Called an Israeli intelligence operation. Israel has denied that, and in any case, soon enough, any idea of control was evaporating.
People stormed the place and stole everything. The Americans started shooting, then the Israelis. More than 20 injured. And then a tank climbed the hill and started shooting.
Each box is supposed to contain enough for nearly 60 meals, prompting some disbelief today. This man carrying the contents in his T-shirt after his box broke.
I saw people running there. I decided to go too. People said it was scary. I didn't care. It was dangerous or not. I was going to go. I want to feed my children.
Earlier today, the Israeli military proudly displayed the operation on social media, prepared and ready, so they said, to deliver aid. The plan had been for nominated family representatives to collect food from the US and Israeli-backed, Swiss-based Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The army said it would stop.
Opposition leader straight up fucking said that this was the GHF was being funded by Israel too.
Hamas looting the aid, something aid agencies said was not happening at any scale to begin with.
We're standing here in this logistical area that the IDF built and will be run by a third party that will give the people of Gaza the aid directly. Every day, thousands of Gazans will be able to come here, reach this third party, and get the aid directly.
For weeks, that idea had been heavily criticized by the UN and other aid agencies as unworkable and politicized.
Fucking Nazi.
The location of the 4 hubs established.
How does this footage get leaked? Do the Palestinians have access to the internet? Yes. They do.
So far, 3 in the far south, 1 in the middle of the territory, also decried for enforcing further displacement. The UN's aid chief, Tom Fletcher, said it would see starvation used as a bargaining chip.
You starve people for over 2 months now, and then you allow a trickle of aid, a trickle of food in, and you ask them to go to Rafah, like where people have to walk for miles and miles in order to get a food parcel. Is this a viable solution? This is a humiliation.
On Sunday, the executive director of Gaza Humanitarian Foundation resigned, saying it wouldn't be able to adhere to principles of humanity, neutrality, impartiality and independence. And while established aid mechanisms operate at restricted levels, everywhere evidence of the need for them.
Even when they bring aid, nothing reaches us. As you can see, we're here like stray dogs collecting food from the trash. I swear, this is our life day to day. We collect food every day from the garbage. If we don't gather anything, then we don't eat.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation blamed Hamas blockages and the volume of people for the chaos today, saying it had distributed 8,000 boxes and would be open again tomorrow. A UN spokesman called the images heartbreaking, saying it had a detailed, operationally sound aid plan ready to supply a desperate population.
Harry Fawcett reporting there. Well, Sam Rose works for the UN Relief and Works Agency, where he's the director of UNRWA Affairs in Gaza, and he joins us now live from Oxford. Sam Rose, I mean, absolutely desperate scenes coming out of Gaza again today, at a time when there should be at least some good news with food getting in. What's gone wrong here?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, this is so distressing. I mean, we've seen distressing and heartbreaking scenes for the past 20 months, and this tops many of those. What's gone wrong? Everything has gone wrong. It gives me no pleasure to say that, but everything we said about why this mechanism would not work and should not be put in place, we've witnessed today. the complete humiliation and dehumanization of a hungry, scared, injured, exhausted population, the corralling of humans into what can only be described as castle pens in Rafah, massive overcrowding, no supply to meet the demand, no proper distribution networks. It's
Israel are trying to legitimize the ISIS-linked group in Rafah now. A group called the Counterterrorism Apparatus, led by Yasser Abu Shabab and operating under IDF protection in Rafah's Yargun Palace, released photos from the local aid center claiming Gazans are receiving assistance. Abu Shabab commands an armed militia backed by both the Palestinian Authority and Israel, made up of around 150 fighters, mostly former PA members, and based in Rafah's Netzer neighborhood. They secure convoys along the Morag axis and conduct advanced patrols ahead of IDF movements to expose resistance operatives, effectively aiding Israel in its war against Hamas. The group coordinates with Israeli and American officials, and critics claim the role in aid distribution is a part of the broader plan to pave the way for mass displacement. Sick, man. I love having ISIS affiliates fucking take up power in every part of the region. Awesome. Yes, Elias Rodriguez, the embassy staff shooter, was a self-proclaimed Maoist third worldist. I know. What? Is this too soon to cover? I'm literally covering it right now. That's what I'm covering currently.
harrowing and it's heartbreaking, and it was completely avoidable, and it is completely avoidable if we're allowed to do our work.
I mean, is it possible that this just is an illustration of...
Bro, if you would have said in 2012 that the U.S. and Israel and an ISIS-backed group teamed up, I would have called bullshit. Why would that be bullshit? Who do you think was most responsible for the formation of ISIS? Doesn't it surprise you at all that ISIS, that's supposed to be like ISIS is this like rabid fucking band of brigands, okay? And yet Israel is right there, and they never fucking attack Israel. As a matter of fact, they cooperate and coordinate with Israel, as you are seeing right here. Interesting. Maybe you'll also be shocked to find out that, for example, Al-Qaeda in Yemen were directly receiving American weapons that were being shipped off to Saudi Arabia. Isn't that interesting? Al-Qaeda, the guys who did, remember 9/11? The guys who did 9/11, we were arming them in Yemen. What does ISIS do? Like, what's the goal for them? I mean, they're a bunch of fucking rabid freaks that you can sick on whichever group you choose to destabilize. You are watching what these guys do. You are watching them. It's for control. Because at the end of the day, America does not care about who they align with. They will cooperate with anyone and everyone. They will farm. They will send weapons to anyone and everyone. The Mujahideen groups were armed and radicalized in the buildup to, during the Afghan Civil War, the buildup to the USSR invasion, and certainly after the USSR invasion. Some of those guys became Al-Qaeda. Some of those guys became the Taliban. Not Al-Qaeda, sorry. The Taliban. These were all different factions that were all considered the Mujahideen. They were already the Taliban. The U.S. supports socialist revolutionaries and anarchist revolutionaries in Syria, or supported socialist and anarchist revolutionaries in Syria for the longest fucking time. What do you think the YPG is? They don't care. as long as it causes chaos and beefs up sectarian infighting, there is value in that. And once they're done, they discard them. Sometimes the groups that they're done with will then end up will sometimes turn around and use the weapons and training that they got from the United States against the United States. This is the most consistent American foreign policy. This is precisely what happens over and over again. Whether it be blowback in the form of 9/11 or any other instance of violence in the region turning on the United States of America sometimes.
Of people who are starving, you say, the supply didn't meet demand. Perhaps over the next few days and weeks it will, because many people would say it doesn't matter where the aid comes from, who delivers it, as long as it gets in there.
Well, the United Nations showed during the ceasefire that we have the ability to deliver aid safely, at scale, to reach people where they are. This is not what happened today, and it's not what will happen over the course of the 3 weeks for a modality such as this, whereas people are forced to go to certain locations to pick up a box of poultry food items. Yes, they need food, but they do not need food to be distributed in this way. How are the sick, the elderly, the wounded, the infirm supposed to make their ways to these aid centres? How are these people supposed to get the services that they need to go alongside this food? We have tens of thousands, over 100,000 people have been injured in this conflict. How are they supposed to get the food and get the service that we need? And we have no time to wait. The population is on the verge of famine, on the verge of starvation. In UNRWA, my organization, we have the largest uninterrupted UN food operation anywhere on the planet that has functioned successfully for 75 years uninterrupted. We, the World Food Programme and others, we have the supplies on the border kilometers away. Let us get them in and let us distribute to people where they are.
You will be familiar with the argument from the Israeli government, which said a new system of delivering aid was needed because...
No, it wasn't. It's only needed because you want to continue starving the Palestinian population, and you want to use aid distribution in direct violation of international laws and rules of combat to make military use out of aid distribution. That's the whole point. Israel is also responsible for the limited aid distribution to begin with. Palestinians in the Negev found bags of flour sent from Turkey to Gaza thrown in the trash. I mean, it's not surprising. I don't understand how any journalist worth their salt, any journalist who's not even embarrassed to maintain the moniker of journalist, is still treating what Israel says with sincerity. You are the biggest fucking dupe of all time. You are the biggest dumbass of all time. Or you're also a willing participant in the genocide of Palestinians. That's it. Like, there has never been a moment where you should have ever trusted what the Israeli government is saying on anything. If you know anything about the Israeli government's track record, of course you're not going to trust the Israeli government. Like, what are we talking about? You shouldn't even trust the American government or any government or the Chinese government or the Russian government. Okay, governments lie all the time. But with Israel, the Israeli government is particularly bad at lying. They lie with the intensity of an entity that never gets checked. Because it's true. They do. They never get checked. There's never accountability for Israel. So, of course, they get away with lying, and they consistently lie in the silliest ways possible. If the Israeli government told me it was raining outside, I would know 100% that it's the sunniest day I've ever experienced. Okay? I was about to experience the sunniest day of all time. If they say anything, it's most likely the exact opposite. I think it was very clear ever since the American pier was built that the distribution of aid would eventually become a facade for military occupation of land. Now tight lines are surrounded by countless troops, shooting anyone who deviates even slightly. I guess under this regime, there's less need for subtlety. Yeah. Genuine question. If Trump wants to end these wars, why doesn't he threaten American military involvement against the aggressors in both major conflicts? He really doesn't care about diplomacy, rules, or his approval. He can't entertain military intervention in Russia because that's nuclear holocaust. But he doesn't even have to entertain military or threaten military intervention in Israel. He just needs to tell Israel to stop. It's that simple. I know it sounds insane. But just as Joe Biden could have, Donald Trump can easily say, it's over, it's done, pack it up. That is the amount of power that America has. That is the amount of control the United States of America has over Israel. Everything that Israel does, you must understand, everything that Israel does is being done with the go-ahead of every single American politician, okay? Can he do that without Congress approval? Wow, that's really funny. First of all, yes. The answer is fucking yes. Throughout American history, many American leaders, from Ronald Reagan to George H.W. Bush to Joe Biden himself in 2021, have made one singular phone call that ended Israeli sieges, Israeli occupations. One phone call. That's all it has taken. So no, for this in particular, they don't need congressional approval. As a matter of fact, there is already pre-existing laws that make it illegal for America to ship arms to Israel. We are just not following the laws that we have in the books. That's number one. And number two, when the fuck has Donald Trump ever listened to congressional approval anyway? Yes, Ronald Reagan did that as well. He called what Israel was doing a Holocaust, and he was right. And what Israel is doing right now is also a Holocaust.
As they have consistently claimed, Hamas are stealing the aid. What's your response to that?
The response is we've seen no evidence of this, neither myself.
Dude, why don't you tell Hamas to stop, though? Dude, first of all, dude. I love how stupid these guys are, okay? Don't ban guys like this because they are hilarious. What kind of fucking influence do I have over Hamas? Do you think I have a direct dial-up to Abu Ubaidah? I'm going to be like, yo, Abu, stop. Also, he's going to, in the phone call that we're having, okay, he's going to be like, stop what? The genocide of my people? Like, what are they supposed to stop? And if your answer to that, if your retort to that is, release the hostages, well, I'll have you know, they have tried. Yeah, I'm going to be like, Abu, baby, stop this. And he's going to be like, Hasan, I love you. You are handsomely paid propagandist in the West. Okay? I love you. I love your content. I think you should game more. That's what Abu's going to say. Okay? But I think you're a little off base on this. Conversation between me and Abu Ubaidah. He's going to be like, listen, I think you're a little off base on this because we have tried to release all the hostages and Israel refuses to negotiate with us and consistently does the genocide that you are watching. Okay? So I'm not exactly aware of like what they should be stopping.
My 12,000 staff, the entire humanitarian community in Gaza, none of us have seen any evidence of this. We have absolutely nothing to hide. We ask repeatedly for this evidence. Our programs, our distribution mechanisms have been assessed and evaluated independently over decades, and there's been no evidence for any of this. Show us the evidence and let the journalists in. If the United Nations are constantly decried, constantly criticized for what we're saying, then let international press into Gaza to see the situation for themselves.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
Briefly, if you would, you know that the man who headed up this group has now resigned after just 2 months. He says the foundation cannot adhere to the humanitarian principles of humanity and neutrality. What happens now in terms of getting aid in? Should the foundation keep going in tandem with the work that you're doing?
I mean, we've seen what happens if it keeps going. Just by calling something humanitarian.
Why doesn't Hamas do anything about its PR? Like, why doesn't, like, have them clear their name more often? Brother, what are you talking about? It is literally virtually illegal in many places to even recognize Hamas as anything but a group of, like, rapist barbarians. Is this satire? What PR? They already do that. Hamas and Hamas officials, both on the civil affairs side and even Al-Qassam Brigade side, are very in tune. They are very in tune with the optics. They are very aware of it. It doesn't matter. Most people think all Arabs and all Palestinians and all Muslims are rapist, barbaric monsters that are basically just a parasitic force that then comes into Western countries. Have Abu Ubaidah say, no, we don't steal food. First of all, here's how I know your demands are stupid. They already do that. What are you talking about? You think anybody fucking believes what they have to say? What are you, crazy? They're paying you, right? Maybe you can get some more influencers on board, custom sick music videos or something. You just proved exactly, like, they do. They release statements all the time. Not a single major publication ever actually entertains their statements. They don't even talk about their statements. Why do you think everyone calls me a fucking terrorism supporter that must be banned and also possibly jailed? What do you think is going on? Why do you think people's immediate reaction to my commentary, my coverage over this, is you need to be banned and you need to be killed potentially, or at the very least go to jail permanently for the material support that you're offering to terror groups? That's what the average Westerner's perspective is when someone says, hey, these are normal human beings, for the record, and they're being fucking slaughtered ruthlessly, and it serves us well to hear their side of this genocide as well, considering that they are on the side of they're on the receiving end. Did the U.S. press report Viet Cong statements? This is equally one-sided. Maybe you can find something on foreign press. Dropsite is one of the only investigative reporting outlets that hasn't been criminally prosecuted yet, to some degree, that is offering coverage. The other sites, the other groups that actually will cover Hamas statements and cover this genocide from the perspective of the people being genocided is Electronic Intifada, which has literally had not one, but two of its journalists get raided by the British government, okay? And the other website is The Cradle, which once again also had a raid conducted on one of the journalists at The Cradle. Dropsite, as it stands, is the only fucking, because they're based in America and America still has like some semblance of free speech, and because a lot of the journalists are not in America at the moment. Yeah. Ali for Electronic Intifada got detained in Sweden, but I think he's been released. What about Zeteo? As far as I know, Zeteo has no direct access to any membership of Hamas. And I don't know if they cover. I don't know if they cover the. I mean, they do cover the genocide from the perspective of the people being genocided for sure, myself included. In any case, there are literal legal repercussions for doing this. As it stands, it is illegal for the government to take legal to issue legal repercussions to people like myself, but that might change. It's very obvious that the American government wants to change that. Here is Red. EU sanctions Red Media founder for covering Germany's pro-Palestine crackdown. The accusations used to sanction Red read like an act of revenge by German state for exposing its own complicity. Red is another outlet. Hüseyin Doğru, an AFA media which operates Red, citing their coverage of Germany's pro-Palestine protest, which the council claims supports Russia. Minor correction, Ali Abu Nima was arrested and held in Switzerland, not Sweden. Yeah. At Chatter, who mentioned the VC, there were over 600 accredited journalists in Vietnam by 1968. Israel lets nobody in. I mean, there is that element too. German media politicians and journalists have begun their whitewashing campaign 1 year and 9 months. They supported genocide and refused to name it. Now they use the word genocide so one day they can claim we were always against it. You are all complicit, says Hüseyin Doğru. It's interesting because, like, on the one hand, they're doing stuff like this, right? And they are trying to make it basically illegal to cover this shit. But on the other hand, now, because the tides have changed and it's virtually impossible for them to hide the truth, and the population is not oblivious to the death and destruction, they're also all of a sudden coming to that conclusion. Oh, yeah, I guess it is a genocide. Oops. Sorry, we fucking raided your home, Asa Winstanley. UK police raid home, seize devices of electronic intifadas. Asa Winstanley. British counterterrorism police on Thursday raided the home and seized the several electronic devices belonging to Electronic Intifada's Associated Director, Asa Winstanley, who used to be a Labour guy back in the day, of course. You also have people like Kneecap, Mohara from Kneecap, also getting slapped with a fucking terrorism designation. An officer conducting Thursday's raid informed Winstanley that the investigation was connected with the journalist's social media post. Attempts to reach the Metropolitan Police Service for comment for the story has been unsuccessful. Although his devices were seized, Winstanley was not arrested and has not been charged with any offense. He's active on several social media platforms. Encouragement of terrorism. That's what they said. Animals, all of them.
And does not make it humanitarian. I applaud the CEO of the Gaza Humanitarian, so-called Humanitarian Foundation for standing down and listening to the concerns and the issues that we had raised. We don't need these two systems to work in parallel. We need the aid that is on the border, the several thousand trucks of aid that is on the border. And I'll be accused of being a liar for saying that, I'm sure, but it is there. Believe me, we need to be allowed to get that in. In 4 days during the ceasefire, my organization, UNRWA, we distributed food to 1 million people. That's what's needed for these people who are facing famine and starvation.
Samro is going to have to end it there, but thank you very much for speaking to us.
We're left.
Norman Finkelstein versus Benny Morris on Gaza, 39-minute debate, which I will be entertaining. But before we do that, there's more I must cover on this issue. One, here is Mehdi Hasan at Al Jazeera talking to the ex-Mossad head on Israel's medical aid to the al-Nusra Front, okay, ISIS affiliates. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because people are asking me about Yasser Abu Shabab. Okay? Yasser Abu Shabab is also an ISIS affiliate and a gang leader. However, now, Yasser Abu Shabab, despite being an ISIS affiliate and a fucking drug dealer and a gang leader, is now a part of the Palestinian Authority and Israel-backed coalition force that is seemingly offering protection to the aid distribution. Yes, al-Nusra is the group that Kehlani was affiliated with, the al-Nusra Front, or Al-Qaeda and ISIS, yes. Or Al-Qaeda in Syria.
But to speak up.
It's a branch. It's a branch. It's all the same shit. Al-Nusra is the Syrian version.
These amputations, some are, many are burned.
Sorry, hold on. This is what I was going to show you.
Levy, what outcome do you think the Israeli government wants to see in Syria? A victory for Assad or a victory for the rebels? Or is this Syrian civil war dragging on actually the best of both worlds for Israel because it neutralizes a threat on the country's border, as some would say it's useful, and it distracts attention from the Palestinian problem?
First of all, 6 successive Israeli prime ministers tried to get peace with Syria. 6 of them. And none of them was able to do this. Syria is the key to peace in the Middle East. It has always been Syria and not any other country. Secondly, I want to say very clearly that the problem in Syria today is not the Syrians, it's the external involvement in Syria.
On both sides or one side?
The Syrians entered a civil war. And within the last few years, at least 3 foreign elements have entered Syria. One was the Hezbollah, and Assad tried to, with the help of the Hezbollah, to overcome the opposition, and the Hezbollah failed. Secondly, the Iranians came in, and they failed. They failed dismally. And then the Russians had to come in because the Iranians had failed, and the Russians came in, and they also...
And they would all say foreign fighters came in on the other side.
Foreign fighters are foreign fighters. But the Hezbollah had nothing to do there. The Iranians had nothing to do there. And I think the Russian presence is not contributing even to Russian
So to deal with
security.
my question, what does Israel, in your view, want to see as the outcome in Syria? Assad staying or Assad going? A victory for the rebels or the victory for the government?
I think,
or neither?
I think
perpetuation of war?
What Israel would like to see would be an outcome where an independent Syria, independent from foreign intervention, was left to its own and was able to chart its course.
So an independent Syria with Assad in control would be fine, as long as it was...
I didn't say in control. I say an independent Syria in the confines of the Syrian borders would be able to chart a policy of, shall we say, of peace and of acceptance with its neighbors.
It's a wonderful description. I'm sure many people would support it. You're not actually answering the question. With Assad in charge or the rebels in charge?
Whoever is in charge.
So Israel doesn't have a view, is your answer?
Whoever is in charge and is willing to follow such a policy.
So to be clear, Israel does not have a preference between the rebels and Assad. It's whoever sticks to this description.
I think we have no preference.
Okay, you say no preference. There have been reports.
This was in 2016, chat.
Israel has been treating wounded Syrian rebel fighters in its hospitals on the border, including fighters from Nusra Front, which is, of course, the Al-Qaeda proxy in Syria. Do those reports worry you that Israel's helping wounded Al-Qaeda-aligned fighters?
As I said before, in a different context, it's always useful also to deal with your enemies in a humane way. And I think...
Dude, saying that is so crazy. Saying that is so crazy because, like, obviously, even at this point, like, they're not dealing with their enemies, Hamas, in a humane way. They are not offering medical treatment to Hamas, brother. Oh, no. Oh, hell no. Because ISIS is not an enemy to Israel. That's the whole point. Okay? ISIS is not an enemy to Israel. It is a collaborator to Israel. And here it is. Here is how wonderful ISIS collaborators look like for Israel. On Monday, a Hamas security unit called SAM of the Hamas-run Interior Ministry killed at least 20 gang members who attempted to loot trucks loaded with humanitarian aid in a complicated military operation carried out in eastern parts of Khan Yunis and Rafah in the south of Gaza. Speaking to the New Arab, a security source in the ministry who preferred not to be named said, "We carried out the military operation against the thieves gang in cooperation with tribal committees in Rafah and Khan Yunis. We succeeded in killing a number of them who contributed to the starvation of our people by stealing aid and selling it at exorbitant prices. What Israel claims Hamas is doing, ironically enough." The source claimed that Gaza's security services monitored communications between these gangs and the Israeli army forces that direct their tasks and provide them with security cover. On Monday, Washington reports said gangs looting Gaza aid are operating in areas under Israeli control, led by criminal elements with a history of drug smuggling and others who were involved in the Islamic State group ISIS, according to Palestinian journalists. Aid deliveries to Gaza are currently at a critical juncture due to the increased looting. Two of the gang leaders, one a drug trafficker and the other previously associated with ISIS, appear to be orchestrating the largest and most active looting operations of aid convoys bound for Gaza. The two leaders, Yasser Abu Shabab and Shadi al-Sufi, who were previously sought by Hamas security forces before the war, appear to be now working alongside hundreds of thieves under the protection of Israeli occupation forces in areas near the Kerem Shalom crossing, the primary entry point for the convoys. What they're doing in the fucking crossing, by the way, and this is from 19th of November, 2024. 19th of November, 2024. 19th, I need you to understand, this is from the 19th of November, 2024. Okay? The timing of this is from the end of 2024. This has been ongoing. Now, that collaboration, that cooperation is official. Okay? That cooperation now is official. There it is. And they now branded themselves a counterterrorism apparatus. And they have a headquarters in the Jargon Palace in Rafah under the protection of the Israeli army and aircraft. They released photos this morning from the aid distribution center in Rafah. The photos, without showing the face of the individuals, were taken to promote the site and claimed that Gazans had begun arriving to receive aid. Shadi al-Sofi, a wanted murderer and son of an informant, collaborated with Israel, Yasser Abu Shabab, a drug dealer, are the main warlords responsible for looting most aid under IDF protection. They formed gangs of over 200 armed criminals and established a military-like compound per the UN in an empty death zone, fully under IDF control, where they looted only this Saturday night about 100 aid trucks at once. This way, Israel can absolve itself of responsibility for its deliberate starvation policy in Gaza and say, look, we're letting aid in. It's Hamas' fault that food doesn't reach the people. IDF soldiers fire at those gang members as they loot aid right in front of Israeli tanks. IDF soldiers never, fire at those gang members as they loot aid right in front of the Israeli tanks and troops in a closed military zone that no Gazan is allowed into. The IDF only fires at local policemen whenever they try to prevent the looting. This is also true. Yasser Abu Shabab was arrested by Gaza's local police multiple times in the past for drug smuggling and trading, which is often facilitated by ISIS groups in Sinai. Hamas militants attempted to eliminate him yesterday in an attack that killed 11 of his gang, including his brother and partner Fatih and the gang's accountant. 30 others were wounded. This is entirely backed by the Israeli forces, okay? The Israeli occupying force backs these fucking assholes. Shadi al-Safi murdered in 2020 Jabr al-Kik, a PFLP member whom Israel had sentenced to life and imprisonment for 15 years for killing al-Safi's father during the first intifada for spying on Palestinians for Israel. Okay? The ISIS affiliate Shadi al-Safi in 2020 murdered Jabr al-Kik, a PFLP, Popular Front for the or not PFLP is what it means. Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine member, okay, whom Israel had sentenced life and imprisonment for 15 years for killing al-Sofi's father during the first Intifada for spying on Palestinians for Israel. PFLP guy kills a collaborator who's spying on Palestinians, and then the ISIS affiliate turns around and kills him. The ISIS affiliate is his son. Al-Sofi was convicted in a Gazan court, and local police captured him in a special operation in late 2020 before he broke out of prison with the help of ISIS-linked militants and was smuggled out of Gaza to Sinai, then reportedly to Israel's Negev. He returned to Gaza with the IDF ground invasion, where he now co-leads the criminal gangs that loot, aid, and sabotage humanitarian work under IDF protection. This is what Yahya Sinwar started his career doing? Yes. Yahya Sinwar's job, his role in Gaza, for the record, a lot of people will say, like, Yahya Sinwar was a fucking brutal guy. The reason why he was in prison and what his role was within Hamas was to root out guys like Shadi al-Sofi and torture and then execute them. That was what his role was. He was a very brutal man. His role was rooting out collaborators with the Israeli government that was spying on Palestinians. Don't cleanse Hamas, please. What? Cleans Hamas? What? I don't even know what that was. I think Brianna Wu might be the dumbest propagandist ever deployed on behalf of any cause. Quick question. What language was spoken here before the 7th century Islamic conquest? Was it Hebrew or was it Arabic? I know facts aren't Free Palestine's thing, but it was the Jews' land historically, and it's their land today. That's why Israel's the most successful decolonialist project in human history. Chat already is giving the answer. It was Aramaic or Greek. That was the most commonly spoken language in the region. But yeah, here, this is the meme. Yeah, Netanyahu. Yeah, we know Jesus. He spoke Hebrew. Pope Francis. He spoke Aramaic. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying, we have a natural bond. Jesus was here in this land. He spoke Hebrew.
ישו היה פה בארץ הזאת. ג'זו ha vissuto qui. דיבר עברית. parlava ebraico. Aramaico. דיבר ערבית, אבל ידע.
He spoke Aramaic, but he knew Hebrew. Bro, yeah, Jesus explaining to the Pope is so funny. God, Benjamin Netanyahu, one of the most arrogant, entitled douchebags on the fucking that has ever graced God's green earth, okay? It is crazy. This comment chain killing me? No. Aramaic was the main language. By then, Hebrew was a liturgical language. Is Aramaic closer to Hebrew or Arabic? All three are forms of the same language family and share many similarities. From what native speakers tell me, if you learn one, then there are others can be acquired easily. It's like English, Dutch, and German. No. Linguists and archaeologists here, yes. No. I'm sorry. Are you trying to educate me on basic facts right underneath an idiotic claim that I just made? No. By the way, it's especially stupid, okay? It is especially stupid because who gives a fuck? Even if literally the language spoken there was Hebrew, okay? Which it wasn't. But even if it was, oh my God, I don't give a shit. What is that? Why would that justify the ongoing ethnic cleansing of the indigenous population? You fucking psycho. What are you saying? Like, my attitude, call me woke, okay? But my attitude is, guess what? The current ethnic cleansing campaign that Israel is conducting does not justify an ethnic cleansing campaign of all of the Jews in Israel right now. Nothing justifies a genocide, even another genocide, okay? Like, I don't believe that. Does that mean that, like, Palestinians don't have a right to resist? Of course I'm not saying that. Of course Palestinians have a fucking right to defend themselves, both legally under international law and also morally. Like, they have the morally correct position. If they want to defend themselves, they have every right to do so. But this notion that, like, well, you know, they were there in before the 7th century Islamic conquest is so fucking stupid. Okay, who gives a shit? What do you mean? Suck my dick. Fuck you. What kind of dumb shit is this? What is this? Filming yourself harassing a random Palestinian person in public and then writing the caption as if you're the one in danger? Please be serious. Probably shouldn't behave like this without security, but I can't help it. What is this?
I'm Yisrael Chai! I'm Yisrael Chai! I'm Yisrael Chai!
Yo, I'm under attack. I'm under attack. I'm Israel Chai. Dude, why are all Israel supporters like this? It's so funny. Like, if that person turned around and said, fuck you, back to this person, okay? This would be the most anti-Semitic attack that has ever happened. Why does no one care about the Jews? Why does no one care about the safety and security of Jewish people living in the Upper East Side? This is danger, okay? I am at any given moment throughout the day, possibly within smelling distance, within a super close distance to potentially someone who's not only Palestinian or Arab. That's terrifying. I don't even want to think about it. But even someone who might be pro-Palestine, who might actually think that the Palestinians are human beings. We need to put an end to this. We need to purge, just like Israel, the greatest nation on the planet. Israel #1, no politics here. Just like they're doing a purge of all the Hamas terrorists. We have to do the Hamas terrorist purge here in the Upper East Side. Anti-Semitism. No politics here. You are anti-Semite. Why do you hate Israel? You don't like Israel? Nothing you like about Israel? Not one thing? Israel, small country. Israel, smallest country in region. Why you not like Israel? Go to Gaza. Go to Gaza. You are Hamas. Go to Gaza. It's so funny how much that like how much I hear this. Okay, Israel only democracy in the region. Your beeper is your beeper is beeping. Your beeper, I will kill you. You are terrorist. Yeah. It's there's strong evidence to suggest that Yasser Abu Shabab's bandit network, aka counterterrorism services, a Fatah PA op. Yeah, we already covered this. To overthrow Hamas by fragmenting Gazan society, the bandits are all Fatah loyalists, largely of the Terabin clan, with ties to the PA. Yeah, like the guys are. It's a band of like ISIS brigands and drug dealers, and obviously there's not that many of them overall. So they are. It's a collective Israeli project, and therefore, of course, they are the Fatah loyalists that are working in unison with the guys that we were talking about. Do an Asian accent next. Now make fun of Indians. Some people are anti-war and pro-Palestine while simultaneously disgusted at people who act like this. Do a black accent next. Why not do Asian accent? Why not do Indian accent? Stop making fun of Israel. This is native accent. Why do you make fun of native accent to Levant? No politics here. You are racist. You are racist towards Israel. Yeah, this guy, I assume, is actually not saying this to draw out some hypocrisy in his mind, but literally because he's like, no, it would be funny if you do black accent. I do one all the time. Yeah, see? Do Asian accent. I do one all the time. It's funny. Yeah, also, what's a black accent? Anyway, more Palestinians have gone missing after approaching the U.S. aid site in Rafah, according to a watchdog, by the way. They're monitoring the situation. A number of individuals went there and have not returned to their homes because it was a kidnapping operation, obviously. And also, no shred of evidence. UNRWA chief slams Israel's allegations. UNRWA Commissioner General Philippe Lazzarini says Israel has failed to provide adequate evidence to support its accusations against UNRWA and its neutrality, accusations that Israel has used to justify banning the agency from East Jerusalem and pushing legislation to label it a terrorist group. Despite 20 months of allegations, Lazzarini says, UNRWA has not received any responses to repeated requests for proof. Don't you understand? This is anti-Semitic. Anti-Semitic! Proof? You want proof? Oh, you hate Israel? You hate Israel? What proof? Israel says you are terrorist? You are terrorist. You are Hamas. What proof? You demand proof? You demand evidence? Why you not trust Israel? Please stop with this accent. No, I can't. I can't stop it. Once I get started. I hate you so much for this, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have to spit at the end of it. This is your proof. Sharmuta. At the end of it, you got to throw in a little bit of Arabic curses as well. Terror. Okay. He says Israel has denied due process on both fronts, refusing to share evidence with the UN or pursue its own criminal investigations. UNRWA calls on Israel to end the disinformation and resume cooperation with the UN. You want proof? You hate Israel, huh? Nothing Israel does is good, huh? Nothing? Why you don't love Israel? Okay, I'm done. All right. Let's watch Benny Morris go toe-to-toe with the man, the myth, the legend, Norm Finkelstein.
Lives. Show me the gas chambers.
He spoke about objectivity or something. The man is a total Hamas propagandist.
Fully one half of Israeli Jews believe that Israel should conduct a genocide in Gaza.
That is a lie.
I know, Benny, everybody's lying.
We are looking at the Holocaust live on 4K screens, and our politicians, our human rights organizations feel helpless.
It may not be the death of absolutely everybody, but it means killing a lot of Palestinians and kicking the rest out of the area. And
I can't believe Piers did not bring a sex pest to this conversation. This meeting of intellectual giants could only be made better if you were to bring in a guy who's going to summarize the most damning quotes from a Wikipedia article he read, okay?
That is a genocide.
A genocide is something which is carried out systematically. That's not what...
Yeah, Benny Morris, by the way, even fucking Benny Morris, who is a horrible monster. But even he, if I'm not mistaken, as recently as like a couple of weeks ago, was like, we are in the beginning stages of maybe some war crimes taking place. So... you know, he is after all the guy who famously uncovered the planned ethnic cleansing campaign of the early Zionist brigades and then said it was awesome and good and it had to be done.
What is happening? They may even have a genocidal mentality, but they do not control government policy. That's done by the generals and, unfortunately, in my mind, by a man called Netanyahu, who's totally corrupt and incompetent.
See? Even Benny's hitting the liberal Zionist exit ramp. Oh my God. Even if they're being genocidal in their statements, I mean, that's just, you know, it starts at 13. Okay, yeah. All right, let's get into it. Let's get right into it. Benny Morris and Norm.
The war, Professor Norman Finkelstein and Benny Morris, Israeli historian. Well, welcome to both of you. Benny Morris, my main question right now for Benjamin Netanyahu, I put it to him on X directly. And I said, if you're doing everything by the book and everything is justified and everything is legal, and you're not committing any war crimes or any of these things, I simply asked him one simple question. If you're doing nothing wrong, let international journalists go in and see for themselves.
Piers, are you Hamas? Why you not trust Israel? Why you no trust Israel? Journalist? More Hamas? Is that what you want? More Hamas? Anti-Semitism.
And I think it is completely shameful that the Israeli government continues to stop international journalists from doing their job. And it's down to the individual risk assessment will be by the journalists and their companies. You know, it was put to me on 2-3 days ago by an IDF member that somehow this was being done for the safety of the journalists. It's not. It's complete nonsense. And that's not down to the Israeli government anyway to make that call. I mean, do you at least accept that it is wrong that journalists are not allowed in there?
I completely agree with you, Piers. The government has made a terrible mistake in not allowing journalists in, and whoever dies...
By the way, the government's made a terrible mistake not allowing journalists in because we could have killed more of these fucking annoying journalists. You know what I mean?
There dies, but they should have allowed them in. But I would like to make a comment about what your previous guest was saying. He said he spoke about objectivity or something. The man is a total Hamas propagandist. Half the things he said were outright lies.
Dude, give it like a couple more months. Piers is going to be talking about glory to the martyrs, okay? Give it a couple more months. Piers is a horrible stenographer for the imperial interests of all of these Western nations, but he also is a content man first and foremost. And now, as an independent content man, he's a room reader. And as a room reader, even he recognized, the tides have shifted. He came out and apologized to Mehdi Hasan and said it is a genocide, and I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm so wrong. I was so wrong. And now he is slowly letting his opinion be known that it is a genocide. I suspect that he will still take the approach of like, well, it's a genocide, but no one else should resist to it. Something along those lines, which will be still very fucking annoying. Okay. Having said that, give it a couple more months and he'll be fucking raising the Al-Aqsa flood banner, okay, behind him.
Lots of doctors have been abducted and have disappeared is total nonsense. I know of 1 or 2 cases of doctors who were taken to an Israeli detention center. What happened to them afterwards, I don't know. I don't think they've been killed. I think
it's just kidnapping. Piers, it's just kidnapping. Doctors of Hamas.
They are under arrest for whatever reason. But
so they could have been abducted.
Many doctors have been.
You're basically agreeing with him, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that he talked about.
You just said you know of some doctors who were detained. You have no idea what happened to them.
I know of 1 or 2 doctors.
You're confirming his story.
No, I'm not. I'm confirming a small part of what is true. The rest.
God, it's so interesting seeing him apply the same fucking annoying techniques for once to the correct side. Okay, like every time I've been on this dude's show, he would gum up the works. I could not get a single statement in edgewise before doing 10 Israel highs and 10 Hamas condemnations. You know what I mean? And now he is Hamas. Piers, you are Hamas now. He's one dude, I swear to God, if before next month ends, Piers Morgan is going to demand condemnations of the state of Israel. Okay? I'm calling it. He's going to be like, do you condemn the actions of the Israeli state? I mean, he's basically doing that without those words, for the record. This was your viral clip from October 2023 with Piers. Yeah. Just so you understand, a lot of people have yelled at me over the course of these past year and a half. Over the course of the past year and a half, a lot of people have yelled at me. This was my fucking position on October 2023.
Allowed to defend itself from the worst terror attack since 9/11. If their mission now is to get rid of Hamas, then what they are doing is consistent with that, isn't it?
No, you said Israel has a right to defend itself. Absolutely zero people think that this is a ridiculous statement. However, how Israel is defending itself is collective punishment. Collective punishment in the form of depriving 2.2 million people of electricity, of water, of food, 51 people dying in the West Bank where, there is no Hamas in the West Bank, killing 3,480 Palestinians so far in Gaza, 1,000 plus children, 22 hospitals being bombed. These are horrifying crimes that you would openly say are horrifying and unjustifiable when Russia does it, but when Israel does it, Israel has a right to defend itself. This is identical to the same talking points that I've heard from every Israeli administration official. It's the same thing that I've heard from everyone else in the media. You might have been against the Iraq war, but you're using that for evil, in my opinion, at this point, if you are not sitting here and condemning those war crimes, those acts of violence, those acts of collective punishment.
The other one that's like my famous clip of me yelling at the pink-haired twink is also me yelling at liberal Zionists who try to both sides of fucking genocide. A lot of people forget, but that was me yelling at a person who was trying to fucking both sides of genocide. I was like, what the fuck do you mean both sides are in the wrong here? Like, what are you talking about? There's no both sides. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything. Can we watch that clip quickly? Where I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Is this it?
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand perhaps what I'm trying to imply here.
That's very patronizing.
Utilizing the hostages Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about Palestine and doing a both sides are fucking fine type bullshit. Where you're talking about how you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously, you know, both sides got a lot going on. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Listen to.
I was so mad. Like that needs cleanup, okay? But I was so fucking mad that I just couldn't. Like I couldn't like get the words out correctly. The girl one is better.
Everyone wants to criticize the IDF's response, but nobody wants to tell me what should Israel be doing to retaliate October 7th, eradicate Hamas from preventing another October 7th, and bring the hostages
I have
home.
an idea.
You have a solution?
I have an idea.
How
about not killing the hostages?
I have an answer.
Thank you for proving my point.
It's called the dissolution of the apartheid regime. Dissolve the apartheid regime.
So what would you like to
allow
see happen,
Palestinians
Hasan?
breathing room. Do you not understand the English language? Dissolve the apartheid regime.
You need a Xanax, first of all. You need a Xanax. They had a chance to rebuild.
You need a Xanax. You need a Xanax, first of all. Shut the fuck up. I have maintained the same position over and over again, but like, while there is no moral equivalence between Hamas and Israel, Hamas is clearly on the right side and Israel is clearly on the wrong side. Hamas is a fucking group of orphaned soldiers that were born out of the Israeli occupation. Okay, whereas Israel is the most powerful nation in the fucking region, backed by the most powerful nation on the planet with nuclear arms, and is currently doing a genocide. Imagine if I was fucking rocking the Al-Qassam Brigade's banner on my head while talking on Piers Morgan. I would go to prison, okay? But she gets to wear the IDF dog tags. How come she gets to wear the IDF dog tags? Those ugly ass fucking dog tags. I hate them. They're so large too.
But they spent the last 15 plus years crying that they don't have enough land because there is never enough land for them instead of rebuilding civilization.
Has
just build
not
terrorist
allowed
tunnels to keep hostages in.
Palestinians to have a nation state that they deserve by international law since the inception of the Israeli nation state. The fact that you brought up the last 15 years as Palestinians crying is disgusting.
Oh, I have one more question.
You are a disgusting little monster who thinks that not offering contiguity to the Palestinians in the form of a state is just simply Palestinians crying.
Question.
You need a Xanax. That's the same chick that pursued I Show Speed. And then I Show Speed was like, oh, she works for the Israeli state, free Palestine, and then unfollowed her.
It's a lie, as is a large part of what he's saying. Had Israel wanted to kill all the Palestinians, that's what genocide.
She recently went on Tim Pool and said she thought you were 21 years old. Wait, what?
How is he, like 30?
Oh, so he's not that young. I thought he was
I
like
don't know how
20.
old he is.
Yeah, I swear to you, I thought he was 21.
How old is he?
Because that's how he acts.
No, he's not 21.
I literally thought he was 20.
He's not 21. This guy is a HasanAbi head, dude. My biggest dick rider of all time. That's the one, right? That's the one who's like constantly talking about me on the Tim Pool show.
21.
I literally thought he was 20. He looks like a. Never mind. I'm not even going to start.
Oh, what was she going to say? Hey, yo. Listen, this is why I always say there's one thing you can't deny. All my fucking haters, they all hit the same bar. Stupid, sexy Hasan. Oh, I hate him. I hate how hot he is. Oh, he just fucking looks a certain way that gets me going. Oh. He's so young and hot.
Let's get his actual
Giving him
age.
too much attention.
We're giving this guy a big shot. He's getting big promotion here on TikTok.
Yes, seriously.
Yeah. Oh my God. All 63,000 of these fucking views, man. Thank you, Tim.
genocide actually means, there would have been many, many, many more deaths in Gaza. Each time Israel launches an air raid, we hear of the Palestinians saying 24 people have died, 30 people have died, and I'm sure many of them are civilians, but I'm also sure that the Air Force going in against these targets is attacking Hamasniks. We never hear from the Hamas how many of their people are being killed in these strikes. All we hear about and all we see on television is dead babies and dead women. They never show grown male, army-aged males being taken out of these ruins. And the Hamas uses these things systematically, the schools, the hospitals, various so-called safe compounds to hide in.
But out of interest, all right, but Benny Morris, when you hear someone like Smodrich last week talking about the campaign to just clear everybody out.
He's disgusting. You don't have to convince me. He's disgusting.
Right, but so my question for you, but my question for you though is this. All right, he's disgusting. What he said was disgusting.
Yes.
But what he said was also genocidal. Whereas you do not believe it's genocide what's going on, he clearly is talking in a way which made me believe that actually maybe the intention is genocide. It may not be the death of absolutely everybody, but it means killing a lot of Palestinians and kicking the rest out of the area. And that is a genocide.
Yeah, Piers. Guys, Piers is on the right side of history now, okay? Forget about all the stuff that he said before. I mean, that is his goal. He's trying to do that. He's Hamas now.
Genocide is something which is top-down government policy and carried out systematically. That's not what is happening. He is definitely, some of his speeches are genocidal. I don't know what he means exactly. And there are other ministers who speak like him, and they shouldn't be doing that. And they may even have a genocidal mentality, but they do not control government policy, and they do not control what the army is doing. That's done by the generals, and unfortunately, in my mind, by a man called Netanyahu, who's totally corrupt and incompetent.
Yeah, okay, we bring in Norman Finkelstein.
It's got nothing to do with, but it's got nothing to do with genocide.
Well, I think you're getting perilously close.
Yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu might be saying genocidal statements, but and all these other politicians in the government might be saying genocidal statements, and that Israel might be doing war crimes that might be considered a genocide, but don't say it's a genocide. It's not a genocide. What is it then, man? You fucking... you basically spelled it out. Can you imagine the fucking... Can you imagine doing the ICJ prosecution like this? Listen. You don't get it. It walks like a duck. It quacks like a duck. I mean, it's just not. Just take my word for it. It's not.
To agreeing with me. Norman Finkelstein, I mean, the bottom line is if it sounds from the rhetoric like a genocide, if the actions on the ground are becoming increasingly genocidal, if there's no other plan being put out there for what happens to Palestinian people other than many more will die and the rest will be thrown out of of Gaza, I don't know what else you end up calling this. And, I listened to that doctor. I didn't hear somebody that I felt was a Hamas sympathizer or propagandist. He went out of his way to say he wasn't.
He's just a liar. He's a liar.
Well, he's a liar who's lost 78 members of his family. So, I mean, Norman Finkelstein.
Maybe it's true, and I agree, and I feel sorry for him, but they're caught up in the bad situation where Hamas controls the population and is willing to sacrifice as many civilians as they can to win world support.
Well, which is exactly what Israel's also seems like they're prepared to sacrifice. Norman Finkelstein.
Well, thank you for having me on the program, and I hope that you'll hear me out. Is it a genocide? Well, as you know, Piers, from the first time I appeared on your program many months ago, I said it was a genocide. I said it was perfectly obvious when October 9th, the then Defense Minister Gallon said, we're not going to allow in any food, fuel, water, or electricity. Well, for a hermetically sealed population, that's a genocide. When the head of state, Mr. Netanyahu, compared the current situation with Amalek and invoked the biblical reference, it was clear, as the Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem put it, that he was talking about genocide. Now, in the 19 months that have elapsed, there have been adjustments in Israeli policy due to external pressure. That's called politics. So when the external pressures escalated, they had to diminish the genocide. And then beginning roughly when Kamala Harris was nominated for president in the United States, and all the cameras switched to the American election, Mr. Netanyahu, who's very sensitive to and knowledgeable of the American media, he then escalated the genocidal assault on Gaza again. And then, as you remember, because I did several programs with you at that time, as you'll remember, every day there was another massacre. There were so many massacres, it was impossible to keep count, and it was impossible to remember. Now, again, there was some lessening.
The first massacre, which was launched by Hamas.
Okay. I've not forgotten it, Benny. But you have to remember manners. I'll remember the massacres, and you remember manners. I'm speaking now. So, there were times when Israel, as I said, escalated the genocide and then diminished the genocide. Now, let's talk about the responsibility and the mindset. You've mentioned Mr. Smotrich. I mentioned Mr. Netanyahu. There was also several others whose names have constantly come up. Obviously, Defense Minister Gallant, who was indicted along with Prime Minister Netanyahu by the International Criminal Court. But it's not just the leadership. It's not just the leadership. The most recent poll showed that fully 1/2 of Israeli Jews, we're talking now about the population, fully 1/2 of Israeli Jews believe that Israel should conduct a genocide in Gaza. That's what the poll result showed. 82%.
That's a lie. That is a lie.
I know, Benny, everybody's lying.
There's
allow
never
me
been
to
a poll
finish.
about supporting
Please,
genocide. This is nonsense. You're purveying lies.
Okay. Okay, Benny.
Is that poll, Norman? What is that poll? What is that poll, Norman? It seems a very important poll. What is that poll you're referring to?
It was a university, if my memory is correct, it was a University of Pennsylvania poll. It was reported everywhere. Benny Morris knows about the poll.
No, it wasn't UPenn. But it was also conducted by, I think it was Pennsylvania State. That's number one. And secondly, the poll was conducted by a reputable Israeli polling organization that conducts all of the Israeli polls. It is a lie, Beta Wolf. It is a lie. No, you can't say it's a fucking lie. You can say that the questioning, the line of questioning was different than normal polls. Because it's true. The question directly asked, like, should they ethnically cleanse like Amalek? Okay. The verbiage was surely not, do you support genocide, right? No, it was. It was worse than that. A total of 82. Why is it Al-Quds the only fucking... Just send me another goddamn website, dude. Holy fuck. You guys are trying to get me goddamn banned. The poll questions were directional. You can criticize the way that they asked these questions, but it wasn't in an effort to trick. There's nothing wrong with Al-Quds. There's nothing wrong with Al-Quds. It's just that, like, they have this fucking graphic and then people are going to be like, oh, you're being anti-Semitic. Shut the fuck up. The poll that was conducted by not just Pennsylvania State University, but it was conducted by a reputable Israeli polling organization. Okay. And not only that, but also, and I don't like that everyone keeps saying like, oh, it's a fucking, I mean, Haaretz only wrote it in Hebrew. Oh, geocartography. Yeah. Israeli polling firm Geocartography on behalf of Penn State University. And the questions were directed as such. 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to the question. Do you support the claim that the Israeli army is in conquering an enemy city should act in a manner similar to the way Israelites did when they conquered Jericho under the leadership of Joshua, i.e., to kill all its inhabitants? The reference is to the biblical account of the conquest of Jericho. 47% of Israeli Jews answered yes to that question.
He's fully informed of the poll, but he's doing his job as an official Israeli propagandist.
I have no job. I don't like this government.
Benny,
I'm not their spokesman.
You've reduced yourself. Mr. Benny, you've reduced yourself to the level of a Holocaust denier. It's a real shame that you have sunk so low. But allow me to continue. The poll showed that 82% of Israeli Jews, 82% support a forced expulsion from Gaza.
That's not the same as genocide.
Population.
That may be true. That may be true, but that's not genocide.
Dude, Benny Morris is such a unique figure because he always has this like incredible, he'll take like an incredible claim that the average person would look at and go, this is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. What are you saying? And he'll be like, yeah, this happened, but it's good and it must happen. Like, I've never met someone who is this delusional to the way he is received by others. He'll just be like, listen, you don't understand. Yeah, 82% of Israeli Jews want permanent ethnic cleansing. Yeah, but that's not genocide, you know? That is psychotic. No care or consideration for how that looks at all.
Genocide.
Where did the polls say that? What? Benny is right. They didn't say I support the genocide of Pallies. Beta Wolf, you are a 44-month subscriber. The wording I already gave you. You heard the wording and you went, oh, it's not the same. Like, dude, it literally says, should they kill all of the inhabitants of a fucking enemy city? What do you think the enemy city is? Why do you think the invocation of the word Amalek is significant and is being used in the slightly autistic with it? No, dude, this is not about autism. This is just being fucking either obsessively obtuse. No, this isn't right after October 7th. Why are you trying to fucking defend it? No, this poll was fucking conducted recently. Recently. What the fuck is going on? Yeah. This was the article that was written. Yes, the transfer of 82% of Jews yes, the transfer. 82% of Jews in Israel favor deporting Gaza residents. Okay. The poll was conducted in the last couple of months. Or in the last couple of weeks, sorry.
That's not genocide. What you said before about genocide is total nonsense. Total nonsense.
Piers, you're going to have to ask Benny Morris to please allow me to speak.
Well, Benny, I will let you respond to this.
You're taking up all the time, though.
Yeah, Norman, you must give him a chance to respond.
Okay, I will finish. I will finish. Then one of the leaders of the opposition in Israel described Israeli soldiers as killing children as a hobby in Gaza. Now, yes, he took it back. He took it back after he came under ferocious attack. But he himself acknowledged, when I debated Mr. Morris about a year ago, and I said that Israel targets children, he laughed. He thought it was such a funny remark by me.
It's absolute.
I'm wondering. After the foreign doctors in Gaza,
Dude, 19 months of unlimited child murder, and this fucking animal is still like, it's not true. It's not true. Israel does not target children. Like, what do you mean, bro? What, they just like accidentally perish? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? How many goddamn children have we seen with their like skull completely fucking taken out by an Israeli rocket or a bullet?
After the foreign doctors in Gaza attested that the children were being shot in the head and the chest. And when one of the leaders of the opposition in Israel said that the Israeli soldiers killed children
as I must let Benny respond, Norman. I must let Benny respond. Benny.
There has never been a poll asking Israelis whether they support genocide. This is a total lie, and the 50% figure is also something completely out of Norman Finkelstein's imagination, his twisted mind, actually. There is no targeting of children deliberately, and what this politician...
Yeah, it's just a happy accident for Benny, still, at this point. Just 20,000 little accidents. I mean, it's more than 20,000, but like, it just seemingly keeps happening, dude. I don't know how. We're really trying to find out who's doing this, you know? Oh. I sometimes think to myself, is it because like you're so invested in this false reality that Israel is a force for good because you live there and it's so important to you that you have to fucking defend its honor like this? And a big part of that is just simply lying to yourself? Or is it because you are completely aware of what Israel is doing and you like what Israel is doing, but you at least understand that it's indefensible in the global stage. So therefore, you have to willingly fucking lie. It really doesn't matter what the motives are here, because you're still doing genocide denial. You're still doing Holocaust denial. And therefore, under normal circumstances, you would be punished. Like, what Benny Morris is doing, ironically enough, is illegal in Israel, and it is illegal in the UK. Of course, it's illegal in Israel and illegal in the UK only for the original Holocaust. Right? Not the one that's currently happening. The one that's currently happening is not yet illegal to deny.
said, and he's actually a very clever politician and usually tells things straight and the truth, was a slip of the tongue. And he said, I made a mistake. I said the wrong thing and I shouldn't have used that phrase, stupid phrase. Israeli soldiers do not target, as a rule, children. There may be, and I'm sure there are and have been, war crimes committed by Israeli soldiers and pilots, perhaps, in this war in the course of 19 months. But I don't think we should forget that Hamas is a homicidal, a homophobic, misogynist, totalitarian organization which tried to kill as many Israelis as they could, most of them civilians.
Nothing. There's nothing. All you got is, remember October 7. October 7. October 7. That's all he's got. Totalitarian. Motherfucker, they don't even have a state. Nor a standing military. What do you mean?
August, and what befell Gaza as a result is revenge for that attack by the Hamas. And the Hamas said they would do the same thing again if they are revived and resuscitated as a leading organization in the Gaza Strip. And I think that's the objective of the Israeli army, to end Hamas rule and to end the Hamas as an organization in the Gaza Strip. And anybody normal who doesn't support Islamists.
Yeah. Hamas is misogynistic, which is why we have to kill all of the women in Palestine to liberate them from the misogynistic throes of Hamas.
Doesn't support anti-Semitism, doesn't support misogyny, doesn't support homophobia, should be against Hamas, which Norman Finkelstein apparently isn't.
Yeah, but I don't hear people supporting Hamas certainly in mainstream media or anywhere else. Everyone's of a unanimity that what they did was unconscionable and they should be held to account. The problem is that the strategy that the Israeli government
is...
Yes, I heard.
They still want to do and say
yeah, but
they want to do.
Benny, let's just assume, because they said it themselves, in fact, the spokesman said it after October the 7th, that if they can do it again and again, they will. So they want to get rid of all the Jews in Israel. Okay, that is Hamas.
And of the state of Israel. And of the state of Israel.
But the problem is, as I've always said from the start of this, what is a proportional response to what happened?
Finkelstein about to be like, Mr. Benny, I too do not entertain transgender ideology like Hamas. No identity politics, Mr. Benny. You are a fantastic moron. I fucking love Norm Finkelstein so much. Oh God, he is what a fucking incredible person, dude. Yes, Norm himself is Mr. Anti-Identity Politics. But he's also like 90 years old.
Happened, and what is the end game? What does Israel actually want at the end of this? And I'm beginning to think they don't have any plan at all. That actually what they're hoping is that they can pursue the line of many of the more right-wing.
Who's anti-Paul? Oh, he's transphobic, yes. Yes, Norm Finkelstein is transphobic. I don't give a shit. I thought everybody knew that already. He's also pro-Russia. I don't give a fuck. I mean, you clearly do. What? No. I don't care. I don't care what his fucking, I don't care what the opinions of a 90-year-old man is beyond his focus. His academic focus is on one issue and one issue only. Okay? Otherwise, you wouldn't make it a point to make it clear he's transphobic. No, I am a normal fucking human being who understands that a 90-year-old man is probably not going to have, especially a 90-year-old stubborn man, is not going to have the fucking same opinions as you. All I'm saying is clear you care about trans issues, so saying that you don't care is annoying and reductive. No, I don't care. I do not care that Norm Finkelstein is transphobic. Like, have you talked to your grandparents? Have you had a conversation with your grandparents? Yeah. Not only is it inconsequential in this conversation, but like, there are people who have lived for far too long on this planet and have developed certain positions that is impossible to shake them from. And the best your expectations should be of them is to not get in the way, you know, not get in the way of social change, and also not constantly be fucking annoying. Like, I'm sure there's trans chatters in here that can't get their grandparents to be understanding of trans people. You know what I mean? Check my link. Norm has changed. Wait, really? Norm Finkelstein has mind blown by identity politics founder Barbara Smith. Damn. My mistake. My mistake. He's also, I guess, pro-trans now. Trans chatter here. My 87-year-old grandfather is also transphobic. Yeah, some of us cut those family off from our lives. I'm lucky my 88-year-old mom is still supportive of my trans butt. Oh, I thought you meant trans people need to get out of the way. I'm so stupid. No, old people who have these kinds of opinions need to get out of the way. It's fine. Like, it's basically about like managing the situation, right? And if the best you're going to get is for them to be like somewhat understanding, or at the very least, like to get them to stop talking about this shit and shift their attention away to other priorities, then great. I'll take that success. I still have to boy mode when traveling my grandparents' town 6 years into it. Yeah. Like, if you were to ask me, do I care about transphobia being, the norm in society? Of course I do. But the way to tackle that is not by getting 95-year-olds. Like, that is perhaps the least consequential in society for maintaining transphobic opinions. You know what I mean? I would rather make sure that children are not hateful, right? Like, even if they also, too, have the brain functions of a 95-year-old, because children are going to grow up to be adults. Like, they are literally, just let him do it. You know what I mean? It's like when the doctor tells your grandparents, like, oh, he wants to smoke cigarettes, let him fucking smoke cigarettes. He's 99 years old. Like, that's what the doctor told my grandfather, okay, before he passed away. Because my parents were like, oh, you have to be more healthy. You have to be more healthy. Motherfucker was like 99, okay? And basically the doctor was like, dude, if he wants to smoke cigarettes, let him smoke cigarettes. He has lived for 99 fucking years, dude. What are you talking about? Let the man smoke some fucking bogues, right? And that's kind of the whole point with even like transphobia as well. If you're 90 years old and you're like transphobic, it's like the best you can do is just get them to to, I guess, not talk about it all the time, you know? Yeah, also, clearly, if you're 99 and like, and fucking chiefing some darts, okay, some lung darts for 99 goddamn years, you probably shouldn't take the cigarette away from him. He might die if you take the cigarette away. Yeah, 91-year-old grandma dead-named me every day until she died. I hated it. She was also racist. She was unreasonable. Some old people will listen to reason and still learn. I agree. I'm just saying it's probably at a certain point better to just like avoid them is what I mean. Because like 91 years old, you know what I mean? Like it's kind of hard. And also like you're wasting your time is what I mean. Like self-preservation is good in this situation. All right, let's keep going.
Members of that cabinet. Maybe Netanyahu himself now has been introduced into this because he has no incentive to end the war, because the moment it ends, he'll be held accountable for allowing October the 7th to happen in the first place, which was hugely unpopular for him and the Poles with the Israeli people. The second...
Damn, Piers is even talking about how October 7th, he allowed it to happen.
He's facing corruption charges in a criminal court the moment this is all over. There is no incentive for him to end it. And so this carries on and on with more and more Palestinians being killed. And all right, you might have a belief that the IDF never deliberately target children, but they are deliberately and relentlessly targeting civilian areas in their estimation, going after Hamas. But in the process, they know they are going to kill on a daily basis dozens, if not hundreds, of innocent people as well. And that's been going on now week after week, month after month. And at some point, you surely have to concede that this strategy is not working. It's making Israel global pariahs. It's making Israel global pariahs. There is no evidence that Hamas is being dismantled. In fact, the opposite appears to be happening.
Oh, no. No, not Israel. Why you not like Israel? You say Israel? Pariah? What does this word mean? Pariah? Why you not like Israel? No politics here. Israel number one. No politics here. Do you think Piers is a bellwether of big media? Kind of. I mean, he's independent right now, so that's why he's like probably taking a more aggro tone.
Where for every Hamas terrorist...
I just think he's paid by Hamas. That's what I think. I think Abu Ubaidah got Piers's number and got access to his crypto wallet and has just been sending him Qatari money like weekly. Clearly, that's what happened.
Is killed, they're apparently replacing them with multiple more people who share that ideology. The hostages are not being released. God knows how many of those hostages may be killed now with these intensifying airstrikes.
No,
Israel now says it's launching.
Can I correct
Israel
you?
now said, well, let me finish.
About the
Israel now says it's launching a massive new attack. Well, okay, bully for Israel, but actually none of this seems to be working. And so at some point, I say enough. Yes.
Why you bully Israel?
Correct me.
Okay, I understood that. Can I correct you on one small point? The Hamas kidnapped 251 hostages, most of them Israelis, some of them Nepalese, some of them Thai, on the 7th of October 2023. Of those, 177 were actually released as a result of the Israeli counteroffensive in interim arrangements.
Well, they were released by diplomacy, actually. They were released through diplomacy.
But the Israeli military pressure is what persuaded the Hamas, because they also
So why is it not
wanted
working
ceasefires.
now? Why isn't it working?
Interesting, because on October 17th, I think, Hamas released a message to the Israeli envoys saying, as long as Israel does not invade the Gaza Strip, we will release all hostages. Israel instantly denied this. Just something strange. Just something strange to think about. October 17th, 2023, by the way.
Now.
It will work. I don't know. Firstly, there's only 20 alive Israeli hostages left in Hamas.
Genuine question. How do you apply your standards of charitability when dealing with people like Piers Morgan, who actively sold the genocide, but then has maybe come around and is now on the right side? Maybe. Do you still extend that same charitability to people who were genocidaires turned anti-Israel? I mean, it's case by case. Like, I would... Like, remember that one soldier that Ombin Be'achad was parading around, who literally did like hundreds of days of genocide in Gaza and then turned around and was like, oh, I don't want to go back anymore. I'm actually now a conscientious objector. And it's like, bro, you literally did the fucking genocide. Like, I don't want to say what I think he should do. And it's not like, oh, I'm not like doing a fucking suicide joke or whatever. I don't want to say what I think he should do. But like, you know, like, I feel like if you've done it for 200 days, like, you go back. You don't have to quit at that point, and, you know, go back and maybe do something else when you're there. You know what I mean? Like, you have the military training. I don't know what else to say, right? You have the arms, you have the military training. Like, you are not the same as like a fucking 17-year-old who's like, I'm not going to serve in the IDF. You know what I mean? You're a whole ass adult, you know? Stuff like this happened all the time, okay? All the fucking time. And yeah, you have the trust of your fellows. Like, what do you mean? Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, for someone like Piers Morgan, it's different, right? So for someone like Piers Morgan, it's different. Because, like, this is what he does. His entire role here is to basically turn around and either propagandize in the direction of Israel or against Israel. And I am skeptical, but I also treat him as I'm skeptical, but I also treat this as like a positive development, if that makes sense. Right? You're going to ruin my afternoon, trees, relax. I didn't say anything that's like fucked up, chatters. And I'm not, I don't think people understood what I was saying. I wasn't saying like, oh, kill yourself or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. That wasn't the point. I was saying something different. But I can't say. You know, maybe organize amongst your other the fellow soldiers that have participated in this and maybe feel the same way as you do. You know what I mean? Like, there's only so much I can say. This is a foreign nation's military, but it's not treated as a foreign nation's military. If I was talking about this in America, like doing an officer's mutiny, for example, like advocating for a coup within the American Defense Department is not something that would get me in trouble, all right? Even as a joke, which is what I'm saying. I'm saying that as a joke, okay? But if you were to say that about the Russian military, people would love that. People probably demand it all the time. But if you were to say that about the IDF, all of a sudden, 19 months into a fucking genocide, everybody gets in their fucking feelings, you know? Are you saying do a reverse Pat Tillman? Low key, it's not even a reverse Pat Tillman. There's so many fucking examples of this throughout the Vietnam War. That's all I'm going to say about this. There are a lot of examples of after fucking decades of conquest and death and destruction, there were a lot of people who were very frustrated, you know? Also, yeah, partisans have existed throughout history. Jewish partisans played a formative role, you know? And not even just Jewish partisans, but like partisans in the resistance in Vichy France, or partisans in Italy against the fascist Mussolini government. Like this part, like what I'm describing right here is simply an accurate assessment of historical events that unfolded throughout historic periods of struggle against fascism. Okay? That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is ciao bella ciao is what I'm saying. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Partisans have existed throughout history. Okay? Yes, Yugoslavian partisans as well. I have no clue what little bro is trying to say. Then fucking Google it, okay? There have been historic periods of struggle against historic fascism, and there were plenty of fucking people within the in-group that was a part of the fascist in-group that actually engaged in armed struggle against the fascist entity, okay? All I'm saying is look it up on Google. Look up the what has happened in history, throughout history on Google, okay? Google it. Stop trying to get me to spell shit out.
Hamas hands. I do believe that the government
Well, you don't
was
know
incompetent
that.
in
We don't know that. We know
no,
there
we
are
know,
over
we
50.
know that, no, no, we know,
over 50
no, no,
are
we
not
know there are
accounted
20,
for.
No, we know there's 20 live ones and assume 38 dead ones. That's what the Israeli
but nobody knows
intelligence
for sure.
knows. Okay, nobody knows for sure. The government now, which was incompetent and I think incompetently managed this war, that's why it stretched out for so long. Though don't forget, we also had a war with Iran and with Hezbollah, and we continue to have a war with the Houthis from Yemen. So it's not just been Israel focusing only on Gaza. But
but in the war, if I may say, before I go back, hang on.
He's like, listen, you don't understand. Israel's got ambitions everywhere. Ambitions everywhere. There's so much free real estate just sitting there, you know?
Before I go back to Norman, with the war with Hezbollah, that was a scenario where Israel, in terms of military operation, brilliantly targeted 3,000 Hezbollah terrorists in a way that begs the question, why could they not have?
Oh, okay. Suck my fucking dick, Piers. The beeper pager attacks was a severe violation of international norms and international rules of conflict. You cannot booby trap things. You cannot intercept normal supply lines by which commerce is normal supply lines by which commerce happens, and disrupt those normal supply lines at the behest of creating an incredibly sophisticated large-scale terror attack. This is yet another example of Israel violating the rule-based international order in such a spectacular fashion that it potentially could open up the floodgates if America's adversaries or anyone else's adversaries, for example, has the same approach. It's insane to me that it has gotten this much positive coverage in Western news. It is insane to me. And the very fact that Israel was able to do that when it also operates Pegasus makes you wonder about what level of Israeli surveillance is seen as like appropriate and sophisticated by the likes of fucking Piers Morgan. Imagine if they did that to like American first responders one day. You know? Imagine if your fucking iPhone just exploded and it killed your daughter because you talk shit about Israel. It is crazy.
Have done a similar operation on Hamas. And I've heard all the excuses and explanations and arguments. But in one case, Israel has now, since October the 7th, 2023, just launched endless strikes and assaults on civilian populations in Gaza, killing, we don't know how many, but we know it's many tens of thousands, including over 20,000 children in a population with 50% under 18.
This is why what I always said post October 7 was the solution is to dissolve the apartheid. Because the reason why October 7 happened is because of the occupation and apartheid. Like, there's no world in which, like, oh, there's a sophisticated way to do these things. Like, what do you mean? Fuck that. Yeah, the most sophisticated way to do this would be to dissolve the apartheid. That's it. That's the main problem here. October 7 is born out of the frustration and the anger and resentment, born out of the unlimited violence that Palestinians are subjected to. That's it. They didn't just like materialize. They didn't just come out of the womb and we're like, oh my God, I can't wait to kill Israelis. Like, or sorry, not even Israelis. Sorry. I can't wait to kill Jews. I hate Jews. Like, that's not how this works. That's not how this happened.
And in their offensive against Hezbollah, which was incredibly successful, they targeted 3,000 terrorists with pages, which have got explosives in. You know, there's a massive difference in the way that Israel's gone about these two counter-terrorist operations, as they would put it. And I would argue the way they went...
Dog, what are you talking about? Israel did Gaza shit to fucking Beirut as well. Part of the reason why they did the fucking pager attack before they did the Beirut Gaza equivalent was because they wanted to literally use their last ditch effort before they were outed, and then it accelerated the bombing campaign because like, if he's mad about Gaza, he should be fucking really pissed off about Beirut. Like, what are we talking about? Did we forget what Israel did in Beirut? Like, did we just forget that Israel also Gaza-fied southern Lebanon? The pager attack was an act of terror, but it was the opening salvo. And a part of the reason why they did that was because they wanted to cause as much chaos and confusion as possible within the ranks of Hezbollah so that they could do an endless amount of bombing in Lebanon without any sort of defense against it whatsoever, without any serious repercussions. That was the success. Because under normal circumstances, if Hezbollah still had its command structure, okay, and by the way, they killed a bunch of civilians in the process too. They literally fucking attacked first responders that were using those pagers. They attacked civilian Hezbollah members who are part of the Lebanese parliament. But a part of that was also, a part of that was to cause as much chaos as possible so that there was no retaliation when they turned around and actually did unlimited bombing campaigns in southern Lebanon as well.
But after Hezbollah had global support in a way that the way they've gone after Hamas in Gaza is increasingly making Israel a global pariah. Norman, your response.
I agree with you completely, but there were two reasons for that. The first one is that the Hamas has systematically hidden behind civilians and in tunnels underneath civilian centers.
Are we having
All right, let Norman
a
respond.
monologue?
Norman.
With all due respect to you, Piers, I think there's a misunderstanding about what's been happening since October 7th. Once October 7th happened, it was a crisis for Israel. About that, there's no dispute. But it was also viewed, as the cliche had it, it was also an opportunity. And the opportunity was to once and for all solve the Gaza question. Now, from day one, it was perfectly obvious that the goal of Israel was to solve the Gaza question through three methods. One, ethnic cleansing. Two, make Gaza unlivable. And three, mass killing, mass death and destruction. Now, if you look at it from that vantage point, the operation has been hugely successful. I don't know why, with all due regard, and I do respect you, I don't know why you keep saying it's been unsuccessful. They've destroyed about 90% of the housing in Gaza. They've destroyed about half the hospitals in Gaza. They've destroyed about half the universities in Gaza. They've destroyed about half the arable land in Gaza. Gaza won't be habitable anytime in the next 2 decades, according to the best estimations by the international community.
I'm from Lebanon. My aunt's apartment was destroyed. She's a civilian, 40 years old. She had to go back to the mountains to live with my grandma. She doesn't have any money to fix the apartment, and there are no repercussions for what happened. It's just like she's supposed to cope with it and shut her mouth. So disappointing. Yeah. And the entire world fucking turns around and like celebrates those actions, which is so shocking to me. They just don't think anyone else is a fucking human being. What? The U.S. promised the PLO that they would ensure the safety of the Beirut civilians in return for them leaving the city. Right after the IDF facilitated the massacres of multiple Palestinian refugee camps, over 1,300 civilians were killed by the LF. The U.S. was guilty then, just as guilty now. I think you got timed out by the auto modding because you kept spamming, or maybe you wrote something too long. It was Fossabot. Yeah. Also, surprisingly, I never thought I would say this, but yes, I think the number Norm arrived at are undercounted. The arable land is I think I might be wrong about this, but I think the arable land destroyed is like even larger than 70%. I thought it was fucking 90% of arable land that has been destroyed. Like it is virtually impossible for there to be any sort of agricultural output in Gaza. Yeah, it's not even 70, it's 90 or 95%.
National organizations, the World Bank, the
Personally, I'd like to hear from Rabbi Shmuley Boteach. I appreciated his balanced takes. Restore the public discourse and peace will follow. See, under normal circumstances, like that is a perfect demonstration of someone being so hyperbolic that obviously they're being sarcastic. Okay? Because there is not a single ultra-Zionists don't think Rabbi Shmuley is a good advocate for Israel. Okay? Why do you think they shelved him? That right there is such a stupid statement that he doesn't have to slap a /S on it. Rabbi Shmuley is perhaps Hamas's bravest fucking soldier. A lot of you don't understand this. I had the vision from the jump. Okay? Rabbi Shmuley was the greatest anti-Zionism vehicle of all time. A person that was so repulsive in everything he does that people that have been lifelong supporters of Israel would listen to him talk for literally more than 30 seconds and go, I must dismantle the Zionist entity. People were saying the Shahada and joining the ranks of the Al-Qassam brigades after hearing Rabbi Shmuley speak. Like 30, not even 30, 56-year-old Barbaras and Deborahs were literally going, as a lifelong Christian, and I listened to this rabbi speak and I realized, inshallah, we must win one day. Glory to all the martyrs. We are... Glory to all the martyrs. Inshallah, the Zionist entity will be dismantled. It's like you said, I think Shmuley literally played a role in radicalizing Piers in the opposite direction. Yes. There has been no loyal servant of Hamas as loyal as or as consistent as Rabbi Shmuley.
And International Monetary Fund, UNCTAD, and so forth. It's been hugely successful. Where we're at now is the final phase. And the final phase is why all the rats, like the leadership in the UK right now, and the French and the Canadians, they're trying to jump off the sinking ship because they know exactly what Israel has in mind. We're now at the apocalypse, the final phase. Mr. Morris has written a lot about 1948 in Israel. And in fact, what's happening now is very similar to what happened in October 1948. If you read his books, which I have, you see a massive escalation of atrocities during the 1948 war as they're trying to finish the job. And now Israel is trying to finish the job. If you read your own Financial Times, it described very beautifully what this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation was about. They were going to set up 2 or 3 distribution points in the south of Gaza. And then everybody from the north and the middle of Gaza would have to go to the south in order to get food or water or medicine. And then when everybody was congregated in the south, what do you think is going to happen? Exactly what happened in October 1948. There were going to be the massacres. You know what they were going to say.
Can I say something?
There was rioting. There was rioting at the food distribution centers. The IDF felt afraid. And then it started to fire. And then they hoped
Piers,
in one fell swoop they could send the whole population over the border into Egypt.
He likes to lecture.
It's perfectly
He always likes to
obvious
lecture.
what Israel is doing now. It's the last stage, or I should say, it's the final stage of the final solution. And now some of the Western leaders don't want to have to dirty their hands with it. So suddenly people like Kehlani are discovering that it's intolerable, the situation in Gaza. Guess what?
Can I say something?
God, I fucking love Norm so much. I wouldn't change a single damn thing about him. The way he carries himself, how stubborn he is, how proud he is. That's exactly what you need. When I found out about Norm Finkelstein decades ago, as this like incredibly stubborn man who had been, not decades ago, but like a decade ago, as this incredibly stubborn man who had been, I think it was like right after he got blackballed, like the Allen, was it? I don't remember exactly when it was, but I remember him taking the fucking, the largest hit of his career from the Dersh, Jeffrey Epstein's best friend, after Norm correctly called out, after Norm Finkelstein correctly called out the Dersh for plagiarizing someone else's material that had made up shit. About the Palestinians. He was right to call him out for plagiarizing, and Alan Dershowitz went on to blackball him from every academic institution.
Intolerable since October 8th.
Okay, final word, very briefly, to you, Benny.
As far as I've understood, that firstly, at the moment, there's discussions of a prisoner exchange and a ceasefire between Israel and the Hamas, which may work out and give the Hamas a breathing space of 60 days at least in which to reorganize and whatever. But the Israeli military plan, as far as it's been published, is to take over essentially 75% and maybe by the end 100% of the Gaza Strip and root out the Hamas, kill the Hamas people or get them to surrender and leave the territory, and to supply the Palestinian population in 3 centers, not just in the south, but also in the north, with humanitarian aid, if the Hamas will allow it to come through, because the Hamas have been taking most of the humanitarian
lying,
aid
Benny.
and then selling.
The problem is Hamas is but a name, okay? For Israel, the problem is not the name Hamas. For Israel, the problem is resistance against occupation, militant resistance against the occupation. So, of course, reasonable people, even within the Nazi forces of the Israeli occupying force, recognize that there is no military solution to Hamas. Because as long as the occupation exists, then of course there is going to be resistance to said occupation, whether it's called Hamas or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Okay? Call it Sama. Okay? Don't call it Hamas. Call it Samah. Whatever. It's gonna exist. Because you can't fucking occupy people for 77 years. Of course people are going to want freedom. And Israel understands that. Right? Israel understands that. That's why they want to do ethnic cleansing. That's why they want to completely ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. Because they understand that as long as there are Arabs there, as long as there are Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, they are going to understandably resist against Israel. Okay? They have the moral right and responsibility to resist against Israel. They have the legal right and responsibility to resist against the Israeli occupation. Yeah, I saw this. I saw Laura predicting 2020 was the summer of love. 2025 will be the summer of jihad. You'll see. Islam is cracking up. We got women talking back. We got people playing stringed instruments. It's the end of days. Inshallah, one day, 2025 will be the summer of jihad, yeah. What is this? I don't know. Fucking Nick Pollum being Nick Pollum. Here are my friends Hasan and Hasanmongold. I'm curious, if you had to vote for either of them as president, who'd you vote for and why? All circumstances permitting, of course. I hate the two-party system. Nick Pollum is going to realize that, he's farming right now, but he's going to realize that a lot more people in his fan base love Hasanmongold. Yeah, he's just farming. Yeah. Laura Loomer is not wrong. It is jihad summer. Jihad summer is white boy summer. His fan base is majority Euro cucks. Your reaction to the Charlie debate going viral?
To the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious.
Oh yeah, I responded to her too. Said you did great. take your shirt off. Are you dead ass? I used to watch him and everyone say they hate you when you were brought up. I mean, she cooked them. I think the funnier the funnier response I had was that every time she cooked Charlie harder. Have you seen 4 Lines? Yes, I love 4 Lines.
And then selling it to merchants, and then selling it to merchants, and making money with which they can hire new fighters. That's what the Hamas is doing
the truth is,
with
Benny,
the humanitarian aid.
Okay, Benny, the truth is, when you launch a 3-month blockade of aid going in, when you know kids are starving, it's unconscionable. I don't care what you try and dress it.
That's incorrect. There was a lot of food.
Oh my God, Benny. Oh, he's just... Benny Morris is a fantastic example of like the cancerous nature of fascist thought, where you can have like an academic pedigree, but all of that falls apart the moment that your perspective is just so significantly influenced by death and destruction. Like he is, I'm certain, or at least everything I've seen of his work, it's decent. Not like his new shit, and certainly nothing about like his opinions overall. But it's crazy that like you can be a fucking major historian, okay? A game-changing historian in Israel, and also simultaneously be the type of dude that says like, well, you can't trust a Syrian to be a part of the United Nations, like insanely fucking racist. Never ask a woman about her age, a man about his salary, and Israel about its evidence. Israel has a right to defend itself from babies.
No choice but to.
When did Piers do a 180 on Gaza? Right here.
You and I.
On, I believe this was on May 20th. Here. This is when he officially he went from soft launching his support for Hamas to hard launching it.
Listen, you and I have talked about this war in Gaza for ever since it started, this phase of the 75-year conflict. And I have resisted going as far as you have done in your criticism of the Israeli government. I resist no more. I think we've reached common ground about what we view is happening and has been happening through this period of this blockade, which frankly is just starvation of the people there, including so many innocent young women and children. And I think that the incessant bombing and killing, and we don't know how many civilians have been killed, but it is on a daily basis. It looks like hundreds of people every day, with no apparent attempt, it seems to me, to have any real plan for how this ends or what happens when it ends, other than if you look at what Smotrich has been saying, probably the most right-wing member of a very right-wing government, he is talking in a genocidal language about kicking all the Palestinians out. So I think you and I have reached a place in the last few weeks where we are in agreement. But my question for you, Mehdi, is how does this end?
I don't know the answer to that question, Piers, and I'm glad we're in agreement. I wish we weren't. Actually, I wish I had been wrong and you were right. I wish that a year ago when I said on your show, you said, well, if it's not about the hostages, what's it about? And I said, it's about depopulating Gaza. It's about conquering Gaza. I wish I'd been wrong. But as you said, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister...
Yeah, I mean, I have a solution. Intifada revolution. Okay. All jokes aside, I mean, I have a solution. I think... dissolve the apartheid. Like literally. One phone call from the American administration. Consistently continue applying pressure if you're outside of the administration to your politicians, to members of the media, to keep up the focus and keep up the pressure and keep up the attention to Israel's Nazi regime, to Israel's Nazi Holocaust. and then get the American government to move, or at least like if you're in Europe, you have a better opportunity to get your government to move in that direction, to decouple from Israel, to apply sanctions to Israel, pressure the European Union to apply sanctions to Israel, which then will put Europe and European leaders at odds with the American foreign policy and make America's allegiance to Israel more costly. Okay? And then eventually cause the United States of America to make that fucking final phone call where it's like, it's done. If there was true justice in the world, of course, do you think this can stop without military intervention? Yes, it will most likely stop without military intervention. Yes, I do. Because it's if something can be stopped with one phone call, then it'll be stopped with one phone call. Because there is no military intervention without the United States go-ahead. And the United States is not going to say, go and invade, a coalition of the willing, go and invade Tel Aviv. They're going to just make the phone call and get Israel to stop before that comes to fruition. It's that simple. Chinese intervention, though, dude. Okay. Chinese intervention is less likely than America invading Tel Aviv, okay? That's how fucking unlikely it is. Get out of here, dude. Like, goddamn, I fucking glaze China for the good things, okay? China's foreign policy against America is great, okay? They do all the right things. Mostly focusing on trade, mostly focusing on development, mostly focusing on generating goodwill. But China, when it comes to directly standing in opposition to the United States in a manner that would be considered interventionist, fuck no. They don't do shit. They don't even use interventionist policies in their own fucking backyard in like the Philippines or whatever, when they should be doing that. China is unimaginably non-interventionist, or when they do intervene in the affairs, they usually side with the state repression. Okay? Whether it be Indonesia or Myanmar, China will always side with the repressive forces of the state. Okay? Because they value stability within their neighbors more than anything else. Okay? No, I'm not talking about like fucking invading Vietnam, Chad. I'm talking like contemporary China. Okay? And even if you were to like bring up the Korean War, for example, that's a very different time in China, in Chinese history. We're not talking about China under Mao. We're talking about China now. Okay, if you think China under Mao and China now are following the same vision, you're wrong. Okay, if Mao was alive, then yes, you would be seeing a very different. Well, if he was alive, he'd be really old. But if Mao was still alive, you'd be speaking Chinese right now, okay? China, really some bag chasers on my granny. Aslında Piers Morgan. This is a Turkish chatter. I think. But they are, yes, you are correct, chatter. China really be some bag chasers on my life.
In the Israeli government said this week, we are there to conquer, cleanse, and remain. Those are his words. We are disassembling Gaza, he said. We are leaving it as piles of rubble. He says we're doing something that no one's done in the world.
Do you think the U.S. will make the phone call or rather die with Israel? No, there will come a point when the phone call will be made. That's going to happen eventually. Because, as I've said with Russia as well, all wars end up with treaties, okay? There will come a day when that call comes. I just wish it would have come a year ago.
Before he bragged out loud and he said, yes, the Gazans will have to leave. So all of those things are stuff some of us were saying last year. I wish we hadn't been vindicated in this horrific way. The killing is ongoing. The starvation is ongoing. And look, I do hope that a dam is bursting. You mentioned the genocide word. Shmuel Lederman, who is an Israeli researcher of genocide, spent much of 2024 saying it's not a genocide, it's not a genocide. He was interviewed by a Dutch newspaper last week. He said, I've changed my position. It is a genocide. He said, in my field, there's a consensus among genocide scholars that it's a genocide. In fact, that Dutch newspaper interviewed 7 leading scholars of genocide. Every single one said, we think what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. In fact, this week, Piers, you have an Israeli former general, Yair Golan, saying a sane country does not attack civilians, does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not expel civilian populations. That is Yair Golan, the former deputy chief of the Israeli military, prominent Israeli politician. He was a hero on October the 7th.
He's so mad. Stay mad, you fucking Nazi.
Fought Hamas himself on October the 7th. This is what he said this week.
Yeah. Yair Golan is Hamas. Ehud Olmert is Hamas. Go to Gaza. Why don't you go to Gaza? If you like Hamas so much, you have become Hamas. Go to Gaza. SpaceX testing
propellant
Starship again
in
after
the booster and the ship
2 failures.
help keep the cryogenic propellant cold. They do have some time, and again, this is the moment when they're in the control room and they're doing these checkouts of the ship. They're looking. They want to make sure everything is green as possible before they send this thing uphill.
I mean, you say that jokingly, but that was the unironic reaction to this statement. I mean, I know. I know.
Up to T-1 minute. Go
Why
ahead.
you hate
Sounds like
Israel?
they're using this hold T-40 to do additional checkouts of boosters Raptors.
Will it fail again,
so again,
Gamba?
29 of these Raptors are going to be flying for a second time. You might want to make extra sure that they're going to be good to go in the final moments leading up to launch, which we're coming up 10 seconds away from that. We will see. 28 for a second time.
Yep.
1 for a third time. Thank you, Adrian.
Which is awesome.
I appreciate being nitpicked in that way because I would do it to you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely you would.
So we're in a hold now. We're in a hold. That's fine. Starship is not like Falcon 9. As we've said, it does use sort of densified propellants a little bit, but it's not the same as Falcon 9. There's so much propellant mass. There's so much volume there that they have a little bit more time before they can... before things start to warm up to a point where they
let's
have to
go into the
recycle,
future.
right?
Yep, there's the T-minus 40 seconds optional hold that is taken.
Yeah, and as of right now, the vehicle and the ship, they're fully loaded. They're doing those final checkouts. And this is really important for those Raptors because, they're eventually going to go to 35. And we want to make sure, I mean, they got to make sure, like you said, 28 of these are flown twice. Go ahead. Alex?
We'll see if they reach 35. I want to say one thing, though. Be on the lookout, because if they clear the hold, it can be very quickly. Remember, it's 40 seconds, right? Be on the lookout, because sometimes the information from SpaceX might be delayed. Even 10 seconds of delay, that's already a quarter of the way to T0, right? So we should be on the lookout as well for what is happening at the launch pad. If we hear certain vents or the detonation suppression system activating and things like that, that is an indication that they have cleared, right? And so just making sure, because 40 seconds might seem like an eternity, but it's very quickly.
It's a very certain vent we are here. Like I'm sure Alex is listening for right now, and I'm listening for it now. Yep,
Clock
is rolling.
Here we go.
Good luck.
There we go.
Guys, T-minus 30 seconds. You're going to see the fire suppression system then the deluge, and we're going to stop there. Go for launch.
Hold.
Yep.
They're
Water
holding.
deluge. Yep.
Yep.
All right, no big deal. Again,
So
they
do they-
have
so-
the ability to hold a little bit.
Yeah. So do they recycle? Here's a question: do they recycle it back to the T-40?
If it is before deluge activation, yes. If not, then that will be the S word, but I'm not going to say it.
Right. It does look like the deluge has not
And it
activated.
doesn't.
Obviously, we can see it.
It doesn't look like it activated, so they could still try today again.
Did
Okay?
the detonation
So-
suppression system activate?
Yeah, but they have multiple tries for that one.
Okay,
It's
they have multiple charges of that. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In theory, they should be able to be good with that.
So again, you're watching live launch coverage of Starship Flight 9. Both booster and ship are fully loaded. They held at 40 seconds. The clock continued to move.
There go.
And
Ground side issue.
we are awaiting the activation of the water deluge system and the fire suppression system underneath the OLM.
They have they're working on a whatever that exactly means, but they're working on a ground side issue. That could be, for example, I'm just spilling things here. Like, for example, the ground side of the Raptor start. Because they ground side start some of the Raptors. That could be one of the ground side issues here. It could be some last minute of the QD issues. That's the kind of ground side things we are talking about here. That could be potentially an issue here, but we are probably getting more information at some point.
Remember to breathe, everyone.
Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you for that.
My face is turning red.
Remember, I think. Go ahead.
Good. No, I was going to say SpaceX calls the ground support equipment stage 0. And it's just as important that work every time 100% the way we want it to. That is just as rapidly reusable going forward as the ship and the booster itself. So this is very important as they look at this issue. This is not a ship issue. This is not a booster issue. This is a stage 0.
This is such a gross oversimplification, but if you've ever made a model rocket and set it off, but it doesn't go off the little launch pad thing, right? And kind of just goes sideways or just sits there and doesn't do anything, and the parachute pops out all sad. Like, you don't want that. You want the ground support equipment to work properly.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been to a 4th of July or have seen a firework that you hit the launch button or light the fuse disappears, and you're sitting there like, uh-oh, now what? Do we walk up to it? So they're working these issues, and we are just like you on the edge of our seats. We are waiting for word from SpaceX that they're going to recycle to a 40-second hold. They have some time, or keep going. We're looking for the fire suppression system and the deluge system. Go ahead, Jack.
What do we have left in the window? Like 55 minutes? How long is the window, Adrian?
We have. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, but now that they have loaded propellant, the hold time is like 15-20 minutes. It's not that long.
Got it. Oh, wow.
They're still looking at all of the systems and everything.
Is this the longest they've ever held in a Starship count?
Maybe? No.
Maybe only because I'm always in the field?
We had like a 10-minute hold somewhere. I'm trying to remember, but I think we are in one of the earlier flights we had like a 10-minute or so hold. And again, they have some options here. Let's not we are not yet in a
they've got time. They've got time.
And of course, this is the obligatory point in the launch broadcast where I say you'd rather be on the ground wishing you're in space than being in space or in the air wishing you were on the ground. Of course, we all want to see the thing happen at the designated time, but ultimately, rocket science is super, super complicated. That's why they call it rocket science. It's not brain surgery, but it is rocket science. So, you want to make sure what is essentially your giant fuel tanks and very fancy plumbing is going to work properly. And if it's not looking it's going to work properly, then you need to fix it.
Clock rolling.
Clock's rolling?
Yep.
So now we watch for the DSS.
We watch for the Watch the bottom part of the stack.
There it is.
There it is.
See fire suppression.
There it is. Watch for the deluge.
Let's see.
Oh my God, here we go.
Yes.
Is it wobbly? I feel like its direction seems off. That thing sipping on lean. Get your expert brother on here, newsboy. He's busy, bro. He's busy fucking building rockets. Is this manned? I don't think so. No, it's a test launch, right? Is Oprah on this rocket? No, no one's on it. Dude, oh my God, it'd be sweet if Elon was on it.
You can see 33 healthy Raptor engines as Flight 9 takes off and it's on its way uphill. A beautiful launch, guys. Absolutely amazing audio. As we are through max Q and approaching stage separation, keep your eye on it. You'll see the stage separation through the amazing tracking. Is this DOS? I'm assuming this is DOS with his amazing tracking rig.
Based on the angle, I think it's either DOS or Gauge. I'm not sure. I would be willing to wager DOS. But you're right, Gene. 33 healthy Raptor engines. That's so important to point out, as so many of these are being reused. And that's the first thing I noticed on liftoff. They look good. I see a bright circle there with no dim spots.
What you're going to see now is
big tickets items are coming. The big ticket items are still coming.
You might notice the rocket is in a different attitude now. It has rolled for the hot staging and the directional flip.
Here we go.
There's most engines cut off.
There we go.
SpaceX stream a little delayed. It's fine.
Yep.
There it is.
Miko.
Wow, you could even see them throttled down before Miko. That was cool. Hot staging.
There's the flip.
Oh, there it goes up. There it goes up. It goes up.
It is going up.
That's beautiful.
And goodbye, booster.
Also,
boost back.
6 healthy engines on. Yep.
13 for the boost back as well.
13 healthy engines for boost back. Guys, this is going to be a rough ride for Booster 14-2. Just pay attention. We look.
Engine bay cam.
Yes. Healthy engines taking Starship.
Did they label the Raptors without serial numbers, but with what engine number they are?
No, they have both. They have both.
Okay.
Yeah.
We come back to our tracking of the boosters. It's
God,
come
they're
down.
nutting.
This is going to be a steeper trajectory, or
that made bro's pussy wet, dude.
Like shutdown of the boost back burn.
It did.
There goes the hot stage in here. Look at that.
They're going to be testing this booster like crazy. So we
That got
might
bro
see
pussy's
some fireworks as
bro's
it comes
pussy
down
wet.
and hits the atmosphere. We don't know what to
He's like,
expect.
"Ugh."
SpaceX hasn't really done anything like this with a booster since they started catching them, or maybe even at all. So all eyes are on Booster 14-2 right now, slowly heading toward its noble demise, but hopefully providing some awesome data in the process.
I'm really interested to see the engine out test.
And we also keep an eye on the ship. Don't you worry.
Yes.
Like we have everything here monitored, and again, the ship issues the last time happened after the booster both did their touchdown. So basically, the moment this booster is out of frame is when we put every attention we have on that ship.
Right. What was the timing of the anomalies on 7 and 8? Was it like 7 or 8 minutes into flight, or am my brain just broken?
It's like right after touchdown. It's like 8 minutes ish. Like every time people start celebrating on the stream, Alex and I went like, but.
Yeah.
Ooh, hot staging ring. Check that out.
Yeah, it's so cool.
You can distinctly see it separate from the booster. So Kerbal. I mean, booster looks fine so far, right? So far.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not in the atmospheric, like really, where it will do some crazy atmospheric things.
Right. Also, please ship 35 do good. Please ship 35 do good.
Come on, 35.
Come on, 35. Come on,
All right,
14
here comes the
2.
booster. Okay. You can see the back end. Those are vents. Those are purge vents, right?
Yeah.
You see from the bottom of the booster.
The fact that this booster's still in frame, by the way, is remarkable.
And we are going to hear audio of that engine. We always do, even though it's out over the Gulf. Remember, no catch. They're going potentially simulated catch. But look at the angle of it. It's totally different.
Should be coming up on that. There we go. Look at that.
Amazing. That thing is really coming in fast.
Uh-oh.
The bottom section just heating up from arrow forces. There's some ablative cork underneath there.
Isn't it supposed to start
versions of booster being replaced by
hitting
metal tiles? But that
the
red
boosters
glow
at
you can
some
see, it almost
point
looks like a
to
cigarette
stop its
lighter.
descent?
Looks like the booster's descending into the haze.
Their AFTS has been saved, so no FTS active on this booster anymore. That's normal.
That's good.
Yeah, it's always tough
It's
to
as
see
late as possible.
when it's out over the Gulf. And it's in
Just
the
coming
haze.
up on that landing burn for the booster.
Oh.
Oh.
Come on.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
That looked like a rat.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, we said it might be
Very
possible.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And back to the ship.
Now that's the big
Back to the
ticket.
ship.
We knew
Yep.
that could happen with
Yep.
the booster. Don't panic about this. Don't like this was expected. This is the big ticket item.
Six engines.
How are we looking so far? I see 6, yeah.
Plus
The booster
I
is
see
not
50 seconds.
was planned
I
out to
will
be
mention
reusable,
some
but it
vents we have
failed.
seen inside of the engine bay that are, but they could be part of the new purge system that is placed in the attic to also like protect the section there. So so far, I would say.
Oh, finally, the speed.
Yeah, thank
Now,
you.
I want to preface one thing, okay? If you see the vacuum raptors shutting down while the sailors are still ongoing,
I think it's crazy that I can get real-time footage from a goddamn spaceship out in goddamn space, okay? And we have that level of internet, but my fucking stream F's with regular frequency in the heart of Los Angeles. It does not make sense. I'm sorry. How the fuck are we getting real-time footage from the ass cheeks of a goddamn spaceship all the way up there, but I can't get uninterrupted broadband in the middle of fucking West Hollywood? God, I hate it. I hate it so much. No, I don't need Starlink because I'm sure that Starlink would not give you uninterrupted access here. Starlink is cooked when it's actually cloudy. What are you supposed to do? Hezbollah has better internet than me. Yes,
Looks like
Yeah,
there's
there's a bit of a
hotspot.
hotspot there.
Oh no.
You see that?
okay,
Yes.
terminal guidance. Shipping in terminal guidance. It's adjusting its final
Is that a little bit
few
of
seconds of the burn.
Is that-
Flame from
I
the
saw that
attic?
too at the very top. Yep. Oh, come
A
on.
bit of flame. Come on, ship. Pull through.
You're so
Oh,
close,
no.
buddy.
Oh god.
You're so close, 35. Come on,
This
buddy.
stress is killing me.
Should be close to Arvac shutdown, given the previous ships. There we go.
Our rig shut down. Our rig shut down.
Okay. 1,000
Bit more,
kilometers
dude.
per hour away from Sico.
You can do it.
Come on, buddy.
Now purge the stew out of it.
Come on,
Yes,
buddy.
Be chill. Just be
Should be
chill. You have
close.
it.
Come on.
I think they got it.
And
Yes.
ship engine cut off!
Let's go.
Oh
they
my
did it.
gosh.
Whew.
Yes.
I'm seeing additional hot spots, but who cares? They got to Seco.
Yes.
Oh!
I'm. Give me a second. I need to release some things
That's
here.
amazing. That's
Adrian.
absolutely amazing.
He said, "I need to release something here." He means his nut. He needs to release
Look
his
at
nut.
that. It looks like there's some interaction between some of the ice that's being shed. It's like getting
Yeah,
sucked back into the.
There are vents at the bottom of the aft.
Is it tumbling, or do you think it's reorienting?
He's releasing his nut.
There's a lot of venting going
There's
on.
only one way to find out.
Real.
Yeah.
What a beautiful machine. I'm so glad they got through Seco. I'm sure they got tons of really valuable data. I really want
Yes.
to know what some of those things we saw were. What's that red stripe on the side? Is that fine? That's fine, right? That's probably just gap fill for the TPS or something.
Yeah, yes. I'm going to say it's fine.
Yeah, one
I
of the
don't know.
things to take also into account when these ships fly, right, they are not carrying 100 tons of propellant. So they have still leftover, not 100 tons of propellant, 100 tons of cargo. So they still have leftover propellant. And what they're doing right now is dumping that, right? And so that's a similar thing that we've seen in previous flights. And those vents at the bottom, for example, that we saw venting, those are normal. They are in fact there.
Just saw
as
achieved,
sort of a-
carried through across all of
Is
our
this
sites.
paid enthusiasm? Have you ever not? No, this is not paid enthusiasm. This is the most genuine, authentic, autistic enthusiasm you will ever encounter, dude. Are you kidding me?
So far for Starship's 9th test flight, we lifted off a little bit after 6:30 p.m. after a couple of holds.
It's
that
literally,
were
it's just,
triggered at the
it's
T-minus
space
40-second mark.
autism.
But we were able to clear those, one on the Raptor, one on the tower, and we were able to lift off successfully from Starbase. 33 out of 30.
Nerds in the chat acting, they don't act just like this. I know.
Lit on ship, bringing it to its
Like when
planned
you finally
suborbital
secure the
trajectory
holy
around
grail
Earth.
of the
But as Dan said, we've got a
40K
lot
figurine
still
that you were
coming
looking
up
for
in
this
our
whole
flight
time.
sequence. So coming up at about T plus 18 minutes, 26 seconds, we'll have the first deployment of simulated Starlink satellites planned from Starship. That will be followed at about T plus 37 minutes and 49 seconds by the relight of a single Raptor sea level engine in space. This is going to help us gather data on our ability to do a deorbit burn for future Starship missions that will go orbital. And then, of course, one of the biggest
Sex
tests yet
Haver,
to
thank
come
you for
is
the
the
10
new
gifted
heat shield
subs.
modifications to Starship, and that'll start with re-entry into Earth's atmosphere at about the T plus 45 minute mark, which should take about 16, 18 minutes to complete. And now today's re-entry is going to test that heat shield like we said, specifically how Starship will hold up to 100 missing heat shield tiles on its thermal protection system. Now, we purposely took the
Please stop engaging in please stop. You are engaging in anti-STEM action. Yes, STEM lords are vital to our society, but subjecting normies to listen to them nerd out is creating so much anti-STEM hate in your community, including me. Yeah, no, that's why I've been doing it. That's why I've been doing it. I want people to feel the way that I do about space autists. As you might know, I am related to one. Actually, NASA engineer here. Absolutely fucking hate Elon Musk and don't think his plans for Mars are realistic. Thoughts all of my own. But this is definitely cool technology and its progress towards some cool science we can conduct to better understand people and our planets. Yeah, I don't do anti-Semitism, but I do engage in anti-Stemitism. Yes. I am anti-Stemitic. No quarters for STEM lords. I'm also a NASA engineer. I sabotaged a rocket. It's going to blow in 2 minutes. Yeah, what the fuck? Wait, maybe that chatter was right. What the hell?
What a great update from Chris.
This view
I was just
is
about
that
to make fun
from
of
the
him.
FTS.
I was about to make fun of that chatter, and then, the footage freaked out for a second. Big fan of you, but that anti-Stemitism joke is ass. Classic STEM lord immediately. He's like, I'm in the crosshairs. I don't like it. Bro felt attacked. Yeah. It's like, how dare you? How dare you? No one should be entertaining these kinds of jokes. Everybody knows that STEM lords are the most marginalized minority group. All right, let's get back to it. Europe changes the rules on long-range missiles.
German Chancellor has said that from now on, Ukraine can use the weapons that have been donated to it, the missiles, by the West, at unlimited ranges. And that's quite a big point. Until now, Ukraine has been fairly limited in the ranges it can use these weapons at, but now that restriction is taken off. And there are three main types of weapons that we're most interested in this respect. One is Storm Shadow, the British weapon. There's also a French version called Scalp. It's exactly the same weapon. That's air launched and very capable. Another one is the ATACMS, which is the American weapon launched from the ground. It's a ground-based weapon, ground to ground. And the third one, the one that we're most interested in,
Hasan on me. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. I will be purchasing ATACMS with the money. Your financial contributions not only help me maintain editorial independence, but also allow me to purchase ATACMS, which is perhaps the most American name you can give an American missile system. ATACMS.
Really is the Taurus missile. Now, Ukraine probably doesn't have any of these yet, but it may be getting them very soon. Not confirmed, but...
Distance limits have been lifted. Time for Ukraine to strike the White House to get the U.S. serious about getting a peace deal. I don't think any of those have that range, but...
But that looks like the probability. And the Taurus missile has a better range and a much more sophisticated warhead.
I'm giving the Houthis ATACMS with your financial contributions.
Than Storm Shadow or Scalp. And the reason that these weapons are so important in the next phase of this war is the range that they can cover inside Russia. If we look at a map of the ranges that these weapons may cover, think in terms of a firing point somewhere around the northern frontier of Ukraine, somewhere around Sumy. That's just a guess on our part. But you can see there how much of Western Russia might be covered by these weapons. And there's something else here. Whereas ATACMS has got a fixed range, it's ground to ground, Taurus and Storm Shadow are launched from aircraft. So their range is extended by wherever the aircraft goes. If a Ukrainian aircraft went into Russian airspace and released any of those weapons, then they go even further. And that's why these weapons would have a big effect, potentially, on the next phase of the war, because the Ukrainians could target the fixed areas of Russian reinforcements, the logistics hubs, the underground bunkers, the airfields, and even the concentrations of armour and troops, as we believe the Russians are preparing for a new offensive in the north of the country and in the southeast of the country. And that's why the Russians are so angry about this statement. They're making all sorts of frightening statements, as they always do. They normally talk about the danger of nuclear escalation.
I love missile time on QVC. Get ready. There's more of them. There will be more of them.
I'd be surprised if they don't say that in the next 24 or 48 hours. Don't take it too seriously, but that's where we are for now.
Ukraine needs Western targeting data and operators to do long-range strikes. Deep strikes into Russia will be directly done by Western operators. Ukraine cannot target anything. They have literally zero sats. Yeah. Also, this will create insane retaliation towards Ukraine as well.
President Trump is showing.
But then again, I don't know what the fuck you do about it. You know what I mean? Like insane retaliation, because there were suspicions that, I don't know how true this is, but there were suspicions that Ukrainian drones almost targeted, like there was some rumors swirling about that Ukrainian drones almost targeted Vladimir Putin's helicopter on its way back from Kursk. And then that was why they bombed the fuck out of Kiev.
His unabashed frustration with Russian leader Vladimir Putin. Today, President Trump posted, quote, "What Vladimir Putin doesn't realize is that if it weren't for me, lots of really bad things would have already happened to Russia. And I mean,
dude, what is this? Dude, he's a child. This is a child. A child is running the country, the most powerful country on the planet. Yeah, he means he's gonna release fucking Ryan Ruth. That's what he means. He's gonna release the brave soldier Ryan Ruth and his 1,000 NATO trained Afghan soldiers and sick them on Russia. Release the Kraken.
Really bad. That's in all caps. He's playing with fire. That fire might come in the form of new sanctions, according to sources talking to CNN. Joining us now, CNN political and national security analyst David Sanger of the New York Times. He also wrote the book New Cold Wars, China's Rise, Russia's Invasion, and America's Struggle to Defend the West. David, thanks for joining us. What bad things is President Trump talking about that would have...
Starship failed?
Love it.
I cannot believe you guys did. You mad lads. Just another way you can support what we do. Also, I'm sure the team out in the field is working on metal print.
Okay, I have something to tell you here. NSF.
Yeah, I don't know. He said it was very critical because in case they lose a heat shield tile at a critical point on the ship, that tells me this is a test of their
Exciting day so far. There's more in the next few minutes.
What a great update from Chris.
This
G.
view, is that from the FTS box? The flight.
Wait, that one chatter was not wrong? He actually works at NASA and he sabotaged the operation? What the fuck? The timeline matches up. What the fuck? Dude. What the fuck? Yeah, Space Force is about to come knocking down your door, chatter. What the hell happened?
Flight termination system box?
It might be.
It looked like it was looking up, right?
Whoa.
Look at those colors.
Is that,
it's going
is that
into
plasma?
No, that's sunset.
Sunset.
It's going into sunset now.
What a I know I keep saying this. What a gorgeous machine.
Yeah.
Wait, did it actually fuck up or no?
I'm so glad it made it. It made it.
Yeah,
these guys are still nutting.
So do we think it's going to make it through entry?
I said it again. Like
100 missing tiles.
Well, it's now on a path at least to get to the entry interface. Another whole thing is whether it survives afterward.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know. He said it was very critical because in case they lose a heat shield tile at a critical point on the ship, that tells me this is a test of they want to see if it can make it or not. I mean, it's 50-50 at that point, right?
Yeah. I mean, I don't. You got to figure if you have a crewed vehicle like a Starship coming back in. Oh,
hey, look at that!
Yes, I wanted this for the deployment.
Please,
yes.
Please show us the door open and the payload deploy. Please.
Oh my god!
Okay, door off to left, door off to right.
You can't nut that hard, dude. It is. This is fucked up.
I don't know either.
I'm actually not. No, I don't know. I can't tell.
I think door below us because look at the rails, the feeding rails.
I think it was to the
That's
right or
beautiful.
to the left. I'm not sure. Either way,
have some respect, sir.
If you had a crewed vehicle,
what happened to decency, sir?
And you're missing tiles, and you know you're missing tiles, you probably want to know exactly how many you can miss while still being safe, and you probably want to know exactly where you can miss them. Like, what if you miss one on this weld line? What if you miss one on this?
So about 14 minutes from now. Ooh.
Hey, there's the top of the Margaritaville.
Hello.
We've got Ross, Gage, and D. Hey, guys. You look fantastic. Great tracking.
So, did it fail or not?
They look all very like they are just roasted by the sun.
Getting plenty of sunshine. They're talking amongst themselves.
Oh, payload did not deploy.
We can hear them, but we can't.
No.
Can
Go do more work.
The door was stuck and their fake payload did not deploy.
Thank you for all the hard work.
You guys are awesome. You guys
we
are
can't
awesome.
hear you. Hopefully, chat can hear
So
you.
I guess technically it's a
He's
failure.
going to show the rack now. And all of the equipment that they have to haul up to the roof.
Which is actually quite hard to do.
It is.
I've done it many
Especially-
times.
It's
It sucks.
now we're getting into the summertime, which really, like, if you've ever been on the roof of anything in the summer, let alone a hotel on the beach, then you know being on the roof is no joke. Oh, we got a thumbs up at the end too.
Awesome. Ship 35 in its coast phase. We're waiting on an official report of what happened to Booster 14-2. I saw a relight, but
It looked like it blew up when it relayed.
Yeah, I think it had too much. So again, it was an experiment, and we are all like, nobody here I think is bummed right now, right? Like this, this was potentially going to happen. This is what they wanted to test. They wanted to test the limit, and spoiler, they found one. Yeah.
Beach people.
they're okay. Yeah, and they saw it. Apparently, the shot of South Padre Island there, that's what the beach looks like. And yeah, those people went to see a launch. They saw a launch. They saw a successful stage separation, and they saw the booster return to a point. And
It seems to me that the booster, what happened is that when it said relight, it said, okay, I'll light myself up.
it lit more than the 13 engines. Let's as the ship is coasting, right? It's in its coast phase. Let's go to Ryan Caton for a trajectory update. Ryan?
Well, here we go. Not exactly the trajectory, but we do have the timeline.
Look
of
at the
course,
hair.
8 minutes, 56 seconds. That is when second engine cutoff took place. That was a very nice thing to see. But let's move the timeline forwards, and let's move towards... Whoa, nearly falling over here. Let's move towards something that isn't happening, the Starlink demo deployment. I'm going to move that camera out of the way for the next flight. You can be rest assured of that. But something we do have coming up is the Raptor in Space relight demo.
Bro, it's
That's
like a
coming
whole
up
different person from this angle.
into flight here. That's actually scheduled for 21 seconds later than it was for the last flight. Of course, the last flight didn't actually get to that point, but an interesting note with the timeline. So that's coming up at 40 minutes into flight approximately. And then as we move onwards, we're of course going to get to the re-entry of the Starship. Entry interface should be occurring approximately 30 seconds later than they thought it would be doing on the previous flight. However,
I
this
love
is where
these
things...
guys, man. Okay, I
The
take
next
it back.
event, that's when Starship is transonic. That's only 6 seconds.
STEM
later.
lords are
So
the
this
best,
timeline
dude.
is
Look at
actually
how
a little bit more
excited they
spicy on
are.
the ship side of things. That's just passing over an hour and 3 minutes there into flight.
Chat, y'all are making fun of the reflection in the mirror at this point. Okay?
Subsonic again 6 minutes later than the previous flight. And if I pause it here again, only 5 seconds later for the landing flip. This is 1 hour, 6 minutes and 11 seconds into flight here for the ship. And then, of course, we will get, fingers crossed, if we make it through re-entry, a exciting landing. That burn starting 10 seconds earlier than was planned on the previous flight, and then splashdown occurring 12 seconds later than was planned on the previous flight. 1 hour, 6 minutes and 38 seconds after leaving Starbase. Fingers crossed the ship should make it to the Indian Ocean. And one more thing just to check out very quickly, where actually will the ship be landing? Let's take a look at the re-entry zone here. Leaving Australia, this is the Indian Ocean. We of course have our airspace closures for Madagascar, Mauritius and Australian airspace. The ship will be coming from Africa over, clipping the south of Madagascar and then slowly coasting. We'll start re-entry around this area here. This is where we'll start to see plasma generating on the belly of Starship. It will then re-enter the atmosphere, and hopefully, if it's in the same location as the previous flights, we will see a soft splashdown, or at least a splashdown, around this area here in Australian airspace.
Thank you, Ryan, for that. We have a breaking news update.
Yeah, so it's not. I'm not saying the big alarm yet. I'm like I have like multiple alarms. I'm pushing the medium-sized alarm. The ship is definitely giving me a bit of like 28 vibes. It's quite spinny on overall, and that's not what I like to super see.
Look at the bottom right. We're talking about the attitude indicator there. There you go. Thank you, Kevin. That attitude indicator, I mean, maybe it's just doing a barbecue roll. It's just doing like a thermal management.
Oh, can we go full screen? There we go. Yeah, that's
or maybe
Ship
it's
28
tumbling out of
vibes.
control.
It's sort of actually more like Ship 34, but without the engines.
It's interesting.
It's gonna be an interesting re-entry.
They're not.
Let's say that.
It doesn't look like they're able to get stable video off of it, perhaps because of attitude control issues. Clearly speculating here. I'm speculating just based on a graphic. But you see how it's intermittent like that? And then the ship will roll to a point where the dish can no longer
You're making
have a
fun of these
connection, and
guys
then
when
they
this
lose
is
it.
you?
That's
Oh
what
my
it
God,
sounds like
Riz.
anyways.
Riz, I'm a baby.
Who would have thought that Block 2 will repeat the same 3 first flights?
Calm
of
down.
Block
I don't
1?
know what that has to do with anything.
I have a question. We saw a clean engine shutdown sequence. At least it looked like
Oh
that from the
shit, it
telemetry
might
we were
re-enter and
getting.
break up over land,
What
and that's really
would
bad.
The venting have caused this? I'm trying to figure out what forces on this vehicle would have caused it to do this.
A vent could have frozen and stuck open.
Yeah.
That's possible. Has that happened on a previous flight? That sounds vaguely familiar to me. It could be something completely different.
Yeah. I mean, maybe there's also like I'm playing the optimist here. Like there's also
a little
potential.
bit of a spin. We did spring a leak in some of the fuel tank systems inside of Starship, which a lot of those are used for your attitude control. And so at this point, we've essentially lost our attitude control with Starship. We are still on a path toward re-entry. We are suborbital, so no matter what, we are going to enter. However, this lowers the chances for it to be a controlled re-entry. So if you think back to Flight 3, when we had
Yeah, they're using nerd language to say it's flipping out of control.
symptom of a loss of attitude control, we were in a roll by the time we hit re-entry. So we are going to re-enter. We should hopefully still have views. The Starlink satellites are pretty robust to still maintaining contact. We've got 4 of those terminals on the vehicle, and they're pretty robust to maintaining contact even when we
At
are
Australian chatters,
in a
get
spin,
your cameras
essentially.
pointed up.
So we should hopefully continue to keep live views. It's going to still be dark until we get a little bit closer to entry, as we are a little bit, we're coming up on Africa. I believe we do swing just to the south of that continent. And by the time we start heading out over
Wait,
the
so
Indian
this
Ocean,
could
we'll
fall
start heading
over
into a sunrise. So
the Middle East?
Not looking great with a lot of our on-orbit objectives for today, where we were hoping to do the PES deploy and relight an engine, and then really importantly get into that controlled entry to really put the heat shield through the ringer. Nonetheless, Starship marching forward towards that re-entry over the Indian Ocean, so we'll continue
The
to
Houthis
hang with it. And
The
give you any-
Houthis should course correct by sending one of their space missiles in the direction of this one.
So we got through Seco.
You know what I mean?
I'm trying to be really positive here.
And hit it up top.
We made it through second engine cutoff, and like Jack said earlier, if it was easy, everybody would do it.
Oh God, the patch release jinxed it.
So there's a
No,
patch.
it didn't. It didn't. It didn't. Don't say that.
No, to your point, Gene. We all, I think, if you go back and watch the coverage from today and in the lead up to this mission, I think we've hammered home over and over again that the main goal is getting through Seco. The most important data is getting through Seco. Second most, I think, arguably, is the reentry data, which they're not going to get, which is not great, to be sure.
They're gonna get some.
But it's what did we say on this very stream right when we got to Seco? We said,
Yay.
they did it. Yay, they got it.
Yeah.
Progress is, I believe, the exact word that Alex used. Progress has been made. We can be plenty forgiving of.
Isn't that cope? Didn't it not only fail to open the door for deploying its fake payload, but it also was failing on re-entry? So it failed on both accounts, right? Tell this to the investors. Reentry is not done yet. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to Trump considering new sanctions against Russia as he grows more furious with Putin.
Have happened to Russia had it not been for him?
You know, it's really hard to know. I mean, maybe he is thinking that the United States would continue to support Ukraine and send more arms and ammunition, air defenses. Although I think Congress probably had pretty much had its fill of that, Jake. Certainly there would have been more sanctions, and perhaps the $300 billion that the Russians inexplicably left in European banks would now be in the hands of Ukraine. But the fact of the matter is, Jake, he keeps saying we're going to be sanctions, there's this and that, but he hasn't really done anything that would hurt Vladimir Putin in the slightest. In fact, he all but exempted him from the tariffs.
Yeah, the Liberation Day tariffs. Do you think that there is any amount of sanctions that would prompt Putin to stop the war?
It's pretty hard to imagine that. First of all, this is in Putin's mind pretty existential. He's lost, a huge number of people, up to 1 million by some estimates, maybe a bit fewer, who are both wounded or dead. It's a point right now where there aren't that many more sanctions the West can put on Russia. I mean, even in the best of days, there wasn't much we bought from Russia. The only thing that could really hurt them is if the U.S. and the Europeans were able to cut off the purchases of Russian oil and gas that China and India are making. And I'm not sure that President Trump's willing to go do that.
You wrote an analysis about Trump's exasperated message on Sunday when Trump said that Putin has, quote, gone absolutely crazy. Trump has historically shown great deference to Putin. You say, quote, missing from Mr. Trump's zigzags is an explanation of why he has been unable to use his relationship with Mr. Putin to persuade him to halt the violence, even for a 30-day ceasefire, unquote. Why do you think, David, why do you think Trump has not been able to leverage his relationship with Putin?
Well, you may remember, Jake, that back during the campaign and even during the Obama administration, in the run-up to President Trump's first campaign, he said Vladimir Putin doesn't respect Obama or Biden, and he respected Mr. Trump, and therefore that's why this could get solved in 24 hours. He's discovered that he had a 2-hour conversation with Vladimir Putin last Monday, and the result this weekend was the biggest air attack on Kyiv and other parts of Ukraine that we've seen during 3 years of war, mostly aimed at civilians. So clearly he has overestimated what his influence on Vladimir Putin is, and you're seeing that in the kind of frustrated tweets he's sending out and in his comments to reporters. But the question is, what's he willing to back that up with?
Yeah, totally. On this crazy charge, when Trump said that Putin's gone absolutely crazy, let's dive into that for 1 second, because Putin has long wanted Russia to flex its muscles. He's long thought the collapse of the Soviet Union was the greatest disaster in the history of the 20th century. He said that. But there is this craziness question. In 2022, after the invasion of Ukraine, I spoke with French President Emmanuel Macron about Putin and why he started this war. Macron talked about those two other elements that I just mentioned, but he also talked about the lack of respect that he thinks Russia gets from the world. But he also talked about this other thing about his psyche. Take a listen.
I would say this is a post-COVID-19 consequence. Isolation.
Because he's been so isolated?
I think so. Post-COVID-19, there was a totally new situation. So he had a window of opportunity, and he decided to completely break the linearity of this situation and go to the war.
It sounds good when he says it with his French accent, but he's basically saying that Putin went a little nuts during isolation and COVID, and I've heard that from a number of world leaders. What about you?
Yeah, I've heard the same thing, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. But there's also nothing in Vladimir Putin's recent behavior accelerating the war while talking about how he'd be willing to do a ceasefire under the following 9 conditions that's inconsistent with things that he has done, at least since the invasion of Crimea in 2014, which also seemed crazy to us, right? So, the president being surprised that Vladimir Putin is acting as a brutish authoritarian who's invading a nearby country or a bordering country, I mean, there's not a whole lot new there. We are horrified by seeing what Russia's doing, but were you really surprised?
You've covered Trump for many years. Trump and Putin, his handling of it. What's your takeaway with this uptick in rhetoric, and will that uptick in rhetoric be met with action?
I'm not sure it means a thing other than he has a reason to use a lot of capital letters right now. Crazy in
he likes to do
letters.
that.
Not just bad, but really bad in capital letters. Look, when I talk to national security sources and State Department folks, the Kremlin, let's face it, doesn't seem worried. Vladimir Putin seems to feel very confident that he's holding all the cards. A couple of weeks ago, someone compared it to Lucy and Charlie Brown and the football, with Lucy being Putin. So, look, we're hearing about sanctions. We're seeing these posts. Vladimir Putin does not seem to want.
Russia called Trump emotional over his tweet. I mean, they ain't wrong. Listen, when they're cooking, they're cooking. You know what I mean? Are they wrong, though? Probably one of the few instances where they're not wrong. Trump is a very emotional guy. Have libs gone completely insane from lack of materials analysis? Between this and the New York Times saying the U.S. can't bring back iPhone manufacturing because Chinese women have smaller hands. I've just about heard every nonsense under the sun. Yeah, that was my favorite. The New York Times saying that Chinese women have tiny hands and therefore their delicate fingers are better for high precision manufacturing. They did say that.
Want to change what he's doing in Ukraine, and until he does, I'm not sure these posts mean much of anything.
But there is this bipartisan pressure that is now growing.
Right.
Where we're at now, President Trump warns Moscow, claiming Russia avoided really bad consequences only thanks to him. Putin doesn't realize he's playing with fire. Trump's message leaves little room for misinterpretation until he posts the opposite tomorrow morning. Russia Today saying Trump is hot and cold. He's a phony. By the way, rockets only do this when they're under major stress. Okay, so don't laugh. You're laughing, but like, rockets only do this when they're under great distress. I'm a rocket expert.
Every minute I see of this.
Yeah, I mean, what I mean by other, basically when the ship started tumbling, as soon as something was obviously not nominal, that is traditionally when you lose
we had lost attitude control of the ship and entered into a spin. The team made the call to do what's called passivate the vehicle, so we're essentially venting all of the remaining propellant overboard, and it's going to make an uncontrolled reentry. Important to note, this is a contingency that is planned for, and we clear the zones in the Indian Ocean where these entries could take place.
For more sanctions, as you're referring to, there's this bill that Senator Lindsey Graham has with Senator Richard Blumenthal in the Senate. It has more than 80 co-sponsors, and there's a push for a vote on that. Essentially, snap in sanctions, primary and secondary sanctions on Russia could be significant. This is what Senator Grassley, Chuck Grassley, the longest-serving Republican senator, said. He said in 2 posts on X, he said, "I believe President Trump was sincere when he thought his friendship with..."
I love the way Chuck Grassley tweets. He's literally the oldest senator. He's the oldest congressperson. And he sometimes tweets like a child, like enough. Takes against Harvard, like letters missing. 95 years old, by the way.
Putin would end the war. Now that being the case, it's time for sanctions strong enough so Putin knows game over. He went on to say in a second tweet today, President Trump should take the decisive action against Putin that he takes against Harvard. Sanctions for Putin like no.
You need to refund the points, brother. I don't know how to do that. I don't think there's any way to do that. You know, we'll get you on the next run. Okay, calm
Fed
down.
grants for Harvard, as Chuck Grassley's famous shorthand on X. But nevertheless, I mean, will Trump act facing these calls from Republicans?
Well, I think the president's very clearly frustrated with Vladimir Putin. And we have to remember that Russia has basically one product, right? They sell oil and gas products mostly to Europe and Asia. And so a round of sanctions can hit Russia pretty quickly and hurt them pretty badly. They can't make money if oil drops to $50 a barrel. Putin begins to bleed muscle at that point. So I think Trump will probably consider sanctions because he's clearly decided that his previous approach is not getting where he wants to be.
I think it's worth noting this is essentially the Biden administration's approach to this conflict, one that Trump, pilloried on the campaign trail, said that he would come in on day one and would be able to end the conflict.
He even criticized sanctions at the time.
He did, absolutely. And now he's
Although
sitting
he
in
signed sanctions too.
But now he's sitting in the seat. We're making where he's having to deal with the reality of the tough decisions, and his policy is looking a whole lot like what the Biden administration tried to do. So, I think it's also interesting. You talk about Republicans and Grassley. We know that a lot of Republicans who had a lot.
American foreign policy is unchanging. What did I tell you? I told you. Oh my God. How shocking. There's only one alternative here. Either you, I don't know, fucking destroy NATO and allow European countries to send in their own troops, or you literally force Ukraine to lower its conscription age to 18 while simultaneously engaging in the mass deportation of Ukrainian men living in the Western world that have gotten refugee status, forcing them into the front lines. Anything short of this is not going to change the dynamic of the battlefield. Sure, you give satellite targeting capabilities and long-range targeting capabilities to the Ukrainians. They start hitting Russian Air Force, Russian airspace. They start hitting inside of Russian territory. Okay. Then Russia, in retaliation, goes nutty mode again and starts bombing Lviv and starts bombing Kyiv extra hard. Maybe starts doing more hacking and all different sorts of weird shit that they do to European countries because they're mad. But ultimately, Hasan's so mad. What? Why would I be mad? What? Do I seem mad about this? You okay?
A lot of misgivings about Trump's approach to the conflict in Russia and Ukraine. We're absolutely willing to say on the campaign trail, that they were fine with where Trump was going, and now there's a reckoning.
They are already doing that. What are you talking about? What they're fucking doing mass deportations of Ukrainian men to send them to the front lines? Is that what is happening in Europe? Maybe I'm not aware of something that you're aware of. Look at their Hasan mad. Look at their PFP. What is this? Bro, what I don't understand is, yeah, you don't really understand politics, which is fine. Okay, that's okay. But how do you not understand how human emotion is conveyed? I'm not even angry. I don't even understand.
think one of the big things too here is this is personal for President Trump. You know, he has prided himself, and part of the brand around Trump is the art of the deal. You know, that is something I still consistently hear supporters. Just a few weeks ago, I was in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, swing area, and talking to folks who voted for Trump. Part of what they want to see is him really cutting deals, making things happen, whether that's on tariffs and trade or that's on Ukraine. You know, that is something that he, again, has touted is part of the persona. So this chips away at that if he is not able to deliver on some kind of progress, on some kind of movement on this war.
The Trump administration planning now to cancel all of the federal government's remaining contracts with Harvard University. The expected total of that would be roughly around $100 million. That's according to two senior administration officials. This directive is set to go out to agencies in a letter today, and it comes as we're also standing by for a hearing in the legal fight that's already existing between President Trump and the school. A federal judge is going to hear from both sides for the first time since temporarily blocking the administration from halting enrollment of international students at Harvard.
Didn't they also direct the Department of Homeland Security to no longer look at foreign visas, like student visas or something, earlier today? Amazing.
Now, those foreign students, they make up more than a quarter of Harvard's enrollment. And on Monday, the president escalated his fight and demand for a list of new names of those students even further. And just last hour, we spoke with an international student who's about to graduate from Harvard.
I think Trump is going to make new threats and say new things every day, but we simply have to stay focused. We're going to fight this with all means that we have, whether it's the funding, but I think especially what is hitting the hardest right now at the heart of this community, it is the threat to essentially deport all international students, because without this international student body, then Harvard is not Harvard anymore.
CNN's Elena Treen is at the White House. CNN's Mark Preston also standing by. Elena, let me get to you. You tell us more about this new reporting. You're just getting in about the newest move from the Trump administration.
Yeah, Kate, it's clear that Harvard has really become this symbol of the president, but also that of his top advisors. Their belief that Harvard and other liberal universities are a representation of the woke front. And we're beginning to see some of that retribution and consequences of the Trump administration's actions for what they argue are what Harvard is doing to really go against what the administration believes in. And we're seeing that today with what we're learning now. I spoke with two senior Trump administration officials who told me that they will be sending out, the Trump administration, a letter today to all federal agencies directing them to either cancel or direct federal funding for Harvard to other schools and universities and potentially trade schools. Now, of course, this is the latest turn of the wheel that we've seen the president and his administration try to use to hold Harvard accountable for, again, in their eyes, not embodying the type of principles that they believe they should. Now, I want to read for you just one statement from one of these senior Trump administration officials who gave me some insight into what they'll be doing today. They said that the General Services Administration will send a letter to federal agencies today asking them to identify any contracts with Harvard and whether they can be canceled or redirected elsewhere. Now, I'm also told, as I said, that this letter is going to go out today, but that the entirety of these contracts is roughly somewhere around $100 million. However, we've also heard the president argue that he wants to try and revoke $3 billion or so in grant money for Harvard as well. And just to run you through some of the key actions we've seen this administration take against Harvard in recent weeks. You mentioned some of them. One of them is, of course, the president said that he wants to revoke, or ban Harvard University's ability to enroll international students, something we've already seen a judge get in the way of and halt that ruling. Another one is that he said he wants the names and countries of the thousands of international students at Harvard University, suggesting essentially that these countries that are hostile to the United States should be providing some of the funding for these students to go there. He's also threatened the president to revoke Harvard.
I don't understand. They're already paying out of pocket. Like, what difference does it make whether the governments are paying for their tuition? Some of the countries do have governments that pay for the tuitions. Like, what?
Harvard's tax-exempt status. That was mainly over what they argued was the university not agreeing to diversity in hiring practices that the Trump administration laid out in a previous executive order. Again, all to say, we are really seeing the president put the full weight of his angst of these quote-unquote liberal woke universities on Harvard and seeing them really bear the brunt of this assault on higher education.
Yeah, the question then becomes to what end? Elena, thank you so much. Great reporting, as always. Much more to come with that. Mark, at the same time, you have this hearing that Elena was talking about, the ban on enrollment of international students. There's a hearing that's happening today. Another one happening on Thursday, just as students are going to be, or this is graduation week. That's commencement day at Harvard. And the question then becomes like, what is actually going to happen here? How does this end?
Well, we're not necessarily sure how it is going to end, but we do have a little bit of an idea. We saw on Friday now that there was a temporary injunction put aside against the federal government based upon them freezing the money. We'll hear that this week. We're also going to hear, what you have talked about on Thursday as well. We're talking about with the international students. What we're seeing right now, Kate, is really an attack on the humanities, the arts and the humanities that we've seen from the Trump administration. We saw it with the Kennedy Center here in Washington, D.C. We see it with Trump now, not only doing this with Harvard, but also other academic institutions across the country who he wants them to conform to his way of thinking. Now, the Harvard president, Alan Garber, spoke this morning with NPR. He said that the federal government needs to take a step back. More importantly, that institutions, the leaders of these institutions across.
Why is the news seriously entertaining this list of students thing? The federal government literally has all their names, data, biometrics, everything. They gave them visas. I don't know what the additional interest is. Like, I think they want stuff that's private, like their GPAs and whatever they can use to justify deportation. Like if they've ever been like involved in campus groups that they consider to be inappropriate, like Students for Justice for Palestine, stuff like that. And yes, it would be confidential information that the federal government is not privy to. But I think that's the reason why that's what they want. As far as like why they're halting visas, it seems like they're halting visas to do a broader search on their social media, like an expansive social media profile analysis before granting visas.
The country need to redouble their commitment to the good of the nation and the world. Basically, what he's saying is we need to stand up and fight back.
Mark Preston, always great to see you. Thank you so much. Elena Trina at the White House for us. Much more to come from there as well.
It's as if we are being used as poker chips, as collateral being thrown from the Trump administration between the Harvard into the Harvard administration, while not recognizing that we also happen to have lives and stories of our own.
And the idea that these are...
Yeah, the admin just suspended issuing new student visas while they roll out a program. Apparently they want social media information. Yeah, posts, comments, and likes. It's such a... Oh my God. Steven Pinker looks crazy.
Radical troublemakers.
He looks crazier than he did before.
Totally bonkers. These are some of our most studious students. A lot of Americans kind of take their good fortune for granted, but the foreign students feel so privileged to be here that they try to take advantage of every second that they're on our campus.
And there's more. Just yesterday, President Trump leveled a new threat to pull $3 billion in grants from the university and redirect that to trade schools. Joining us right now is Leo Jardian. He's an international student from Sweden at Harvard. He's about to graduate this week from the university. Leo, thank you for being here. You have been speaking up and speaking out about the moves from the Trump administration against your school. What's your reaction to this latest threat to redirect $3 billion in grants from Harvard to vocational and trade schools around the country?
I think Trump is going to make new threats and say new things every day, but we simply have to stay focused. We're going to fight this with all means that we have, whether it's the funding, but I think especially what is hitting the hardest right now at the heart of this community, it is the threat to essentially deport all international students, because without this international student body, then Harvard is not Harvard anymore. And, you know, we're continuing fighting for my friends who just went home for the summer and simply don't know if they will ever be able to come back to this place that they now call home.
Graduation is Thursday. I mean, how different is this moment right now? Is it at this moment and also going to be with this really public, very serious legal fight now hanging over campus? I mean, what is the feeling, if you will?
Yeah, it is very different. Just personally, I've enjoyed these 4 years so much because of all the great people that I met. And just knowing that I might leave this place and it will not look the same next semester, it is truly heartbreaking. And that is why we're continuing this fight even over commencement. So later today at 5:30 p.m., we are rallying outside of or after the commencement events of the day. We're having international students speaking, including me. We're having Jewish students speaking up. We're expecting a lot of turnout, and we're showing that even though they did this move when most students had left campus, we can still mobilize, and we're gonna send a clear message to the White House that even though you're trying to divide us right now, we are standing united as a community.
You wrote an opinion piece in the Crimson in April, and then saying that students and faculty need to stand up and speak up against this. And at that time, you wrote, "At this moment, we need Harvard to be a leader on behalf of all of us who feel threatened. It is time for Harvard to both stand up for its international students and for the ideals of academic freedom and democracy it claims to represent." Do you think the school has been a leader on your behalf?
What happened to the rocket? It went boom, boom. That's what happened to the rocket. Dude. Isn't Harvard older than America? Am I crazy? Isn't that one of the schools? Like, I know Rutgers is literally older than the United States of America. How are you going to get cucked by Donald Trump of all people, you know? That's crazy. Founded in 1636. Okay, I'm getting conflicting reports here.
Yeah, so I wrote that up at about a week before Alan Garber's statement, where he said we will not surrender our independence. And I think that all of campus right now are really proud of Alan Garber, but we're expecting him to continue on that strategy, because there are going to be many opportunities for Harvard to give in on some of the demands. But if there's one thing we know about Trump by now, it's that he's a pretty shitty poker player. If we start to give in on something, then he's going to send a new letter of demands the next week. And we simply have to hold the line, even though it truly...
It's so funny that this kid that is going to Harvard has a better grasp of the situation than like most of the administrators of Harvard.
Feels like, and it is so much at stake, whether it's the billions of dollars in research funding or, you know, the future of thousands of students. We have no option but to continue fighting, because giving in cannot be an option.
As a show of Canadian sovereignty.
Boo.
This was a masterclass.
Yeah, I don't care about this. I actually put that as bait. I put that as fucking bait on the lineup. No disrespect to the Canucks, but y'all are king-cucked, okay? You are. You're king-cucked. You're cucked by the king. How are you going to be a whole-ass sovereign nation and still be under the Commonwealth, you know? Unacceptable. All right. Ken Klippenstein went and found Elias Rodriguez's leaked chats. Accused killer of 2 Israeli embassy aides ranted against many things, but not Jews. He is just aching for the FBI to arrest him at this point, I think. Oğlum yapma. I am not going to read all of this, obviously. But you guys can go read it if you want. I don't think there's anything in here that's like ban-worthy, but at this point, I don't fucking know. I don't know. Is it ban-worthy? Is it ban-worthy? Perhaps. Who knows anymore? But basically, I read through it on the side while the stream was going on. And most people, including one of the people that was like close to Rodriguez, basically said that, like, where was it? Hold on. He was on Something Awful. He was on Fuck You and Die, the misanthropic subforum of Something Awful. And here's what Gremlow stated. As more information comes out on Elias Rodriguez, a clearer picture of a hyper online person mainlining headlines and disaffected by the American political system emerges. No suggestion of anti-Semitism or racially motivated hate, despite claims from the Trump admin. But basically, my initial assessment was correct, which is that this person is very angry and resentful towards Israel and the genocide that Israel is doing and America's participation in that genocide. And the chat logs reveal a man who hated the Republican and Democratic parties, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, the right and the left, the bourgeoisie, the United States, the West, and of course, Israel. He even hated the only political group I could find he associated with, says Ken. PSL sucks shit, Rodriguez wrote in one of many messages lambasting the obscure Party for Socialism and Liberation that he had once participated in. I wish I had just done a misadventure with the FRSO, Freedom Road Socialist Organization, rather than PSL, lol, he wrote. Still, when it came to race, Rodriguez's hatred seemed reserved for white people, where he said, lol, you probably would have to actually genocide white people to make this a normal country, Rodriguez wrote in one post. Like, even a very targeted and selective rehabilitation program would probably have to lead to a lifetime of imprisonments of tens of millions of white people. I don't think he's being super sincere with this statement, but it is a classic. Though seemingly well-educated college graduate, Rodriguez threw around terms like dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, disgraced aristocrats, and ranted about his own disadvantages in life. His hatred of Israel was evident in posts he made the day of October 7, the day of the Hamas attack on October 7. Just saw an incredibly gory video of the aftermath of Israeli troops trying to get dressed for the ambush absolutely massacred by Hamas fighters. Lamau. Love checking back in with the news every few hours like, I wonder if Israel still exists. Asked if he loved it, Rodriguez replied, you don't often get to credibly wonder if Israel is over yet today or not. The picture that emerges from this chat is one of a quick-witted, voracious reader, even ladies' man who was generally well-liked by his friends. But underneath all of this was a bitter streak that could veer into casual cruelty. For example, Rodriguez attacked another member of the chat who he saw as privileged for lamenting about the challenges of having a brother with schizophrenia. Rodriguez said in his post, why not just have him committed? You can't possibly be gaining anything from a relationship with a person like that. Just put him in a padded room and forget about him. If there was a person you loved, he's gone now. Let it go. Can't you just chain him in the basement and slide meals under the door? I'm just tired about hearing about this guy. He's useless. We get it. Stop complaining and just dispose of him. So a little bit of a freak. in that regard. When I published Rodriguez's manifesto earning me an FBI visit, I stressed how important it was to make these materials public so there wouldn't be an information vacuum for conspiracy theories to fill. There is something that, this is what I wanted to tell you. It's driving me crazy that people are calling it a false flag. A woman who knew Rodriguez said, "This development is shocking, but not completely out of character," she remarked, echoing sentiment expressed by others. They were at first shocked, but not ultimately surprised that Rodriguez did what he did. That, to me, is a perfect assessment of the events. And that was also, even like judging by the limited amount of social media footprint that I had of this guy and everything else that I saw, this is a perfect assessment. And like I said, brain broken by the magnitude of cruelty that he had seen on the timeline, seen in news media and the disinterest. The woman said he always had strong political convictions. From the sound of the manifesto, he's the same as he was. Nah, bro, I heard on Reddit that you think it's a false flag. It's one of my least favorite things that people do online. If you actually understand the point I'm making and then you disagree with it, that's fine, right? When I say like, fuck Israel, Israel's a Nazi state, Israel's doing a genocide, Israel's an apartheid state, and you put that in your article and you say, Hasan says this is anti-Semitic, I'll laugh at you saying that that's anti-Semitic, and I'll laugh at this disagreement with nothing I've said that's objectionable, right? But whenever people actually fucking will take my point and flip it in an effort to criticize what I'm saying, I hate that. I hate that more than anything else. Okay? I hate that more than anything else. Like whenever people go, oh, he said it was a false flag, when it's literally me saying the opposite. I hate that. It makes me so mad. You lie all the time, though. Why did you ban that guy? I want to know what that chatter. I want to know what that chatter was saying. Where have I lied? Maybe he meant I lie about gaming. Here, I'm going to unban the guy. Anyway. But basically, analysis of his profile reveals someone who is understandably frustrated with Israel, but has also gotten so frustrated to a degree where he is going to take violent action. But at no point does it seem like he is like, you can say hatred of Israel is anti-Semitic, and that's incorrect, right? There are ways in which people who are anti-Semitic will shelter their anti-Semitism under the guise of like valid criticisms of Israel. That's something that people do as well. This person is not one of those people. You lied about your shorts? What do you mean? My shorts? My Shaq shorts? Oh, when I was a kid? Okay, dude, calm down. You could also just say any political violence is unacceptable. You don't have to turn it into anti-Semitism for it not to be unacceptable. Yeah, but the problem is, considering the metric ton of violence that's coming from Israel, that's a much more difficult argument to have in mainstream media. Because people are still people, you know what I mean? Like, those Palestinians are people, right? The fucking embassy staffers that were in Syria that was blown up by Israel. Those were people, they fucking worked in the embassy, right? And when Israel has done so much violence, all of a sudden, when you try to, when you're trying to tailor this around like violence against like someone who works for the Israeli government, that's a much more difficult argument to make in mainstream media, which is why it has to be around Judaism. I'm still not sure if this was an anti-Semitic attack or not. Why did he target people he likely didn't know were tied to Israel in a meaningful way? But it seems premature 100% to declare it was. I mean, I'm sure more information will be revealed in the investigation and the court case. But there are conflicting reports that have come out from the Israeli embassy. The Israeli embassy said that these guys knew who the people were that he killed. That's also another part of the story. Like, not knew who they were, but like knew that they were working for the Israeli embassy. But also, the event that he went to, it was rando. He did not. I don't know if the Israeli embassy lied about that, but I'm just saying that that's what they said. Having said that, the event that he got, the event that he tried to get into, and apparently there is some confusion here as well, but the event that he was targeting was a American Jewish community committee, AJC event that was specifically for diplomats, young diplomats, Israeli diplomats included. Now, the question also is like, why would he go to D.C.? He lives in fucking Chicago. If he wants to do an anti-Semitic attack, you think there aren't, Jewish people in Chicago? Like, what are you, crazy? There's a ton of Jewish people in Chicago. There's definitely Jewish people in Chicago. Yeah, fucking Hyde Park. Like, what are you talking about? Genuine question. How can you be critical of Israel without looking anti-Semitic? What? It's very easy. I do it every single day. People still say I'm anti-Semitic, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, large Jewish population, like 4 miles from where he lived. The town literally shuts down on the weekends. Yeah. So, does that prove it was premeditated? Yes. I mean, it definitely was premeditated. It definitely was premeditated. The difference is it a premeditated hate crime against Jewish people, as the media was quick to suggest, or was it a targeted attack of political violence against people that work in the Israeli embassy? I'm leaning on the side of a premeditated, targeted attack against people who worked in the Israeli embassy, and not a like random anti-Semitic attack. The Israeli ambassador claimed he went in and stalked them. The AJC and the event runner said he never went in and identified anyone. Also, it wasn't primarily Israeli diplomats. It was just DC Jewish professionals to talk about diplomacy. It's just very unclear right now. No, it wasn't just DC Jewish professionals to talk about diplomacy. The event itself was like a young diplomats conference. And so I don't know if it's like it was not. That doesn't mean that every single person was a Israeli diplomat or working for the Israeli embassy. I do find it very strange. I do find it very strange that people are quick to say that these guys were actually trying to find peaceable solutions to Palestine, to the Palestinian problem. That I definitely take issue with. the AJC is not invested in a peaceful solution to the Palestinian question, okay? None of these advocacy groups, 19 months in, I'm sorry, you know exactly which advocacy groups are actually invested in a peaceful solution to the Palestinians. They are called anti-Semitic by the ADL. Go, look up the Jewish advocacy groups that are on the ADL website to find out more about the only the only advocacy groups that are interested in a peaceful solution. Okay. Yeah, here. The American Jewish Committee, if you key search genocide, it returns 310 results. American Jewish Committee decries Amnesty International's report on false genocide charge. AJC's Jacob Blausian Institute, UN diplomatic leaders reaffirm commitment to Genocide Convention. Okay. The only AJC statement on International Court of Justice arguments in baseless genocide case against Israel. Israel is not committing a genocide. So, no. I don't think that they're, it was DC Jewish professionals. Most of the people there were not actual diplomats. It was about bringing local Jewish youth together with diplomats, according to the event description. This annual reception brings together Jewish young professionals ages 22 to 45 and diplomats from around the world. And you're right, AJC is not exactly a peace org. Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. That's why I said there is no guarantee. There is no guarantee that he was going to find Israeli embassy staffers there. He ended up finding them, but it's not like there was a guarantee there. But again, it leads one to ask, why would he go to DC to an AJC event? If he wanted to just kill random Jewish people? He lives in Chicago. Maybe the guy was misguided in the target, just hate for a race. Those members of this race happen to be from Israel. No, I don't think so. I'm telling you, I don't have 100% certainty of this shooter's motivations beyond all of the things that we've found out about him. But I think he wanted to target someone connected to Israel. That's where I'm landing on, as opposed to instantly going, this was pro-Palestinian demonstrators that he shot and killed, with no evidence suggesting that that was the case. Like, he fucking flew in this, he flew to DC. Like, this was premeditated. Yes, you can fly with a gun, chatter. You just have, if you're if you have a permit, you can check in your gun with your luggage in the United States of America. Or maybe you don't even need to have a permit, actually. I don't know. Just not on the plane unless important. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. So are you no longer saying this was an anti-Semitic attack? I recall you saying the other day that it was clearly anti-Semitic. No, I don't think it. No, I didn't say that. No, I said that. I didn't say that at all. I was actually. What? I was literally saying the opposite. I'm saying that I'm leaning on the side. My bad. Must be misremembering. No, I said I was leaning on the side that this was a person who wanted to, kill someone who works with Israel, works within Israel, Israeli diplomat or the like. I think he wanted to literally do the stories that I've mentioned already, like David Frankfurter or what's the other guy's name? The one that the Nazis blamed Kristallnacht on. The one who killed the French, the Nazi embassy, like went into the Nazi embassy in France and shot the German diplomat Herschel Greenspan. Yes, thank you. That's what I think he was doing. But yeah. What I will say is I'm not going to lie. I didn't think that the media would so quickly whip back to the genocide of the Palestinians. Like I thought that they would talk about this story for at least like, I don't know, maybe like 3-4 more days. And it's crazy. Even like there were people who literally were like, this attack is awesome and more should happen and stuff, right? There were people on TikTok saying stuff like that. And even their condemnations didn't make it into the media cycle that much. Like New York Post covered that one TikToker, I think, who said something like, this is awesome. I don't know what he fucking said. I don't really give a shit. But that's it. There wasn't like widespread condemnation from the New York Times or anything like that. I think it's because it's clearly not Semitic. No. I think you're misunderstanding. I think people heard that it was anti-Semitic and still didn't care. I think people at this point are just like, dude, stop Israel, please. Like, I think that is what the actual like broader position of the American public is. Like, I don't even think that they were making this assessment. I don't think that they were making this assessment that like, is this anti-Semitic? Is this an anti-Semitic violence? I think America, like the broader collective consciousness and their tolerance for even political violence or even hate crimes is quite literally reaching a level where it doesn't even make the fucking news for Americans. It doesn't even like, we're so used to violence all the time. We are so used to violence all the time. Both the structural violence that we experience that we don't even fucking verbalize as violence or even assume as violence, but we feel the impact of it. But then also the daily mass shootings that take place and everything else that I think Americans basically are just, Hasan, are you okay? Political violence? What? No, I'm saying Americans just don't care. They are so desensitized. Like it's shocking. Our capacity to care. What? Can I have your dog? She looked like she need a better home with a dad to give her more money. What? A dad that give her more money? This dog lives a better life than you, chatter. What the fuck are you talking about? Kaya, do a money spread. She about to do a money spread. Anyway, on that note, I'm tired. I don't know why. I can't make it to 8 hours nowadays. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting fucking old, dude. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Hopefully we'll do some more fun stuff. This bitch knows that the broadcast is coming to a close. Her ears perk up. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow.
Just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan